From the studios of Books in Motion, this is Rebecca Cook, reading Money Can Be Murder, Charlie Parker Mysteries, Book 20, by Connie Shelton. Now let's begin with Money Can Be Murder, Chapter 1. Sometimes when things change, they change rapidly. My brother's family is, right now, a case in point. Ron's 3 boys have been rocking along pretty much the same path since they were little. Yes, there was the acrimonious divorce and bouncing the kids back and forth between Ron and his ex. But ever since he married Victoria, life has settled for them and everyone seemed to be on track. Then Jason, the middle kid, hit his teens and suddenly went off the rails. All of this is a roundabout way of explaining why I'm serving coffee and blueberry muffins to my gram Elsa, her caregiver Dottie, and Victoria at my kitchen table on a Monday morning, and why the subject of the conversation is teenage boys. Ron is completely at a loss, Victoria said, carrying the basket of muffins to the table. And Bernadette has basically shrugged her shoulders. Says she did the biggest share of the work when the kids were little. Now Ron can just deal with it. Catch me up. Elsa took a muffin and reached for the butter dish. I thought Jason was the quiet one, the kid who never gave any grief. He was. Now he's smarting off to his teachers, pulling pranks in class. His grades have taken a dive, and he's hanging out with a group of boys we don't like the looks of. I think this goes beyond a few childish shenanigans. One of his closest friends just dropped out, and I can see the gleam in Jason's eye. Oh, that's not good. Too much time on his hands and no skills to get out in the working world? Have you tried counseling? I asked, eyeing the coffee mugs to see if anyone needed a refill. Victoria sighed. It's not getting through to him. Send him to the army, Dottie said. It sure straightened out my nephew. That boy was eyeing them drug dealers that hang out downtown. Victoria clicked her tongue and pointed toward Dottie. Smart woman. That's exactly Ron's thought. Of course, Jason can't enlist at 15, but we've got his application in at NMMI, the top military boarding school in the state. I remembered back 20 years. Ron's military service really helped him get his bearings. He matured a lot during those years. And I remember a kid from one of our church families, Elsa added. This one was a handful, the same kind of stuff you're talking about. 3 years at NMMI, and he came home saying, yes, ma'am, and no, sir, and standing up straight and minding his manners. That's a good school. It's not cheap, Victoria said. We'll have to pinch some pennies, especially with the oldest heading off to college next year, but we can swing it. I'll look around for some bargain items to furnish his dorm room, basic bedding and a decent suitcase. They don't allow kids to have a lot of extras there. You can come down to the thrift shop, Elsa suggested. Dottie and I are volunteering there a couple days a week. This afternoon, in fact. They've got all kinds of stuff like that, and some of it's in great shape. A text message came from Ron before the ladies had finished the rest of the muffins. He's in. Since Jason would be starting the term slightly behind the rest of the class, it would involve some scrambling to get everything ready. Ron and Victoria had 1 week to break the news to the kid, pack his things, and make the transfer between schools. And that's what sent us to the thrift shop that same afternoon. Vic drove us in her vivid blue PT Cruiser, swearing that the little car had plenty of storage space for our purchases. If I had all the room in your Jeep to fill, I would. This'll keep my shopping in check. We headed up Lomas, east to San Mateo. It's one of those major arterial streets that was once residential. Albuquerque never was one of those cities that planned these things in advance. So a number of the older houses and their front yards stripped away as the street widened and those small buildings became businesses. I'd never been to Heavenly Treasures before, but I knew the general area, so I watched the addresses. The building was a flat-roofed bungalow, stuccoed adobe brown, with bright blue shutters added as attention grabbers. The sign above the front door depicted a treasure chest overflowing with jewelry and gold coins and other things probably nowhere to be found in a church-sponsored thrift shop. But it was eye-catching and had apparently attracted a good number of customers. The parking lot was jammed. A driveway ran beside the building, and a brightly lettered sign said, "Bring donations to the back," and featured an arrow showing the way. Victoria waited while an elderly pickup truck backed out, and she whipped the cruiser into the vacant spot. We walked into what was probably the original living room of the home. A wooden counter with a cash register stood across from the front door, and I spotted Elsa there, making change for a customer who seemed to be stocking up on pots and pans. A glance around the space told me that several of the original interior walls had been taken out to create room for shelves, bookcases, and clothes racks. The walls were all painted bright white, showing off the merchandise in vivid contrast. We bypassed 4 racks of clothing on hangers, sorted by men's, women's, and children's. Bins of baby clothes were surrounded by high chairs, playpens, and infant car seats. 2 women were browsing them and discussing the merits of one of the high chairs in Spanish. I saw Dottie nearby, carrying a high stack of throw pillows. "Hey, you made it," she said, walking toward a table that was already overflowing. "Miss Elsa still working at the register?" "She is." "Good. I tell them I don't let her be moving furniture or nothing like that. But sometimes the manager get busy and he don't watch what she's up to." I had to laugh. Even with a heart condition, Elsa doesn't seem to think anything of rearranging things in her house or hoeing the garden. Thank goodness Dottie was there to keep an eye on things. "You need some sheets and blankets and stuff, right?" she asked. At Victoria's nod, she tilted her head toward a side room to our right. "You need a nightstand or little furniture like that. It's all in the annex out back. They got tons of stuff." While Dottie started arranging the pillows to fit among the rest of the collection, we worked our way through the space toward the second room. As she told us, there was piles of bedding on tables and shelves, some of the items still in brand-new packaging. Victoria began searching out the sizes that would work for Jason. She wanted to keep browsing, so I took an armload from her and headed toward the sales counter, where I could see Elsa chatting with a dark-haired woman who seemed a little puzzled. I found a space to drop off the sheets and pillowcases, indicating to Elsa that Victoria was still shopping, and I stepped aside to browse the bookcases. It appeared the thrift shop was the place to shop for hardcover fiction, providing you didn't mind reading the hottest authors a few years after the buzz had died down. I perused 2 James Pattersons and a Michael Crichton I hadn't seen before. I was reading the flap copy on an old Patricia Highsmith novel when I became aware of urgent whispers near Elsa. Her Hispanic customer had left. "Missing, I tell you," she said, none too quietly, to a man behind the desk. He was probably in his early 40s, soft around the middle, with a border of brown hair surrounding a shiny bald head. He wore a checked shirt and khaki slacks, and his gold-rimmed glasses had slipped down his nose. "Mrs. Higgins, calm down." He kept his voice low and patted her arm. "Mr. Stevens, I'm just reporting it now, so there's no question that I might have made a mistake in giving change. Just after noon, a woman bought about $80 worth of merchandise and paid with a $100 bill. I gave her $19.40 in change. The $100 bill is nowhere in the till. I placed it under the coin tray, and it's gone now." I stepped over and gave the man a firm look. "What's the matter?" He shook his head and put on an indulgent smile. "How may I help you? Are these linens yours?" Elsa spoke up again. "This is my granddaughter, Charlie. Charlie, this is Benny Stevens, the manager here at Heavenly Treasures." We each gave the other a polite tilt of the head. "Sounded like there was some disagreement over money," I said. Stevens clearly wanted the subject to vanish, but Graham spoke up again and explained what I'd already overheard. "There's money missing, and I don't want to be blamed." "Perfectly understandable." I turned toward Stevens. staring pointedly enough that he knew he should respond. Just as he was opening his mouth, another woman walked up and stepped behind the desk. "Our bookkeeper, Carol Meyerson," Stevens said. The bookkeeper was a soft, pink older lady, probably in her mid-70s, certainly younger than Elsa. She wore a coordinated outfit of burgundy slacks and a striped sweater, and she flashed me a winning smile. Reading glasses hung by a beaded chain around her neck. "Now, what's the problem?" she asked, looking toward the other two. $100 bill is missing," Elsa stated, folding her arms across her chest. "The one under the coin tray?" Carol asked. "It's not missing, dear. I cleared the drawer of larger bills this morning so I could do the bank deposit. In fact, I've brought quarters, dimes, and nickels so you'd have more change. See?" She held out a hand with 4 paper rolls of coins. Elsa seemed only partially mollified, but she stepped back in good grace and let Carol put the coin rolls into the drawer. "There now, everything's all right," said Benny Stevens, looking relieved. He and Carol gave big smiles to Elsa and stepped away from the desk. I watched them walk toward a door near the back marked Office. Victoria walked up just then, holding out a blanket and bedspread. "There, I think this covers my responsibility toward the dorm room," she said, pulling out her wallet. "Elsa, does the shop accept credit cards?" "We do. Charlie, there's more to the story about the—" She halted when a man with a framed picture in his hands walked up. "You know." While they transacted business, I grabbed 2 of the hardcover books that had interested me. It was the least I could do to support the shop, right? Victoria gathered her purchases, and the man in line behind her slapped a $10 bill on the counter for his picture and walked away in a bit of a hurry. I glanced around and didn't see any other customers nearby. "So, what's the rest of the story, Graham?" "Carol, the bookkeeper, she said she cleaned the drawer this morning. Well, the large bill I took in came from a sale right after noon. Someone did take it, and—" Benny Stevens had emerged from the office and was heading our way again. "There's a lot more." "Tell you later," Elsa whispered. "Do I need to hang around a while?" I asked, picking up half of Victoria's bags. No, that's fine. We'll talk at home. Dottie and I get off at 4. Victoria stopped on the way at a dollar store, saying she could at least send Jason off to school with a few goodies from the snack foods aisle. I opted to sit in the car. Puzzling. If Elsa noted and reported stolen money from the till at the charity shop, it seemed the manager would be the first to show concern. Why hadn't he? Chapter 2. By the time Victoria dropped me off at home, I was fairly antsy to get outside and stretch my muscles. So I clipped the leash on Freckles' collar, and we headed toward our little neighborhood park. I tossed a tennis ball for her a dozen times, and yes, the irony is not lost on me that she's the one stretching, while I'm the one standing around. For good measure, I briskly circled the park, which is only a couple of acres in size, twice before we headed home. Dottie's car was pulling into Elsa's driveway when I rounded the corner, so Freckles and I jogged a little to catch up before they went inside. "So, it's more than $100, Elsa said, by way of greeting. It's amazing to me how she can pick up a conversation hours later without missing a beat in the story. I want to be her when I'm 90-something. "Shall we go in? You've been on your feet all day," I suggested. Dottie looked over Elsa's head, mouthed "thank you," which told me she hadn't had much luck in getting her elderly charge to slow down and take a break. We went into Graham's kitchen, and Dottie put on the kettle and got 3 mugs from an upper cabinet. Once we were settled with tea and a package of Oreos for good measure, I encouraged her to go on. "Well, I've noticed missing money before this, and I heard one of the other volunteers questioning whether she had mislaid some money last week." Over time, it could amount to quite a lot, I imagined. "Who all has access to the drawer?" "Well, Benny the manager and Carol the bookkeeper, for sure. They are the only full-time employees. Everyone else volunteers. Most of the time there are 1 or 2 volunteers behind the desk. We get busy, you know, and it helps to have 2 of us. A lot of the customers don't speak English. We think a lot of them are undocumented from across the border, Dottie added. Yes, most likely. They're struggling to make ends meet, even if they do not find work somewhere, so the thrift shops are a big department store to them. Graham picked up an Oreo. So it's helpful if at least one person at the sales counter speaks a little Spanish. Most New Mexicans who've lived here a long time tend to pick up a few words and phrases, but are far from fluent in the language. Still, I supposed Elsa's knowledge was probably enough to get by selling simple items and taking payments. Victoria used a credit card. Do many of your customers do that? Oh, no. I'd say the business is 90% cash. When people don't have much money, they generally don't have bank accounts. And a lot of our sales are just $1 or $2. I nodded, thinking of the 2 books I'd purchased for a total of less than $5. So you're handling cash? And that's probably the other reason Mr. Stevens wants 2 of us behind the counter. The shop is run by our church. The proceeds support mission work and kids living in poverty. And most of the volunteers come from our congregation. But still, some of the younger ones have been in trouble with the law and they're doing community service work. Dottie piped up again. Well, Mr. Benny, he keep most of them working in the back, unloading furniture and stuff like that. He don't really give them much access to the money. Elsa brightened. You know, you're right. I hadn't thought about that. It's usually the more responsible folks who work at the register. I had a dozen questions and no clear idea where to start. Dottie again had an answer. You know, Charlie, they always want more help. Why don't you come in with us next time and say you could work a few days? You could help me keep an eye on people, Graham added. Maybe we'd spot the thief. My mind zipped over the list of my own duties. My accounting work for Ron's RJP investigations was all caught up. Drake's helicopter business had been a little slow recently, so it wouldn't take me long to do his invoices. Plus, I wouldn't be committing to a regular job at the charity shop. I could help out while keeping my eyes and ears open, find out if there was anything to Elsa's suspicions. Okay, when do you go back? Somehow, we never really know when we're about to open a really, really large can of worms. Chapter 3. The next morning I dressed in jeans, trainers, and a sturdy cotton shirt that could take some wear and tear. With no idea what my duties might be, I needed to be ready for anything from shelving books to heavy lifting in the furniture department. Elsa and Dottie were ready to go a few minutes before 9, and I offered to drive. Benny Stevens wasn't in yet, and Carol seemed a little surprised to see me tagging along. She dithered for a moment before calling over another volunteer and asking him to assign me something to do. She introduced him as Eugene Towner, a guy about my age, thin and pale, and unwilling to produce a smile. Elsa evidently knew the man. Eugene, how are you today? How's your mother? Still doing the honey business? He shrugged.
Yeah, I guess it's going okay.
He turned his back, and I assumed I was to follow along. He gave Graham's shoulder a squeeze and whispered that I'd catch up with her later, then turned to see that Eugene was already halfway to the back of the room. I followed him out a back door and discovered there was a second building at the rear of the property, a garage-like structure with 2 large doors standing open. A woman and 2 men were chatting, apparently deciding which tasks to tackle first.
Got you another helper,
Eugene said to one of the men before abruptly turning and walking away. Hi, I'm Charlie. All 3 smiled, showing lots of white teeth. Well, we're always glad to get another set of hands, the woman said. I'm Nancy. This is Mike and Todd. Of them, Todd was the only one under 40. Just point me toward whatever needs doing, I said.
Great, said Mike. I like her already.
He pointed towards some furniture pieces that must have just arrived. 2 sofas, 3 non-matching armchairs, and a half-dozen coffee tables and end tables had been shoved into a corner barely inside the door. Nancy stepped over beside me.
We find that the furniture sells better if it's arranged a little bit, sort of like it would be in a home. As long as we have space, we try to do that. You can also go into the main sales room and look around, pick up a few throw pillows or a flower arrangement or anything that makes it look kind of homey.
Sure, that sounds like fun.
The fabrics may be dusty, so there's a shop vac over there, and boxes of latex gloves for handling the grubby stuff. Try to clean up the items as best you can. If the upholstery has stains, we have a little shampooer we can use on those. If something's broken, within reason, we have a few handymen who can reattach a table leg and that sort of thing. Hopefully most of the donors obeyed the signs.
She waved vaguely over her shoulder, where I noticed a large hand-painted sign warning that no ripped, torn, or soiled furniture would be accepted. I took it by her comment that not everyone's idea of gently used was the same. Nancy handed me a can of furniture polish and a couple of cloths.
Have fun. Get Todd to help you move anything heavy.
Okay, here's our first,
Mike said, turning toward the open door. He began directing a pickup truck to back up to a doorway at the other end of the building, labeled Donations Here. I watched in amazement as 3 other people emerged from the building and began lifting boxes, trash bags, lamps, and various other stuff that I would have labeled as junk. In under 5 minutes, the piled-high truck was emptied, and the driver pulled away. An SUV took its place. Where would they put all this stuff?
Charlie.
Nancy was giving me a pointed look.
Right, sorry.
I sprayed my dust cloth with furniture polish and went to work on a pair of end tables. As I looked around, finding pieces that would look appealing together, I found myself really getting into it. Todd lent a hand with an especially large sofa, but I found that I could scoot most of the pieces on the concrete floor fairly easily. Within an hour, I had 3 little living rooms arranged, and I set about vacuuming and dusting them, as instructed. Standing back, I decided to follow Nancy's advice about the decorative touches, so I went inside to see what I could borrow. Dottie was folding T-shirts at one end of the display tables.
I swear, they gotta look at every single one before they pick, she said.
I laughed. I need a lamp and a few colorful pillows. Where can I find those? She directed me. I sent a smile toward Elsa, who was behind the counter, helping a customer who had 2 small kids and overloaded arms. In the household goods area, I caught myself staring at throw pillows as critically as if I were choosing them for my own living room.
Oh, come on,
I finally said, picking up the 3 nearest me. The whole idea was to make the furniture displays a little more appealing, not to win some design award. With the pillows tucked under my left arm and a slender table lamp in my right hand, I made my way back out to the other building. Nancy and Mike were going through the newly arrived items the donors had dropped off.
Put this in my stack,
Nancy said, holding up a painting of a realistic beach scene in a driftwood frame. Mike took the piece and set it against the wall. I noticed a big screen TV next to it. I set the lamp on an end table, tucking the cord out of sight, and placed the pillows on sofas and chairs. I stepped back to study the little tableau I'd created. Nancy looked up from the box of Christmas ornaments she was going through.
It doesn't have to be perfect, she said with a chuckle. You've done a great job.
Thanks. Hey, I wondered, am I supposed to put prices on these? And how on earth do you figure out what to charge?
There are guidelines, loosely based on the items and their condition. Don't worry about it. Mariah Blinker has a good feel for it. She'll come around later and put the tags on.
She carried a glass Santa and placed it beside the painting she'd had Mike set aside. I noticed the ornaments box said it was Waterford. You really get some nice things here, I said. Surprising people just give them away. She gave a little shrug.
Sometimes there are estates. Someone dies, a person who collected things. Their heirs don't know what to do with it all, so they just box it up.
Standing closer, I recognized the artist's name on the seascape.
This donation must have been one of those. I mean, these look like some valuable things. Could be. I just set aside the painting for myself because it will go really well in my sunroom.
So we can do that? Buy things ourselves before the customers even see them?
Oh, sure. Listen, how many of the customers in this shop are seriously looking for artwork? You've seen them. They're buying baby clothes and paperback books.
True. I hadn't spotted anyone who would be in the market for a painting that would most likely be worth at least $1,000. I heard a vehicle door and saw Mike getting out of a gray pickup truck. He walked in through the open garage door, picked up the big screen TV, and carried it to the back seat of the truck. He draped a blanket over the set and closed the door before backing the truck against the wall at the rear of the property. Well, maybe he'd already been inside and paid for it. I turned back to the furniture on the other side of the room and resumed my dusting and arranging. A little later, I had a decent little display of several rooms full of furniture.
You can take a lunch break any time you like, Nancy said. It's really informal around here.
She and Mike had continued to offload donations from people who brought them by carloads or boxes full. Todd popped in from time to time and carried items to the main building. And an older lady, Mariah Blinker, I assumed, had come out, wandering through the intake center, jotting prices on bright orange tags and sticking them with astounding speed on the merchandise. It looked like Nancy was right. Mariah really did have a feel for what everything was worth in thrift shop terms.
I'll go check on my friends, I told Nancy. Elsa might be due for a break about now.
I walked back into the main building, found a restroom, and washed the accumulated grime off my hands. I should have used the gloves. Elsa was still behind the sales desk. She'd found a stool to perch on, I noticed. And Dottie was dusting some cute little parfait glasses on a shelf that held a variety of kitchenwares. I posed the question about taking a lunch break.
Dottie and I only work until 2 today, Elsa told me. So we usually just work straight through and eat something once we're home. Can I bring you some crackers or anything? Or I could take a spell here so you can stretch your legs or rest a little.
She gave me her indulgent grandma smile.
I'm fine. You can check with Dottie.
One look at industrious Dottie told me she wasn't exactly lagging in energy, so I headed back to the intake building to ask what I could do next.
Let's set these new bags over there, Nancy said. We usually sort the clothing into piles of men's, women's, and kids. The volunteers inside will group them by sizes as they hang or fold them.
The first bag I opened contained dressy women's wear, sequin tops, gauzy dresses, some pretty classy shoes. I began laying them across a work table to prevent them from becoming damaged. Nancy had a bag of baby clothes, which she quickly went through, tossing out anything stained or torn, dropping the rest into a growing mound of pastel fabric. I held up one pair of shoes and took a look at the label. Wow, I'm no fashionista, but even I know this brand. Can't believe someone would give them away. Mariah had been sticking prices on the Christmas ornaments I'd noticed earlier.
Take them, she said. They haven't been priced yet. You mean? Sure, everybody does it. We volunteer our time, but we can get a little something for our efforts here, right?
I thought of the TV set going into Mike's truck and the painting and Waterford that Nancy had put in her stack, a stack that had vanished while I was inside the other building. Were they really stealing the donations? Of course, I had no proof. They might have set the items aside and then gone in to pay for them. Mariah was looking at me. I sputtered a little and came out with, "Oh no, these aren't my size." I set the shoes down.
My granddaughter wears a 6,
she said, eyeing them, but I didn't see her move to pick them up. I brought up the subject with Elsa and Dottie as we drove home that afternoon. Did one of the volunteers, Mike, come up to the register and pay for a big screen TV today? Elsa shook her head. Or Nancy, did she pay for a painting or any Christmas ornaments? Again, a negative. I think they simply took them. And there was a pair of designer shoes I noticed. A woman named Mariah told me I should just take them.
This is a charity shop. It doesn't seem right. I've never worked in the intake area, Elsa said. All I know is to look at the price sticker on the item, add them up, and put the money in the till.
Dottie piped up.
I was back there for a couple days. Didn't think about it, but now you mention it. One of the other volunteers that day did put some stuff in her car.
I turned on Central and headed westward toward home.
Mariah was encouraging me to take the shoes. They were expensive ones, hardly worn, and after I turned them down, I didn't see them again.
That's terrible, Dottie said.
Mariah made the point that the volunteers don't get paid anything for all their hard work. She seemed to think an item here and there was fair compensation.
If the items were an occasional book or a wine glass, maybe.
But I'd seen well over $1,000 worth of merchandise walk out the door in one morning. Was the thrift shop a moneymaker for the church, or for the people working there? Nancy's point that the shop's regular patrons wouldn't buy that sort of thing anyway didn't set well with me. If the shop was there to support the charity, the donors expected the money to go there.
Shouldn't we report this to the manager?
Dottie suggested.
But what if Benny already knows? Elsa said. He's not one to make a fuss, I guess. He didn't seem very concerned when I told him about the missing $100 bill yesterday.
True, I said, as I steered into our neighborhood. And even if the people out back are taking home some items, it still doesn't explain how cash money goes missing.
Dottie looked over at me.
Sound to me like you got a new mystery to solve, Miss Charlie.
Chapter 4. I called Ron after dinner that night, asking whether anything at the office needed my attention right now. I might continue to volunteer at Heavenly Treasures for a few more days.
Drake looked up from his logbook, where he was filling in the hours he'd flown on a photo shoot this afternoon. I sent a smile in his direction, but my mind was already back on the thrift shop. What were the next steps I could take to figure out what was going on there?
By the way, Ron was saying, Vic and I are having a little going-away party for Jason tomorrow evening. Barbecue, our house. You guys are all invited.
Tell him we'll bring potato salad,
Drake said, somehow divining what the next question would be.
We've got a bag of potatoes that needs to be used.
Okay. It's not one of my specialties. Anyone who knows me is aware that I don't do much real cooking. It's got to come out of a package or be something that is stuck into the oven and roasted for a prescribed amount of time if you expect me to make it. Drake, on the other hand, is a master in the kitchen, so I will leave the intricacies of boiling, chopping, blending, and seasoning to him. The three of us arrived at Ron's and Victoria's home a little before 6. Dottie would have come along, but this was her regular bowling night. She and Elsa had taken a day off from their volunteer duties, trimming back the dead vegetation in the garden. But Graham was still up for a party. Seriously, I don't know where she gets all this energy. Drake carried the massive bowl of his special potato salad and set it on the kitchen island. A glance toward the backyard told me it was a good thing he'd made so much. 6 teenage boys were gathered near the grill, where Ron was brushing sauce on 2 racks of ribs that reminded me of something out of the Flintstones. And that's not all, Victoria said, catching my stare. There's a platter of burgers already cooked and waiting in the oven, and 3 packs of hot dogs are coming along. You can't believe how much those boys can eat. Drake chuckled, obviously remembering his own teen years. Elsa merely looked puzzled. She hadn't raised children and didn't have a clue about boys. I'd been 15 when she took me in, but as I recall, I was in one of those girly snits where I swore I was dieting all the time. If I had to bet, Elsa would put away half of a burger and a tablespoon of potato salad tonight, and then declare she was stuffed. Help yourselves to something to drink. There are coolers of every kind of soft drink out on the patio, and I've set up jugs of iced tea and lemonade out there, too. Victoria turned to stir something on the stove. So did the new bedding meet with approval?
I asked once the others had walked out to the backyard. She gave a shrug. I suppose. It's been a rough week, and Jason isn't exactly approving of anything right now. Giving you guys some grief? I get it. He doesn't want to leave his friends. And of course, they're filling his head with all kinds of stuff about how rough it's going to be or how parents don't have the right to make these choices for him. So there's a lot of belligerence, a lot of stomping around. I looked out through the sliding doors to the yard. Jason had shot up in height this past year, becoming one of the tallest among his friends. I recognized one of the other boys as a kid he'd been friends with forever. Yes, it would be hard to leave those buddies behind. But Ron had told me some tales about the other, less savory types his son was chumming around with, and I had to believe they were doing the right thing. Victoria got out a pair of tongs and began lifting ears of corn out of a huge kettle on the stove. We'll get through this evening okay. We invited the older friends, and of course his brothers are supportive. Well, Ron sort of laid down the law. They'd better be supportive. She gave a little laugh and handed me the heaping platter of corn while she began filling another. Anyway, the car is packed and we'll be on the road in the morning. I set the platter aside for a moment and gave her a hug. You're doing the right thing. Kids that age think they know how to run their lives, but I remember how I was. Without Graham and a fairly firm hand at times, I could have gone off in so many wrong directions. She made me do things I didn't want to, like staying in school and facing my grief about my parents, and I turned out okay for all that. Well, mainly we just didn't want to see Jason follow the example of his one friend, who simply decided he was bored with school and wanted to drop out. He's been raised by a single mom, and she didn't have the nerve to stop him, I guess. He's been out of school 2 years now and is doing nothing with his life. He did get his GED, but there's no move toward trade school or college, no job, and from what I can tell, he's either playing computer games all day or hanging out at home. There's no drive or motivation to become an adult. Failure to launch. Exactly. And Ron will be damned if he'll let his son take that path. She gave a long sigh. Anyway, we'll see if our idea works any better. It's about all you can do. We picked up the 2 platters of corn and headed out the back door. Ron was cutting the slabs of ribs apart, and Drake was carrying them to the already laden picnic table. It looked like enough food to feed the army, but when I saw how much each of the boys loaded onto his plate, I realized there wouldn't be a lot of leftovers. The kids headed for the far corner of the yard, settling cross-legged on the grass, while we old folks gathered around at the table. So, I hear you found a mystery for Charlie to work on, Victoria said to Elsa. Graham's eyes brightened as she finished spreading mayo on her burger bun and set the top in place. We're going after a criminal mastermind. I had to smile. Either that, or it's some greedy little soul with their fingers in the till. Elsa went on in detail about the missing $100 bill and her suspicions that it wasn't the first. And Charlie witnessed some of the volunteers helping themselves to pretty valuable items. I don't know actually if that's illegal or not, I said. Maybe there really is a policy in place that allows them to pick something in exchange for the time they give. I need to talk to the manager about that part of it. Jason and one of his friends came back to the table for seconds. Call me astounded. And I reminded Drake that we had a couple of little gifts out in the Jeep. Elsa had baked her world-class chocolate chip cookies, and I had found a backpack that I hoped would be cool enough for a 15-year-old. I'm discovering that the further past 30 I get, the less I can hang on to trends with the kids.
You do know that someone, the manager of the shop or maybe the church hierarchy, will have to press charges if you want to see your thief held accountable with the law, Ron told us once the kids had moved on. True, I'll keep that in mind. I made a swiping motion at my chin, and he took a napkin to some barbecue sauce on his face. Truthfully, I wasn't at all sure this whole investigation would actually go anywhere, but it couldn't hurt to check.
At the very least, those who depended on the income from the charity shop should know about whatever we uncovered. The church leaders could then decide whether to press the matter or let it slide. Chapter 5. We three ladies were on the schedule again for the following morning at Heavenly Treasures. Again, I volunteered to drive. Dottie shouldn't be using her own gas for this little adventure, and even though Elsa still had her old car, I had to admit I was a little nervous about her driving skills these days. This time, instead of reporting to the back building, I decided to get Benny Stevens aside for a few minutes. Not that it wasn't interesting to sort through old junk and arrange furniture, but I really was here to look into the thefts. I went to the door marked office and tapped. A mumbled voice came through, which I took as permission to enter. The small room, no more than 12 feet square, had been divided down the middle by one of those fabric-covered partitions so common in corporate cubicled offices. Carol Meyerson sat in the one on the right, squinting at the screen on a really outdated desktop monitor. Her fingers pecked at the keyboard, but the gray-haired lady seemed to be struggling. Benny Stevens' desk was on the left, and apparently he was the one who'd told me to enter. He stood and beckoned me toward a chair opposite his desk, sending me a friendly smile that held no hint of recognition. So I went back over Elsa's allegations from 2 days earlier. Benny shifted in his seat, but didn't say anything. I leaned forward. If there's money missing, someone should look into it. At the very least, you'll want to put systems in place to prevent it from happening again. I'm an accountant and also a partner in a private investigation firm, so I'm pretty familiar with those things. Elsa has asked my help. She doesn't want to be suspected of doing anything wrong. He fidgeted slightly.
I don't know quite how to ask this, but how certain is Miss Higgins about this missing money? She is quite far along in age. Maybe her memory is slipping, and the money she's thinking about actually came in on a different day.
I could go into describing the precision-sharp memory of my elderly neighbor, but perhaps he'd actually handed me an opening. I simply nodded. So maybe it would be a good idea for me, as an outsider, to conduct a review. His eyes narrowed slightly. Strictly volunteer, my agency wouldn't charge you a dime. Personally, I'd like to know how well Elsa is doing in the, memory department. This would give me a chance to talk to others, see how things are done, maybe make some recommendations for you.
Well, that might work.
There was still hesitation. All I would need to get started would be a list of the volunteers, everyone who has worked here in the past couple of weeks. Their contact details and a copy of the schedule would be very helpful, too. He turned to the computer on his own desk and clicked a couple of times.
I have a spreadsheet with the names and phone numbers. That's really all the personal information we ask. This,
he said, pointing to a chart on the wall,
is the schedule. People tell me what days they're available, and I pencil them in. Not sophisticated, but it works.
The chart was basically a calendar with big squares for the dates. Could we photocopy this, and maybe last month as well?
Sure.
He removed the pushpin and carried the calendar over to a copy machine jammed into the far corner of the room. While it warmed up, I took a moment to stand and peer over the partition toward Carol Meyerson. She quickly went back to her typing. Nosy thing. I decided to get Benny somewhere else for my next set of questions. When he handed over the calendar pages and the single-sheet printout of the names and numbers, I gave a nod toward the door. Could you get me started by showing me a few things out here? We walked out to the sales room, which was again bustling. Elsa and a young woman of about 20 stood behind the counter, and 3 customers were lined up to pay. Benny and I stepped aside to allow a young mother with a baby on her hip to pass by. Elsa told me there are normally 2 people working at the register. Is that always the case? I kept my voice low.
As you can see, it can get a little overwhelming for one person. Plus, some of our seniors, well, they can become flustered.
Makes sense. I assume it's also a measure toward keeping everyone honest.
At his sputter, I held up a hand.
Not that anyone here is dishonest, I'm not saying that. But I've noticed that a big percentage of sales are done with cash. That's very unusual these days.
I suppose it is, but it's what our clientele is accustomed to.
What about at slower times, when there isn't a line waiting to pay? Is there ever only one person tending to the money?
Well, sure. People need a bathroom break, or sometimes a customer needs assistance with something elsewhere in the shop, getting an item from a high shelf, picking up a large item.
So one of the cashiers might leave to assist?
Yes, of course. We might operate a thrift shop, but it doesn't mean we can't be top-notch in customer service.
I smiled at his corporate-sounding line.
Are there certain volunteers who work at the register more frequently than others, or does everyone take a turn?
His mouth twitched a little as he considered.
I'd say most of our volunteers tend to find their niche and stick with it. Elsa, for one, is good at the register. She's old school enough to know how to count out change, unlike so many other younger people who need an electronic gadget to tell them what to do.
He lowered his voice.
We've had 2 of the community service kids who couldn't recognize and add up coins. American coins.
Seriously?
I happened to be walking by when one of them was handed a plastic bag full of miscellaneous coins to pay for a $2 item. The kid didn't know how many quarters, dimes, and nickels it would take. He asked the middle-aged person who was working with him to count it out.
Wow. I like to stay as tech-savvy as the next person, but even I can see that society is taking a hit when kids don't know certain basic skills. Mental note. Take some cash money over to Ron's house and work with his kids until they learn this stuff.
Stevens was continuing his previous thought.
Other workers like to be outside a bit more during their day, so they often gravitate to the back, the intake area where they can assist with unloading donations. Anyone who can lift furniture is especially needed out there.
That brings up another question. I believe the volunteers aren't paid anything for their labors, but is it sort of an unwritten policy that they are allowed first choice of the donated items? That they can take an item here and there in exchange for their work?
He gave a sigh and shifted a little from one foot to the other.
I know it happens. I'd be blind and deaf if I hadn't figured that out. But it's not sanctioned. People donate their items in the belief that things will be sold and the money used toward our charitable work.
They wouldn't be happy if word got out that some items, especially the more expensive things, were going home with someone who worked here.
Precisely. Is there a reason you're asking?
What was I supposed to say? Rat out those who'd been nice to me, the ones I'd worked alongside the other day? The ones I would need to talk to before the whole job was done? I looked Benny straight in the eye.
I'd suggest you keep someone you absolutely trust, a really play-by-the-rules type, working in the intake area. If it's happening out there, before anyone else sees the juicy items and realizes something is missing.
He appeared to give it thoughtful consideration.
Good idea.
Maybe that suggestion alone would ingratiate me enough to get full cooperation. Chapter 6. I held up my printout and excused myself, saying I ought to get on with the interviews. I had about 30 names on my list and had only met a half dozen so far. I decided to start out back and work my way forward. In the donation area, Nancy, Todd, and Mike were once again going through bags and boxes, carrying lamps and shelves and chairs to wherever they could find a bit of empty space to set them.
"Hi again," I said.
"Hey," Nancy responded.
"Charlie, isn't it?"
"Yeah."
"If you want to clean up some more of the furniture today, the newer items are over there."
"Well, actually, Mr. Stevens has me on another task today. I'm updating the volunteer list, and he wants a list of who is working in which areas of the shop." I decided that coming right out with the money is missing angle probably wasn't going to gain much cooperation.
"Why on earth would that matter?"
She gave me a crosswise stare. I shrugged. You know, management. I stood where all three of them could see me, even though each was busy with a task. So do the three of you always work back here?
Sure, usually, Mike replied. Todd's back and forth between the two buildings a lot. Right, Todd?
Yeah. The younger guy gave a little shrug.
When somebody's busy with a piece of furniture, I'm usually the one who helps them get it into their vehicle. Sometimes it's me and one or two other guys. You know, whatever's needed.
Uh-huh. Can you give me those names, just so I can jot them on my list?
He did, and I did.
And Mariah, I don't see her around. You said she does most of the pricing?
True. And that's both inside and out here, so she's popping around all over the place, Mike said.
Okay, good. Do any of you work at the sales counter inside?
All three shook their heads. Boring, Todd said. I gotta keep moving.
He did have a lot of restless energy, I noticed. Definitely the kind of person who couldn't sit still. Anyone else who regularly works out here with you? Nancy supplied two other names. Mike looked blank until she described them. You know, the teenage girl with the pink hair and nose ring. And then there's the boy who always shows up in pressed trousers and a white shirt and freaks out that he's going to get dirty.
Yeah, parole girl and mama's boy.
Nancy nudged him when he said it.
Well, they're both short-termers. She's working off her community service obligation, and I don't know. I guess his parents want him to get out and experience volunteerism. I don't know.
I marked the names on my list. It didn't sound like either would have been assigned to work with the money. Thanks for the info. I stepped a little closer to the pair. Listen, word in the office is that Mr. Stevens may be assigning someone to watch over the donation intakes a little more closely. Make sure things really are making it to the showroom floor. In case I don't see Mariah inside, you might want to mention that to her.
Mike shuffled a little, and I wondered if a vision of that big screen was going through his head.
At any rate, I'd done what I could to help curtail the pilfering. Now, back to my main assignment, finding out about the missing cash. 2 vehicles had driven into the back lot, and I hung around, listening in on the conversations between workers and customers. Todd lifted a fat, upholstered chair onto the back of a pickup truck, while a pair of teens helped a pregnant young woman fit a crib and changing table into a car that seemed way too small to carry it all. Some twine helped hold the hatch closed, and she was soon on her way. After asking the teens their names and checking them off the list, I decided it was time to head inside. I spotted Dottie and gravitated toward her familiar face. I tell you, keeping it looking neat in here is a full-time job, she said. Today she was dusting the books on the shelves. She supplied me with a couple of names, women who regularly worked at the same type of tasks. Do any of them alternate off and work the register? She shook her head. Oh, there's one. Millie. I don't know her last name, but she's about Miss Elsa's age. She likes to organize the baby items, but she's at the sales desk a lot of the time. I thanked Dottie and put a mark beside the only Millie on the list. I would need to talk with her at some point. I still had check marks by fewer than half of the names. Benny Stevens had been less than informative when I asked specifically who handled the cash, but maybe I could put together a more comprehensive list by talking with Elsa and the bookkeeper Carol. Waiting for a lull in activity at the counter, I asked Elsa if she could use a break. Benny stood to one side, chatting with a man with short, sandy hair and wearing a clerical collar. He glanced at Elsa and gave her a nod, so I assumed he would step in to help out if things got busy again. That was our minister, Elsa said as we approached the vending machines beside the back door. He's the nicest young man. Does he ever volunteer here at the shop? Oh, no. He's a busy man, what with hospital visitation, the youth ministry, and preparing 2 sermons a week. He and Benny are friends, as well as having lots of deacon business, I'd imagine. I fished into my jeans pocket for money and bought us a couple of sodas. We carried them to the outdoor picnic table, where many of the workers took their lunch breaks. I showed her the list. Can you tell me which of these people work the sales counter? I should have thought of starting with this, but it had seemed a good idea to eliminate those who definitely didn't. Graham adjusted her glasses and studied the names. Got a pen? I handed her mine, and she made little dots beside 3 more names. Those are the ones I'm sure of, because I've worked with them more than once. Thanks. Now here's the schedule Benny gave me. Can you tell me which days you are absolutely certain that money went missing? Well, I'm only really sure of a couple. The day you and Victoria came in, when I told you about the $100 bill. I took the pen and made a tiny X on the date. And there was another time, about a week before that. She studied the dates and pointed to the previous Tuesday. Had to be this one because, see, I was working that day. Good. This is a big help. I'll be able to sit down at home where it's a little quieter and go through all this, cross-reference everything. We finished our sodas and I walked back inside with her. My next target was Carol Meyerson, and I found the bookkeeper in her little cubby of an office. Benny's desk was empty, and I wondered if he and the minister had gone out for lunch or something. Hi, Carol. Got a minute? She looked up at me a little vaguely, the way I sometimes feel when I've had my mind deep into numbers and an actual person steps into the room and interrupts my train of thought. Of course. You're Charlie, right? I took the chair across the desk from her and posed some basic questions about how the flow of money was handled in the business. Pretty simple, really, compared to some of the corporate offices where I've worked. She settled back in her chair. Sales come in all day. Usually in the late afternoon, I'll go and gather up the receipts, credit and debit charges and cash, and bring everything in here to tally and write up a bank deposit. We don't issue any invoices, so there's no accounts receivable. Once the deposit is ready to go, I'll either drop it at the night depository on my way home, or I'll put it in the safe, if you can call it that, here at the office, and take it to the bank the next day. Does anyone else handle the cash, other than you? Oh, yes. Well, the clerk's out front, and then, of course, Benny sometimes does the deposit if I'm not working that day. So a deposit is done every day that the shop is open? Not every single day. Sometimes we're not that busy, and it hardly seems worth the effort. I'll hold it and combine the next day's receipts. Something stuck in my head. The safe. What do you mean by, if you can call it that? She turned to the credenza behind her and bent to open a sliding door section. Behind it was a metal box with a combination dial on the front of it. I could see that it was one of those small devices designed to keep personal papers safe up to a certain temperature in case of fire. They were certainly not burglar-proof. In fact, unless the thing were bolted through the cabinetry into the wall behind it, anyone who could lift 20 pounds could probably carry it out of here. I see what you mean. Looks like this is mainly to keep the money from being too easy to access and to protect it from fire. Carol nodded. You may have noticed that everything here is rather pieced together. There's no budget for office furniture or equipment, so the desks and our fabulous safe were things that came in as donations. The computers are ancient, but that's probably a moot point. I came up in the age of paper ledgers and handwritten entries, so generating monthly reports and P&Ls on this thing, well, it's a challenge. But I manage. You've worked here a long time? Not really, about 6 months. I'm just repeating what I was told when I started. I guess I commented on the safe to Benny, and that's the story I got. Okay, back to the handling of the cash. Do you tally the day's receipts with the total from the cash register? She gave a sad nod. Sometimes. That old thing is another freebie that came in as donated. It's on the fritz a lot,
and some of the electronic functions really don't work well at all. Sometimes it just locks down and won't do a thing. Benny seems to have some sort of a magic touch with it, and he can usually get it working again. When it's being temperamental, I just tell the volunteers to use a notepad and calculator."
She chuckled and pointed to her own gray hair.
"I'm old-fashioned that way. Just figure out a solution and make it work." "Have there been any days when you've noticed cash missing?"
She pondered that for a minute.
"Not really. I know the older lady who's out there today said something was missing a few days ago. But really, it's so hard to tell. I'm not saying she's lying, but I didn't find anything to back up that idea."
Carol must have caught the way my expression hardened. Elsa may be old, but she's still sharp, and she never lies.
"Oh, she's a dear, dear lady. We've spoken many times. It's just that, well, she is over 90, and I mean—"
I forced myself to take her comments at face value and not get upset.
"What about any of the others who work the register? Have you had any reason to doubt any of them?" "Nearly all of them are members of the church, and I know Reverend Marshall thinks the world of them all." "I'm sure."
I was running out of questions for the moment.
"Well, if you think of anything else, could you give me a call?"
I handed her one of my RJP Investigations business cards, which she pocketed with hardly a glance. I spent the next couple of hours tracking down the marked names on my list, those who had actually handled cash. Not one could remember a specific instance of money going missing. The older workers, including Millie, reminded me a lot of Elsa, retirees who were looking to fill their time with something worthwhile. A couple of younger ones, kids in their 20s who lived at home and had been strongly encouraged by their parents to find a purpose. I was so reminded of my nephew Jason. Of this latter group, the level of distraction was palpable. Eyes drifting towards cell phones, minds most likely on the opposite sex. I could see any of them misplacing cash, but most likely not masterminding a plot to steal it. None would qualify in a contest for brightest bulb in the chandelier. It soon became apparent that the answers they gave were designed to be precisely what I wanted to hear. This was getting me nowhere. Chapter 7. I arrived home at 2:45, exhausted from talking all day. Elsa and Dottie, chipper as ever, had suggested we eat a late lunch or early dinner together. I begged off, needing some quiet time without voices in my head. Then my phone rang. It showed Ron's number. "Hey, what's up?" Victoria's voice responded.
"We're on the road, but wanted to give you a call." "Everything okay?"
A little glum, but it all went fine. We got here before noon, saw Jason to his room, had some lunch together. We offered to stay the night in a hotel and say goodbye in the morning, but the sergeant in charge said it's better to make a clean break and let the student start acclimating to his new routine. There was a short pause. The feeling is sort of bummed right now. That's Ron. Mixed with mild anxiety. That's me. Jason seemed fine. He'll adapt.
"Glad to hear it. Am I on speaker?"
"No." "Tell my brother to let it go. I know he's not good at that, but it's what his kid needs right now." She chuckled. "I will."
"Just think of it as practice for when Justin heads for college next year."
"It'll be way too quiet with only Joey at home for a while, won't it?" "Probably, but then you two can begin to enjoy the life of real grown-ups, the kind who do what they want instead of what the kids want." "I'm with you on that." She was still laughing when we ended the call. On my way to the kitchen, I took 3 deep breaths, just to savor the quiet while Freckles was outside doing her business. Look at me, talking about what it's like to not have kids when we treat our pups just like one. I put on the tea kettle and pulled a little carton of yogurt from the fridge. Settling at the dining table, I spread out the papers and notes I'd collected all morning.
comparing the calendar with the notes I'd made from the interviews. I was hoping to spot a pattern where the same people were working on the days Elsa had noticed money was missing. Although I rearranged the bits and scraps of paper several times, I couldn't spot anything that made me go, aha! So I got up and walked out to the garden to get a new perspective. Besides the 2 full-time employees, there really were a limited number who handled the cash, so that was good news. I didn't need to investigate everyone. Maybe a quick look into their personal lives would give more insight. Was there someone with a record of this sort of thing? Someone who'd suddenly started spending more conspicuously? Someone with financial woes? Of course, another thought was to suggest that the shop put a security camera near the sales counter and simply watch all the transactions. 2 problems with that. I'd already been told they had no budget for equipment or services, and now that I'd interviewed most of them, they'd be on guard. Still, knowing they were being watched, whether by me or by a camera, might make the thief quit. And that was something else I could watch for, whether any of the volunteers suddenly stopped coming in now that they'd been questioned. Their actions might point to the guilty party. I decided to begin with the simplest method of learning about people's lives: social media. I began searching the major sites, including the ones the younger set like to use. It didn't take long to find several, primarily in the 20 to 60 age group. Even Reverend Marshall had a Facebook page where he'd posted lively descriptions of all the fun doings each week at the church. Who'd have guessed? Nancy Pomeroy was there, and I discovered the smiley woman who'd taken a valuable painting was married with at least 3 grandkids, whose pictures filled most of her posts. I scrolled through her personal information and learned she was a native of Albuquerque, had attended UNM, and was now retired after a career in marketing. She made no mention of a church affiliation or volunteer work at the thrift shop. Mike Weber, the big screen TV fan, was a deacon in the church. He'd posted about a bunch of friends getting together to watch football this coming weekend. I didn't find Mariah Blinker anywhere online. She might be an expert at pricing used items in a thrift store, but she wasn't much for showing up on the internet. Benny Stevens didn't show up on social media, but the church website listed him as a deacon, along with a picture of him and his lovely wife Bonnie. Benny and Bonnie. Cute. I looked for her on social, and she was all over the place. She tended to be a blabby little thing on Twitter, including one, "Big yay, our mortgage app came through," to which several friends responded along the lines of, "Bet you're relieved," along with lots of congratulatory messages. Okay, I could see how first-time homeowners would be thrilled to be getting their first house, but relieved didn't seem to cover that. I made a little mark on my page to see if I could learn more about the Stevens finances. Carol Meyerson didn't show up on any of my searches, which I supposed was not surprising. She wasn't as old as Elsa, but I'd still guess she was of the generation that didn't go in much for social media. She'd already admitted to me that she didn't care for the computer at all, and would have been a lot more comfortable keeping the shop's records on written ledgers. The name Eugene Towner was next on my list. I hadn't had the chance to really interview the taciturn guy who'd first shown me out to the back building and set me up with Nancy and Mike. From the schedule, it seemed he worked at the shop most days, and I tried to remember his story. Mid-30s and lived at home with his mother. I'd overheard him talking with one of the other men as they carried some items from the intake area to the showrooms, and he'd seemed congenial enough with that guy. But when I'd greeted him the next day, he only offered a gruff, "huh," and went on his way. I don't know if he thought I was flirting, seriously, or if he just wasn't the chatty type. Anyway, there'd been zero rapport between us. Social media searches for him led me to some groups where the conversation tended to consist of rants against whatever had appeared in the news that day. Everything from gun control to immigration to the latest variation of the newest virus seemed to be fodder for rumor and vehement opinions. Some of the arguments were so blatantly out there that I couldn't bring myself to read further.
So, okay, Eugene was just one of those guys who doesn't fit the mainstream. I looked up his mother, who reminded me of a neighbor who'd lived down the street when I was a kid. A sweet-mannered lady who managed her kids' lives down to the minute, but didn't have a clue what they were sneaking into when she wasn't around. Mrs. Towner's posts were all about the activities she and Eugene attended together, including their various church activities. I remembered someone saying Eugene worked at Heavenly Treasures because his mother had encouraged it. Could he be resentful enough to feel the church owed him something? Something like a few $100 extra a week? I put a mark beside his name as well. Tomorrow, Ron would be back in town, and I'd ask if we could do deeper background checks into some of those on my list. I'd just begun a search of online directory information, looking for addresses for my suspects, when I heard a sound outside. Freckles came out of a solid sleep and bounded for the front door. Drake was home. Chapter 8. The Cadillac sat at the curb waiting.
Hey, baby. How was your day?
Rodney Day had seen his wife coming and walked around to open the passenger door. His old-fashioned, gentlemanly manners were one thing that had appealed to her when they met 5 years ago. Same old. Cece slid into the car and pulled off the wig, running her fingers through her short blonde hair to fluff it. Immediately, she found herself sitting up straighter. Can't wait to get home and have a shower. Do we have time for a drink together before we're due at the party?
We do. And so what? No one's going to bat an eye when their largest donor and the best fundraiser they've ever had shows up a little late for dinner.
He pulled into traffic and headed west. True, she said with a laugh. A pledge to match up to $1 million in donations? That's probably more than the Theater Guild ever saw until we came along. She looked across at her lover and partner. With his gray hair worn longish and styled to perfection, and his handlebar mustache, he fit the role of a well-to-do gentleman behind the wheel of the classic car. She'd picked up the car a few years ago, loving the big fins and chrome accents. The fact that it was painted bright pink cinched the deal. She loved driving and being seen in pinky. She'd been at work when Rodney walked in one day and inquired about the car out in the parking lot. It's not for sale, she'd said.
Perhaps you need a chauffeur.
It was probably his British accent and the wink that convinced her to have dinner with him that night. A week later, she moved in with him. Rodney Day was born Robert O'Flannery in a rough neighborhood in New York, where he learned, first and foremost, that he didn't want to remain little Robbie his whole life. He'd watched his dad drink himself to death at an early age, and his ma worked and scrounged to raise 6 kids. Not for him. At age 12, he stowed away on a freighter and ended up in London, where the streets were just as rough, but he quickly hired on to make food deliveries to the big hotels, and there he spotted the men he wanted to become. He got work at the poshest of the posh hotels, worked his way up from the loading dock to the kitchen, and eventually to bellman. As he trolleyed suitcases up to the rooms, he listened to everything. Robbie had a knack for imitating accents, and he was soon speaking the Queen's English as well as any high-born young lord, when it suited his purposes. His listening skills told him when the guests would be out of their rooms, when someone had jewelry to store in the hotel safe, and what play they were attending in the theater district. It took no creativity at all to figure out what time the muckety-mucks would return, and he also developed a knack for taking only one small item from any given guest room. Street talk during his New York days had taught him that when a place was ransacked, the police were called. But if one item went missing, the owner would normally chalk it up to forgetfulness. If the stolen item was reported at all, it was days later. By then, Robbie's network of crooks and fences would have converted the necklace or ring or tie pin to cash for him. Nice, untraceable cash. Travelers who stayed in hotels were especially easy. Offering to deliver room service meals on behalf of the kitchen staff,
he had access to the rooms. If a key was missing from a dresser top, the guest would simply request another at the desk downstairs. Sometimes he even checked up on his own work, listening in on a conversation the next day after he'd removed some lovely bauble from the lady's jewel box.
"Are you certain you brought the emeralds, darling?" a distracted husband would ask. "See, right there are your rubies. I'll bet you left the emeralds at home. We'll find them in your dresser when we get back."
The woman might send a poisonous look toward her husband, but she never gave the room service lad a second glance. The man would tip extra just to get the boy to leave so they could conduct their argument in private. And Robbie would smile all the way down the elevator. The 1950s were a delicious time. No high-speed trains, few transatlantic flights, international phone calls were expensive, and the internet was not even a gleam in anyone's eye. To make himself personally less traceable, he'd even adopted a new name and biography. The surname Day was well known in European circles, and when Robbie called himself Rodney, he made it easy to assume he was a distant nephew. When it was convenient, he could revert back to his New York accent and claim he'd come from the American side of the Day family. No one questioned too closely, especially when he emulated the manners and phrases of those he'd observed. "Where are you?" Cece asked now from her side of the Cadillac.
"Oh, just reminiscing. Nothing important."
He made the left turn into their neighborhood. 2 more turns on winding streets through an older part of the city, and they came to the striking mid-century modern home that almost could have been an early Frank Lloyd Wright. The cream stucco, apple green trim, and many windows were reminiscent of the famed architect's Booth House, and it was in a country club neighborhood, rare to find a rental in this area, the landlord had told them. Rodney didn't care about any pedigree. They just needed a house that suited their purposes, to entertain lavishly enough to impress those from whom he planned to confiscate a bit of their spare wealth. That's all. And they talked him into skipping the credit check by paying a year in advance. That was 6 months ago. Their business in Albuquerque should be completed in plenty of time. He pulled into the driveway, pressing the button at the precise moment so the garage door would be fully up and he could drive the caddy inside without pausing. Cece waited until the door was down before she got out of the car. It was just a thing she had, not wanting to be seen in her day job get-up here in the neighborhood. Sort of the same reason why she didn't drive the classic pink car to work and park it alongside the ordinary vehicles of the others. She preceded him through the connecting door to the kitchen and set her clunky purse on the counter. "I only managed a couple hundred today," she told him as she pulled cash from the purse. "They've got some woman looking around, asking way too many questions."
"What, like an auditor?"
"I don't think so. She didn't sit with me at my desk or ask to see records, but I just about lost it when she handed me her card. Private investigator."
"Bloody hell."
Rodney was in one of his British phases now. In other cities, he'd adopted a French or German accent. He would use this one at all times until they finished their job here. She set the cash on the counter and reached out to stroke his mustache. "I love it when you talk that way."
"I thought you disapproved of cursing."
"In that accent, it really doesn't sound like a curse." She turned her back to him. "Unzip me?" He lowered the zipper on the shirtwaist dress she'd worn to work, and she pushed it off her shoulder and let it drop to the floor, along with the built-in padding and unflattering bra that made up the outfit. His breath caught when she turned to face him. Even at 65, 10 years his junior, Cece's body could pass for 40. She worked at it. The home gym had come with the house, and she barely ate a nibble or two at social functions. Sadly, Rodney couldn't exactly act upon his desires at a moment's notice anymore, and they had the theater fundraiser to attend. "Make my usual dirty martini," she said. "I'll be out of the shower in 10. Exactly 12 minutes later, she emerged from the bedroom, dressed in a fitted floor-length purple gown laden in beadwork. Strappy sandals and a small evening bag completed the look. Her cap of blonde hair accentuated her high cheekbones and fine jawline. He never failed to be amazed at the transformation skillfully applied makeup and correct posture could bring about. Gone was the slump-shouldered look and the powdery foundation that would make any woman look worse than her age.
New dress?
Yes, actually. I picked it up yesterday. You were there, in Dillard's. He remembered waiting while she carried several expensive dresses into the changing room, then overheard her complaining to the fawning clerk how the attached anti-theft device was pulling the hem out of shape and causing the fit to be all wrong. He could only surmise that when they left 20 minutes later, the beaded gown had fallen into the bottom of her hobo bag, while 14 dresses were left strewn about the dressing room for the clerk to sort through. Once the poor girl figured out one was missing, they'd be out of the mall and probably 5 blocks away.
I love it on you,
he said, handing Cece her drink. Thank you, kind sir. She took a sip and rolled her green eyes heavenward. Remind me again who's going to be there tonight.
I'll go over the whole thing in the car. Need to get into my tux now.
He brushed a kiss against her cheek and headed toward his dressing room. Chapter 9. I woke at daylight to find Drake's arm across my waist and a little row of kisses trailing down my neck. It's one of our favorite ways to start the day, because it means he doesn't have an early flight. I rolled over and returned the kisses, and then, well, one thing led to another. An hour later, we were in the kitchen together, making toast and discussing plans for the day.
I've got some movie producer coming to scout locations around Santa Fe,
he said.
Been thinking about what to show him, but he'll probably already have a wish list. And if he's anything like the last one, he'll want to see a dozen places that are all 100 miles apart. And he'll have no clue how much fuel that uses or what he'll have to pay for the job.
He gave me a wry smile. Just follow your standard practice. Estimate extra for the hourly rate and bill his credit card before you take off. If there's credit left, you can refund it.
Right. Once burned, twice shy.
Important people tend to think their name alone would be enough to give them an open account with a lot of service providers, but we learned the hard way about extending credit. A couple of years ago, Drake relaxed his policy and took a megastar on a 2-hour show-off flight for a woman. Afterward, the guy's credit card was declined. He claimed not to have another one with him and said he'd mail a check. We still don't have our money for that one. Aviation businesses operate on a shoestring, and that $1,200 loss really stung. I sent him out the door with a lingering kiss before turning to get myself ready for the day. Ron would be back in the office, and I was hoping to get his help with some background checks on my various suspects. I found a pair of clean jeans and a comfy red t-shirt, called Freckles to come along, and we headed to the office. Surprisingly, Ron was already at his desk in his upstairs office at the converted Victorian house our private investigation business calls home. Hey, you doing all right? I asked, peeking through his doorway before heading to my own office across the hall.
Sure, why wouldn't I?
Because Victoria said you had a rough time letting go when you delivered your kid to boarding school yesterday? But I didn't say it. Instead, I went with, great, because I could use some background checks on people from the charity shop. He gave me a steady look. What? It's what you do all day. Employment background checks.
Yes, but those people have agreed to it. I assume you don't have signed release forms from these volunteers, letting you peep into their private lives?
Oh, I hadn't thought about that. And realistically, I couldn't see much way of getting them to agree. Yeah, you're right. Bad idea. Guess I'd better just stick with the interviews.
Definitely.
I was about to ask if he could help me get addresses for the people on my list, but decided that was something I could probably handle on my own. He already had a stack of messages on his desk to deal with. There were a dozen names on my list, and I had addresses for less than half of them, so I continued what I'd started yesterday afternoon. Online searches filled some of the gaps, and I even resorted to the most old-time source, a stack of old telephone directories we'd collected over the years. By mid-morning, I had a decent list. I debated the best plan of attack and decided to go with convenience. Sorting the list by neighborhoods, I would start closest to the office and work my way across town. The day was cool enough, and Freckles seemed up for an adventure, so I beckoned her to come along out to my Jeep. We headed north on Rio Grande toward the small community of Corrales. While it's actually an incorporated village, Corrales feels like an extension of Albuquerque, although with a much more rural atmosphere. I had several friends who lived there when I was in high school, but that was a while back and the community has grown. I found myself using my navigator to locate Eugene Towner's home. 2 adobe pillars flanked a long driveway, and as I turned in, I spotted a woman in front of an adobe house. She held a green watering can and stared toward the vehicle, obviously wondering who was showing up unannounced. I'd worked out my cover story, so I reached to the passenger seat and picked up my computer case. "Mrs. Towner?" I asked as I got out of the Jeep. "Is this Eugene Towner's home?" "Yes." She eyed me warily, and I realized the computer case could be taken for a salesperson's briefcase. I walked toward her, realizing she was very short, somewhat under 5 feet tall, with gray hair, cut severely short, and vivid blue eyes. She wore mid-calf capris with dirt stains at the knees, and her hands had clearly been working in the soil. "I've been volunteering at Heavenly Treasures for a few days, and I met Eugene there." Her wrinkles softened somewhat. "I'm not selling anything," I said with a chuckle. "I found this computer behind the sales desk at the shop and thought Eugene might have forgotten it there." She set down the watering can and approached. "He has a computer, of course, but the case looks different. His is a Mac." "Oh, then I'm sorry. This one's a Dell." "It was awfully nice of you to drive all this way out here. Even if it was his, he could have brought it home next time he's in the shop." "Well, I wasn't sure. I saw from the schedule that he wasn't working today, so—" "He's not here right now," she said. Did I detect a flicker of hope that I might be interested in Eugene personally? Yuck. I raised my left hand to rub the side of my face, making certain she saw my wedding ring. "Oh, that's all right. Does he have another job on his days off from the thrift shop?" "No, he doesn't seem to have found exactly the right career as yet. I encouraged him to take as many days at Heavenly Treasures as he can get. Can't have him sitting around in that man cave of his all the time. But I can always find things for him to do around here. We have 2 acres, you know." She waved vaguely toward the back of the property where I spotted some wooden hives and a grove of trees laden with red apples. It went along with what Elsa had told me about Eugene, that he was a 37-year-old who'd never left the nest. "That's too bad, about his not finding the right job opportunities. Must be hard to come up with spending money and whatever, especially since he probably has a girlfriend." She bristled. "There have been girlfriends, of course there have. And Eugene has all he needs here, what with the monthly income from his late father's life insurance annuity. He does just fine." I could see it wouldn't do to come right out with any questions about whether he'd recently shown off any extra money. This Mama Bear wouldn't hear ill of her child, even when he was an unemployed middle-aged man. Freckles rescued me with a whine. I looked back to see that she had her paws on the window frame and her head hanging out. "Guess I'd better get going. Thanks, Mrs. Towner." "Betty." She visibly softened when she spotted my dog. A winsome spaniel face will do that to anyone. "Thanks, Betty, and don't worry about mentioning the computer to Eugene. My mistake." I found a wide spot in the driveway, turned around, and headed back to the road. The next address on my list was for Kylie Wyndham, one of the teens who'd had a hard time figuring out the difference between nickels and dimes. Still, it didn't mean the girl didn't know good and well what a $100 bill was worth. I'd been told she was living in a halfway house on North 4th Street. According to the work schedule, she had today off. I headed up Alameda and made the turn onto 4th. The house sat too near the busy street, probably another of those that once had a front yard before the street was widened. There was no parking on the property, so I did a U-turn and pulled to the curb in front of it. "Stay here and be good," I told Freckles, powering the windows up so she couldn't get through the space, while leaving her plenty of fresh air. I rang the bell and used the lost computer excuse again with the man who answered. "I thought Kylie might have left it at the thrift shop yesterday."
"She's in the den. You can ask her. But I wasn't aware she owned a computer."
I followed him into what looked like any average living room if you shopped for your furniture at Goodwill. To be fair, it was probably what they could afford, and their residents most likely weren't known for taking great care with such items. I remembered Kylie when I saw her. Pink hair, a nose ring, pretty face, and good teeth. She would have a nice smile if she ever let one happen. She was slouched on a saggy plaid sofa, staring at a cell phone screen.
"Kylie?"
the man said in a voice loud enough to get through whatever was playing on the girl's earbuds.
"Look up for a second. This lady says this might be your computer."
I held up the case. Kylie took a nanosecond look and shook her head before going back to her screen. The man shrugged and walked back the way we'd come. In the foyer/dining area, he paused and I took the opportunity to speak. "I'm afraid this isn't the only reason I'm here," I said. "There's been some money missing from the thrift shop and—" He rolled his eyes and gave a small groan. "We're not accusing any of the kids, but I have to ask. Has Kylie or any of the other kids who work at Heavenly Treasures recently started flashing any spare money around? Or buying things you're pretty sure they can't afford?" He actually paused long enough to make it seem he was considering the question.
"These kids. If they had spare cash, I'd be the last person to see it. Kylie's not one of them, but a lot of the kids here would take any cash they got and it would go up their noses or into a handful of pills. We're not a drug rehab place. The really strung-out ones go elsewhere. But I'd be foolishly naive if I believed there's no contraband on the premises. So if you're a cop—"
I held up my free hand. "I'm not."
"Like I said, Kylie's never had drugs as a problem. She just came from a really bad home situation and needed a safe place. If she can finish school and get some kind of vocational training, she'll probably turn out okay. She's not stupid, but she hasn't been given great examples all her life, okay?"
"Thanks. I appreciate your candor. And I can see where she can use some basic life skills that she's not getting through her phone."
"I hear you. I'm working on implementing phone time limits. So far, I've got everyone putting their phones in a basket during meal times. It's progress, although not enough."
I reached into the purse hanging from my shoulder and pulled out my list of potential suspects. "Can you give me any insights into some of these other kids? I have the same address for these two." I pointed them out. He studied the page and pointed at a name.
"Trouble, this kid. I should have put him on a road crew or busting rocks in a quarry."
He looked up and smiled at that comment. There are no quarries around here.
"He shouldn't be in any environment where small items can walk off. I'll look at finding him some other work assignment. If he had access to your cash, just beware."
I noted the name, and he was not one who'd ever worked the register. Too bad. It might have solved my problem.
"This other girl, she's a lot like Kylie. I don't know that she wouldn't steal money, but she hasn't shown up with it around here."
I thanked him again and left one of my business cards, in case he thought of anything else. Out in the Jeep, I patted Freckles and sat there a minute, ticking off the names I'd just checked out. I could catch Paseo del Norte and take it to the far northeast heights, where the next logical home visit would be at Benny Stevens' place. But it was nearly noon, and one slice of morning toast will only take a girl so far. I needed a Big Mac fix. Chapter 10. Rodney dropped Cece off at the usual spot a block from her job, then headed toward the car wash. He'd promised to get the pink caddy and nice detailing today, and he knew just the place. It was only a mile or so away, and there was a young guy there who was enthralled with the old car. Rodney always got his money's worth when he went there, and he could grab a cup of coffee and read the newspapers while he waited. Albuquerque didn't have a lot of newsstands, not like New York or London, most certainly. But he knew of one, and he stopped there to pick up the Times and the Guardian before dropping off the car. For one moment he wished with a pang that Cece could enjoy the life of leisure as much as he did. From his late 20s, Rodney Day had set himself up not to labor at all. He worked. Oh, yes, he did. But although his jobs required meticulous planning, they were far more lucrative than anything with a salary attached. He could savor the benefits of a gentleman's club or a health spa, could linger over an expensive lunch or order the best wine with dinner. But Cece felt differently. She loved being in the midst of things, loved having a place to be each day and specific duties to perform, and she loved acting a role. She could have been an actress on stage or screen if she'd so chosen. In fact, she'd once told him of playing a minor movie role when she was in her 20s. She was the girl who was supposed to scream when the rapist showed up at the window of her girlfriend's bedroom. It had taken 2 full days to get that scene down just right. Someone would miss standing on their mark, or someone would speak too quickly. Sitting around the movie set while cameras and extras and makeup people fiddled about, well, it was all much too boring for Cece. She collected her union scale pay and decided she could earn more than that by simply using her wits out in the real world. He spread the Times out on the coffee shop table, memories of the past blending with the present-day news on the page in front of him. Page 1 of the art section carried this headline: 20 years later, no trace of missing Picasso. Rodney chuckled. He didn't need to read the rehash of the details of what had been called one of the most daring art heists of the millennium. Silly, considering the new millennium was only about a year old when it happened. He knew the details. He knew the parts the police didn't know. The article included a photo of the missing painting, one he knew every inch of, one he looked at each morning as he dressed before he closed the secret panel over it again. Of course, he had no way to reap the monetary reward from the heist. The painting was too well known. But there were always unscrupulous billionaires in the world who didn't care about a painting's provenance. They, like he, simply wanted to stare at it each day. And one of the reasons for his and Cece's fundraising work with the Theater Guild, and others like it, was to have access to exactly those types of people. Perhaps today's reminder in the Times would bring out some discussion about the piece, and that conversation could lead to another. When his ma used to say that patience was a virtue, he was fairly certain this wasn't what she had in mind. Nevertheless, he'd kept it in mind for 20 years now. Someone had abandoned a copy of today's Albuquerque Journal at the next table, and Rodney picked it up before the waitstaff could toss it away. The society pages had a piece on the Theater Guild's fundraiser, including the juicy bit that wealthy arts patrons Rodney and Cece Day had pledged to match donations up to $1 million for the refurbishment of the theater property. The so-called article was little more than a PR piece to bring in added donations. So much the better, he thought with a smile. There was, of course, no matching money. The donations were being held by Rodney himself, ostensibly to verify them. He and Cece gave a little talk at each fundraising event, such as last night's, and reported the progress. Someone had suggested coming up with a poster of one of those thermometers with a rising red line to visually show how much they'd collected. How crude. Cece developed a little computer graphic, which she filled in with metallic gold ink, a bit more each week, and then had it printed on heavy cardstock and placed next to each of the 1,000 per-dinner plates. The classy touch had been his idea. The computer skill was hers. They made a wonderful team. He finished his Brazilian roast coffee and glanced at his Rolex. The car should be done by now. He abandoned the newspapers where they were. No one could say definitively that it was the man with the mane of white hair who'd been reading only articles about money and art. Then again, with his tailored suit, expensive gold watch, and 3-carat diamond pinky ring, who was to say those weren't his favorite subjects? He strolled back to the car wash, admired the detail job on the caddy, and tipped the young man handsomely. As always, the boy practically drooled over the extra attention. The lad would miss the strikingly handsome man in the big car once they bailed out of this city. But that was too bad. They never remained in one place very long, and $1 million score was a good one, especially for an area as financially deprived as New Mexico. With Cece otherwise occupied until mid-afternoon, Rodney considered his options. There was another fundraiser tomorrow night, this time one of the wealthier country clubs on the east side of the city. He could go shopping, as she had, for another expensive dress for her, but Cece liked to choose her own clothes, and trying on a selection of the pricey gowns was part of the fun for her. He opted instead to drive back to the house so he could admire his Picasso alone for a while, then take a dip in the pool and spend some time in the home sauna. Ah, the life of the leisure class. Chapter 11. The home of Benny and Bonnie Stevens, yes, I still chuckled when I said it out loud, was in a nicer neighborhood than I'd expected. A new Toyota minivan with the dealer sticker still in place sat in the driveway. Maybe Bonnie was some kind of high-power attorney or something like that. But when I rang the bell on the 2-story stucco and red tile home, the woman who answered was definitely not the maid. She wore a flowered sundress and blue sandals, and her highlighted hair looked freshly done.
Bonnie? Hi, I'm Charlie Parker. I've been volunteering at Heavenly Treasures recently. Oh, yes, my husband works there. Wonderful cause, the mission work.
She stood aside and invited me in. I knew in advance that my story about finding a computer and wondering whether Benny was missing his wasn't going to work here. Any bit of logic would say that I could have simply put it in his office until his return the next day. I needed to go with something closer to the truth.
I was hoping to get a chance to chat with Benny privately, away from the shop. And since I just live...
I waved vaguely westward, as if my home were only a block or two from here, instead of nearly 15 miles.
Anyway, is he home? Well, no. He uses his afternoon away from the shop to do little personal things. Today, I believe it was a dental appointment.
Oh, I hadn't thought to ask. It's probably lucky that I caught you here. Or do you work from home? Bonnie's already perky smile brightened.
You could say that. 4 kids and keeping up the house. Yes, home is definitely a full-time job.
We walked through a tiled entry into a larger great room. Near a huge sectional sofa knelt a kid I guessed to be about 4, who was focused on a coloring book on the coffee table. A dining table for 6 sat near the sliding glass doors that faced a well-manicured backyard. Bonnie stepped into the kitchen, all granite and stainless steel, and offered me iced tea. I accepted, thinking she might be talkative if I stayed a little while. She poured tea from a glass pitcher, and I perched on a stool at the counter. You really have a beautiful home.
Well, as I said, it's a full-time job.
Her smile was starting to seem a little pasted on. Did the woman have another expression?
What was it you wanted to talk with Benny about? Maybe I could help. I'm quite involved with our church activities, too.
In addition to being a mother of 4 who keeps a perfect house and smiles all the time.
Has he mentioned to you that there's been some money missing at Heavenly Treasures? Oh, why no, he hasn't. Is it very much?
We're not really sure yet. I pulled out one of my business cards and slid it across the counter toward her. A couple of the volunteers first noticed, and when they reported it to your husband, he asked me to check into it.
Wow, a private investigator. That must be exciting work.
Actually, I'm an accountant, but my work has evolved into some investigations as well.
Well, that must be so fascinating. I took accounting classes in school, But of course, that was before the kids, and my life just kind of filled up. My investigation is still just beginning. I've started with a list of the volunteers who have access to the cash. Basically, it's a matter of talking to each one, finding out whether they saw anything going on. She nodded and took a long sip of her tea. As I understand it, other than the volunteers, the shop has only 2 regular employees, your husband and the bookkeeper. Carol Meyerson, I think her name is. I hoped the vague tone would bring out a little gossip, but that wasn't happening, so I had to come out and ask. Do you know Carol? I couldn't seem to come up with an address or anything much about her. I don't know her well. She started last spring, right before Easter, as I recall. I had taken a few of the children's old clothes and some brand new stuffed animals to the shop as a donation. I met Carol then. She seems awfully nice, and Benny was really impressed at how well she took over the bookkeeping duties. Before she came along, I guess the record-keeping was kind of a hodgepodge of deposit slips and receipts. She set up profit and loss statements on the computer. I do know our church treasurer was most grateful. Have you ever been to her home, socialized? No. She's a very pleasant older lady, but it seems that she keeps her work and her personal lives separate. Benny says she has talked some about her husband. Apparently he was a very successful stockbroker, and their investments have left them well off. I get the impression he plays golf a lot, and she works at the shop to fill her hours.
Maybe the husband had a different last name, which could explain why I couldn't find Carol's.
Is she a member of your church? Oh, no. The shop is affiliated because of the mission work, but the people there aren't necessarily church members. I guess maybe half are.
Some of the people on my witness list seem to be doing community service and that type of thing.
Yes, Benny has mentioned several really troubled kids who work for him.
She gazed fondly toward the little one still working away at his coloring book.
I'm so lucky to have been here to raise my kids and look out for their needs. Not all families have as good a situation as we do.
That's very true. Do your older kids ever work at the shop?
They're all in school right now. Our 2 middle schoolers were just accepted at Albuquerque Academy this term. And then, of course, they have tons of outside activities. Sports, dance lessons, you name it. I finally got the minivan this year, mainly to shuttle everyone around.
She glanced back at the clock on the stove.
Oh my gosh, look at the time. I'll need to get going. A mother's work is never done.
My tea was nearly gone, and I'd pretty well run through my questions, so I slid off the stool and picked up my purse. With quick movements, Bonnie set the tea glasses in the sink and called out to her son in her perky little sing-songy way.
Randy, let's get going.
The kid dropped his crayons in place and went along as Bonnie shepherded him toward the front door while grabbing her purse from the hall table. I found myself swept along as she efficiently got everyone out the front door in under a minute. Maybe she really was a supermom.
Nice to meet you, Charlie,
she called out as she headed toward the minivan, and I walked to my Jeep at the curb. I fiddled with my keys and let her back out of the driveway before I started up. Everything I'd just witnessed, the upscale home, new vehicle, her comments about the kids' activities and schooling, none of this could possibly be affordable on Benny's salary from a dinky thrift shop. As I found myself following the route of the minivan, a dozen thoughts ran through my head. Was the church subsidizing this family, maybe because of Benny's service? Were the couple deeply in debt? As I watched Bonnie's vehicle make the turn at the entrance of the priciest private school in the city, I realized I needed to get a better idea of how much money the shop was missing. Freckles was becoming restless, and I had to admit I'd had enough for the day. We headed toward home. Chapter 12. Much to her relief, I let Freckles out to the backyard right away. She raced around, did her business, and raced around some more. When the sound of voices came from next door,
The dog ran through the break in the hedge toward Graham's house. I followed. Elsa and Dottie were sitting at the patio table, talking about cutting some chrysanthemums to take indoors. "Send Freckles home if she's bugging you," I said. "Little Freckle baby never a bother," Dottie said, sneaking the pooch a corner of the peanut butter cracker she was eating. "How was everything at the shop today?" I asked, taking a seat. "Mr. Stevens had the afternoon off, so it was kind of quiet," Elsa said. "Yeah, but this morning, whew, that man got a burr under his saddle or something." "What happened?" "He lit into a couple of volunteers something fierce." "About little things. Nothing that doesn't happen every day. Missing price tags, dust on the glassware, silly things." "Worried that I'm figuring out where the missing money went?" Dottie shook her head a little. "You think it's him? I don't." "I'm looking at everyone, but I have to say there's reason to give Benny a second glance." I briefly described his home and things the wife said. "They're living way beyond their visible means, unless there's an inheritance or portfolio no one has mentioned." "Eugene Towner got it the worst," Elsa said, still on the topic. "Mr. Stevens started out by picking on the little stuff, but then it got personal. He said Eugene's mother enables him. I'm not sure what that means exactly, but Eugene got really red in the face and was clenching his fists and everything. He even stopped picking on me just a little. Jumped my case when I walked in with a box of new Christmas decorations. I give the man my fierce eye," which she demonstrated now, "and he shut right up." I could see why. Dottie's fierce eye was a force to be reckoned with. "It was nothing personal, Dottie. He nearly had that girl in tears, the one who was working at the counter with me." Elsa turned to me. "Her name's Bethany. She's friends with the pink-haired girl, whose name I can never remember." Kylie Wyndham. Anyway, I was definitely getting the picture that Benny Stevens had a bad morning. But was that related to my investigation? Money pressures of his own, or something else entirely? Maybe he just hadn't had his coffee yet. I stood up and patted my leg to get Freckles' attention as I turned toward the break in the hedge. Then I had a thought. "Are you ladies working at the shop again tomorrow?" "We are." "Do me a favor. I need to get a feel for how much cash passes through the place. For the next couple of days, can you just keep a listing of that for me? I'll give you a little spiral notebook, and you could write down the amount of every sale that's paid in cash." Elsa rubbed her hands together and grinned. "A spy assignment. I like it." I laughed. "Sure. Just don't let anyone notice that you're doing it." I guess it really is sort of a spy assignment. I was still grinning when I walked into my own kitchen.
"What's this all about?"
said Drake. I startled, my hand going to my heart. "I didn't know you were home."
"Quit the day a little early and left the aircraft for Paul's mechanic to do an oil change."
"Nice. Maybe we should make a plan this evening." Since we'd started the morning with our favorite activity, I doubted sex was on the agenda again quite so soon. I suggested we call Ron and Victoria and meet them at Pedro's for some enchiladas and margaritas. My brother's mood had definitely picked up since this morning. It might have something to do with the fact that they walked into Pedro's childless. "Joey has declared that a 12-year-old can most certainly stay home alone for an hour or two," Victoria told us. "We agreed on the condition that he have his phone on him at all times and that he respond within 30 seconds if we text." Ron pulled out his phone as he sat down across from me and fired off a quick text.
"I can almost make the kid wish he'd come along. This will be like dinner table conversation he can't get away from."
Victoria laid a hand on his. "Give him a little break, honey. We have to show that we trust him on his own."
"No, we don't."
His phone pinged with an incoming response. She rolled her eyes and looked toward the bar where Pedro was blending our drinks.
"Hurry."
"And Justin?" I asked.
"Oh, he's off with his friends. Now that he's driving, there's not an evening at home for him. There's a girlfriend."
Ron looked none too happy about that. "Let's talk about something other than kids," I suggested as the margaritas arrived. Concha, Pedro's wife, stepped up and asked about our food order, as if she needed to. I always have the green chili chicken enchiladas, and Ron goes for the beef burrito. The others tend to follow suit, the girls having chicken, the men opting for burritos.
"How much longer do you think you'll be helping Elsa at the thrift shop?"
Ron asked once we'd toasted to our first night out, the four of us, in several months. "Not sure." I dipped a tortilla chip into Concha's homemade salsa. "I've talked to a lot of the volunteers. The shop manager seems to be living beyond his means, but I have no idea how much he could feasibly skim out of a little store like that one. I still haven't got much of a beat on the bookkeeper. Can't seem to come up with an online presence for her. She's in her early or mid-70s, I'm guessing, but that doesn't put her out of the range for being active on social media. I wish I could get enough information to initiate a background check or credit report."
"Charlie."
"I know, you told me." Even though my devious little brain was still trying to work out a way around Ron's adherence to the rules. "Maybe you could set up a concealed camera and catch someone in the act of taking cash from the drawer," Victoria suggested. "Hey, it helps a lot in convenience stores." I thought about that. I could poke around in the donated stuff out back. Wouldn't surprise me if someone has donated a usable camera.
"They aren't that expensive these days,"
Drake offered.
"The fixed base operator at the airport has installed them all around the hangar now."
I decided I'd do a little shopping around. The camera was a good idea. Our food arrived, and I lost myself in the joy of green chili in my mouth and a fresh margarita to wash it down. Chapter 13. Cece looked stunning again tonight, Rodney decided as she emerged from the Cadillac under the portico entrance at the Snow and Country Club. This time she'd chosen an off-the-shoulder black knee-length dress, a diamond necklace that lay flat against her collarbones, and a shawl of some gauzy material with silver threads running through it. Tonight's event was the kickoff to the annual holiday fundraiser for the local children's hospital. The president of the Theater Guild had been so impressed with Rodney and Cece's generosity toward that organization that he'd nominated Rodney as chair of the hospital committee as well. Rodney practically salivated at the thought of how easily he could channel money from their banks into the special account he'd opened some years ago in Switzerland. This should be a snap. A very lucrative one. He handed the caddy's keys to a valet and took his wife's arm. Half of the upstairs dining room had been closed off for the private function. The tuxedoed waiters passed among the glittering crowd with silver trays of tiny canapes. A good-looking tall black man was talking with John Tanner from the Theater Guild, and the pair spotted Rodney and Cece and headed their direction.
"Rodney, I'd like you to meet Phil Jackson," John said. "Dr. Jackson is chief administrator of Donner's Children's Hospital and the man with whom you'll be working most closely on the holiday fund drive."
They shook hands and Rodney introduced Cece.
"Nice to meet you both. I'd love to introduce you to my wife, too, but she had a surgery to perform this afternoon, and it seems to have run long. Leandra Jackson is the top orthopedic surgeon at Donner. She's the reason kids with spinal deformities are now living normal lives and playing like every other kid."
Rodney swallowed hard and hoped no one would notice. Was it horrible of him to be planning ways to rip off funds from that kind of place? A scene from childhood flashed through his head. One of his younger brothers who might have lived beyond the age of 7 if he'd had access to a hospital like Donner. Of course, New York had top-notch hospitals, but not ones his mother could afford. Rodney's vision clouded.
"Mr. Day, are you all right?"
He blinked and remembered where he was, who he was now.
"Yes, perfectly fine."
He looked around the room at the lavish decor, heard the soft music from the grand piano in the corner, surveyed the crowd. In truth, the country club itself was more deserving of a big heist. He shook the thought away. He couldn't let his concentration lag.
Let me introduce you around to the other board members,
Phil Jackson was saying, taking Rodney's elbow. Cece had wandered toward a group of women who were admiring the city view from the floor-to-ceiling windows on the western wall, where the last of the evening light was dissolving into a fiery glow at the horizon.
"Dr. Jackson!" boomed a voice from across the room.
Dennis, let me introduce Rodney Day, who might just be the answer to our prayers.
Jackson turned to present Sanchez, the president of the hospital board. The men shook hands all around. Rodney put on his most caring smile, the one he'd perfected years ago for this very type of moment. Sanchez waved two others over, a woman in her 60s who wore a black pantsuit, and a man who was probably 35 at the outside. Both were apparently members of the board. The woman told Rodney she'd heard of his fundraising work with the Theater Guild and was thrilled that he'd agreed to head up their own fund drive. The younger man said he was the board's treasurer and would be the one overseeing the financial reports and bank transfers.
"We're already set up for online donations via PayPal and Stripe, and the local PBS station has given us a 2-hour window during one of the season's classic Christmas movies to broadcast our fund drive. Local newscaster Pippa Osana has agreed to be the celebrity face of the effort. People love her, and I swear she could coax the socks off a homeless guy. She'll be wonderful in the position."
Electronic payments. Local celebrity. One of those upward-counting tickers telling the whole state how much money was being raised. Rodney's alarm bells went off, but he kept his smile frozen in place.
"Of course, all that takes place between Thanksgiving and Christmas."
The treasurer continued talking as Rodney nodded and began planning an escape route. Dr. Jackson was giving him a sideways glance, and Rodney brought himself back to the moment. Too many of these people held important positions in common with several charitable causes. It's what rich people with extra time and money did. He couldn't let his discomfort over the hospital deal color their perception of him. He and Cece needed the other gigs too much to walk away now.
"Matching our donors' money up to $1 million is so generous of you,"
said the woman in the black suit. She turned to the treasurer guy and said,
"We really must find a spot for Mr. Day to appear on the special. You can make that happen, can't you, Ian?"
Ian, his little brother's name.
"You bet, Sally. With $2 million, we could do so much for the kids at Donner."
He turned toward Rodney again.
"You really have the face for it. And your accent, oh my gosh, I think the camera would love you."
"Say you'll do it, Mr. Day, please."
Sally's wrinkles became a little frightening when her face turned to pleading. But on camera? There was no way. Rodney and Cece had made it one of their cardinal rules never to appear in a photo, much less on video. Those things tended to work their way into the public domain and could be found by law enforcement from any place and at any time. He felt his face turn stiff, but he forced a smile and a nod. Not revealing what he was thinking was one of the tools of his trade. The ting-ting-ting of a fork against a water glass attracted everyone's attention.
"Dinner is served,"
announced an older gentleman Rodney hadn't met yet. He breathed a sigh, excused himself, and found his way to his wife. He couldn't wait to get out of this room. It took 2 hours to get away. People kept coming up and shaking his hand, congratulating them as a couple and thanking them for their service to their community. Rodney could barely eat a bite of the tenderloin and lobster, but at least he had the excuse of all the interruptions to disguise the fact that he really felt like throwing up. "What are we going to do?" Cece asked. They were in Pinky, headed west on I-40, and he had just gone through the conversations and his reservations.
"Let me think about it. I always figure out something. Meanwhile, if we hope to finish the Theater Guild job, I must play along with this hospital one as well."
Her face hardened in the light from the dashboard.
"You're right. We've put in too much time. I didn't spend the summer in this climate that dries my skin to leather just to give up that $1 million payday."
He chafed. A hard and fast rule, which he'd learned at the feet of some of the best cons in London, was to be ready to walk away at any moment. When something started to smell wrong, to feel like it was heading south, just get out. There'd always be another job. But not if you were in prison. But the Theater Guild job was so close. Pledges from the first gala earlier this week were already coming in. Big, juicy checks. And he was putting them into the special account only he had access to, the moment they hit his hands. Of course, many of them were now in the form of credit card donations and electronic transfers, which was another thing that had recently begun to eat away at him. He remembered when money was cash, green stuff, and even big money would be handed over in the form of a check. Checks which were easy enough to forge, copy, or alter. Skills he'd perfected in several languages in several countries. He missed the good old days. Chapter 14. The next day, Elsa and Dottie were back on the work schedule, and I tagged along. We'd made our plan. Elsa would work at the register all day and keep a discreet diary of the sales made in cash. I could substitute for her at the counter when she needed a break, and I would find little tasks that kept me nearby in order to help her keep an eye on what was going on. Privately, I had to admit to being more than a little discouraged. What if Elsa had been mistaken about the $100 bill she'd made such a fuss about? Maybe it had come in 2 or 3 days earlier and had already been taken to the bank by the time she noticed it was missing. There were any number of scenarios. But if my Gram was worried about being accused, then I had to dig in and find out the truth. I felt I was on the right track with Benny Stevens. Everything I'd observed about his home life, and now the incidents Dottie and Elsa had told me about when he got grumpy with the staff, it seemed to point to his trying to conceal something. Speaking of the devil, I spotted Stevens behind the counter with Elsa. I'd chosen to work among the clothing racks this morning. As in a retail store, the circular racks had little markers indicating where small, medium, large, and XL sizes could be found. But people would pull things out, look at them, and then rehang them in the wrong slots. Men's shirts got mixed in with women's. It was a fairly easy spot for me to blend in, appear busy, and yet keep an eye on the rest of the shop. And if Benny started up with Elsa, giving her grief over any little thing at all, I was ready to pounce like a lioness. A customer walked up to the counter, and Benny became all smiles as the woman placed a small TV set on the desk. "And I'd like to get the stand this was displayed with," I overheard her saying. "A young man out back put my name on it." She handed over the price tag and reached into her purse. Elsa accepted her money, and Benny offered to carry the television out to the customer's vehicle. While he was outside, I stepped over and whispered, "How's it going?" "It's been a good morning," Elsa said. She pulled her little notebook from the pocket of her slacks and held it up. A quick glance and some head math told me nearly $2,000 had been received in cash already. Wow, you really do move some things through here. A little more than a normal day, I'd say. A couple came in first thing to pay for a living room set they discovered yesterday. She slipped the notebook back into her pocket. Benny came back through the front door, brushing dust off his hands. He stopped when he spotted me. Without so much as a glance to see who else might be nearby, he stepped in close. "You came to my house yesterday," he hissed through gritted teeth. "Yes, I knew you had the afternoon off and thought we could speak privately, away from the store." "What right did you have to do that? To talk with my wife and follow her after she left?" I took a step back. The level of his anger was unsettling. "Bonnie invited me in. I only told her I wanted to talk with you." "Okay, here I am. Let's have it then." "Can we step into your office?" I turned in that direction. We made it to the door before he turned on me again. "What are you doing here anyway? Has anyone officially asked you to snoop on us and ask questions of my volunteers? No, I think not." Gone was the guy who'd been so cooperative a few days ago. I kept my voice low. "There's been an allegation that money has gone missing from the shop. One of the people dearest to me
felt worried she would be accused of the theft. I've personally witnessed people taking items of value. Don't you want to know what's going on? You're the manager. Don't you answer to someone? If not a higher power, I raised my eyes ceilingward, then at least the deacons or treasurer or somebody within the church.
Well, there aren't.
He stopped abruptly as an elderly man walked by on his way to the adjacent restrooms. Instead of finishing his thought, Benny turned on his heel and walked into the office, pointedly closing me out. I had intended to ask for access to the shop's profit and loss statements and the bank deposit receipts, but he clearly didn't intend to share information with me. Okay, maybe this truly wasn't any of my business, but if money continued to disappear, I would simply find another way to get what I needed in order to prove it. At the end of Elsa's shift, as we arrived home, she pulled out her little notebook.
Here you go. Grammy's spy network at your service.
I laughed, loving the way she handled everything with humor. I'll add this up and get the notebook back to you. We should continue to gather information for at least a few more days. Sitting at the desk in our home office, I tallied the cash receipts on a calculator. More than $3,000 had come into the thrift shop, not counting credit or debit card transactions, in the few hours Elsa had been there. I ran the numbers twice just to be sure. She'd even jotted the denominations of bills, mostly 5s, 10s, or 20s. I could see why the $100 bill she'd received last week had been notable. I wrote the total in the notebook and folded it closed, pondering what this meant. Granted, Elsa had told me this morning had been good for sales, with the one furniture purchase. But a quick calculation told me that if the shop brought in even $2,000 a day, 6 days a week, that was close to $50,000 a month, more than $500,000 a year. I knew a few small retail shop owners who would kill for those kinds of numbers. And the thrift shop had extremely low overhead. A donated building space, only 2 salaries and utilities to pay, and nonprofit status on top of all that. The place was a little gold mine. A gold mine with practically no security in place. We needed to make notes and gather information for a few more days and see how it compared, just to be certain I wasn't way off base in my estimates. Then I needed to figure out what to do with this data. Who would I report it to? Chapter 15. Rodney closed the refrigerator door, carrying 2 Michelobs by the bottlenecks. He'd changed out of his suit he'd worn all day, opting now for a soft fleece tracksuit. His bare feet relished the cool hardwood floors after the restrictions of his stiff leather shoes.
Cece? Honey, where are you?
In the study.
He passed the sleek dining table through the living room and down the hall that led to the bedrooms. The owner had set up one of these as a study, and it suited his and Cece's needs perfectly.
Brought you a cool refresher,
he said, walking into the room.
What are you doing?
She had pulled the drapes closed and stood at the desk, banded stacks of cash littering its surface. She was in the process of assembling and taping a cardboard box.
Getting ready. You said we'd be clearing out soon.
He hadn't thought about this aspect of it. The cash. All of his attention had been focused on the cool mill he planned to siphon out of the Theater Guild donations. That's what had taken up most of his afternoon. He'd planted the seed with 2 of the board members a few days ago, the idea that the bank where the guild kept their checking account was charging exorbitant fees and had no decent financial instruments where they could park $2 million and earn a good rate of return. He knew of a much better place, and all he needed were 2 signatures on the paperwork. In reality, he'd opened the account 2 months ago, with himself as the legal owner. Getting the signatures was completely a bogus maneuver to make the board believe they knew why the donations were not accumulating in the account they knew about. Rodney assured them they could transfer money from the better, interest-bearing account into the guild's operating fund at a moment's notice when the refurbishment project began. And since that was not set to happen until well into the new year, at least 6 months from now, he and Cece would be long gone. By that time, her expertise with computer transactions would have landed the millions safely in their own account. Her activity here at the desk suddenly clicked.
"My smart girl,"
he said, slipping an arm around her waist.
"I'm doing it a little differently this time. It makes me nervous to have all the money in the trunk of the car and us driving across the country like we'll be doing."
He eyed the box and noticed 3 others on the floor near the desk.
"Express mail. As soon as we know what day we'll leave, I'll have the boxes shipped on ahead."
"Through the mail? Isn't that risk?"
"Baby, taking the cash in the first place was illegal. You think they'll come down on us any less hard because I sent it through the mail? Sure, there's a risk. Risk is the thing you and I thrive on, and it always has been."
She flashed him the smile that had won him over 5 years ago. He still remembered the day he walked into that Houston pawn shop, hoping that, in the throes of another oil bust period, he could walk out with some of the pricey jewelry those suddenly broke millionaires were pawning in order to keep up the mortgages on their McMansions. And there she was, working behind the counter. She had a sparkle in her smile and a gleam in her eye, and he recognized a fellow con artist the moment the conversation started. There was no way he was going to pull the gun out of his pocket, not against this classy lady. Instead, he asked her out for a drink after work. They saw each other every day after that and shared their life stories. She was impressed with the daring nature of his crimes. He'd walked right out of the most prestigious gallery in New York City with a Picasso rolled up inside his coat sleeve, keeping cool and calm as the alarm rang and 3 police cars roared up to the building. Completely unflappable, he'd given them the most cursory glance and strolled away. Her adventures, he learned, were less grand in scale, but no less impressive. Little Carol had been raised by her grandparents on her mother's side, taken in by the elderly Quakers when both her parents died in a theater collapse where the young pair had walk-on roles in Othello. The Myers grandparents had very different ideas about parenting and miserly ways. There was never money for ice cream or a pretty dress or a simple bottle of nail polish. During her junior year, Carol hopped a southbound bus and found herself in Charlotte, North Carolina. She got a dream job in a laundromat where the owner paid her to sweep the floors, wipe down the washing machines, and give out quarters in exchange for dollar bills. They never did figure out why it seemed their business had dropped off by 20% that summer. In those days, nearly any business had a high percentage of customers who paid in cash, and Carol could palm a $20 bill just as easily as a single. In each new town, she gave a slightly different variation of her name. Carol might be Carla or Kathy or Carolyn or Chris. Her last name could be Myers, but it could just as easily be Matthews or Marks or Malone or Manley or Meyerson. She told Rodney during their first drink together that she simply loved making things up and changing to suit her whim.
"For me, it's like getting a new hairstyle or buying a pair of red shoes. I pick a name that I know I won't have any trouble answering to."
She was very good with disguises, too, he learned. She had ways of appearing to gain or lose 20 pounds, even as far as making her face seem fuller or thinner. Wigs, she had a collection. Clothing styles, from ultra-conservative to super hip. She had one persona where she emulated an older woman trying to dress and act half her age. People bought it every time. They planned the Houston pawn shop job together, and 2 weeks later, a pile of cash and the best of the best jewelry had disappeared from the pawnbroker's safe. They were 1,000 miles from Houston that same night. She wore a 2-carat diamond from the heist, and he nicknamed her Cece. Robbie O'Flannery had a network of fences and forgers he'd put together from his days as a street kid in New York, all the way through his life as Rodney Day in London and back to the States. Less than a month after skipping Houston, the jewelry had been stripped down, serial numbers ground off, and the gemstones and precious metals were all converted to cash. The pair were well off and carefree. And Carol Meyerson became Carol Day, although Rodney's pet nickname for her, Cece, was his alone to use. Life in Cleveland became boring, so they hit the art scene in Chicago. Then it was on to New York for a while. They always rented a showplace home in a pricey neighborhood, ingratiated themselves with the locals who had philanthropic intent, stayed a year or less, and then left, richer and ecstatic, albeit sometimes with the law on their heels. They'd spent some time in Phoenix, but the area was so huge and spread out, it was hard to find the right jobs to focus on. Albuquerque seemed a more manageable size of a city, the in-crowd smaller, the potential marks more well-defined. And there was money in this area. Santa Fe fairly reeked of it. Hence the Theater Guild connection. What would come next? Plans in their line of work were usually best left to the last minute. But now it seemed the Rockies and perhaps the Pacific Northwest were calling to them. Now he looked on, sipping his beer, as she packed the neatly banded money into the boxes. Chapter 16. I carried a heavy table lamp to the sales counter for a customer. The thing must have been made of concrete, and the petite older woman seemed grateful for my assistance, since she had 2 garments draped over one arm and a large teddy bear in her other hand. Benny Stevens stepped out of the office just then, not making eye contact with me, but telling Elsa that he was leaving for an hour or so. He didn't glance back as he walked out the front door and got into his car. Elsa nodded and proceeded to calculate the total of the woman's purchases. I saw her jot a quick note in her little book when the lady pulled out cash to pay. "I'll help you get the lamp out to your car," I offered. "Do you have someone at home to carry it inside for you?"
"Oh, yes. My neighbor is a burly man, and he's so much help to me."
She sent a sweet smile toward Elsa and Kylie and picked up the shopping bag containing her other items. Outside, I removed the lampshade and set it carefully on the back seat of her Hyundai sedan. Then I wedged the heavy lamp base into a spot where it couldn't roll around. She thanked me and reached into her coin purse. I realized she wanted to tip me, so I quickly thanked her for visiting the shop and turned to go inside. At the door, I nearly bumped into Carol Meyerson.
"Oh, sorry,"
she said, skirting around me and heading toward the street where an older model Cadillac waited. I stared in fascination at the classic car for a moment. Carol got into the passenger's seat and the car pulled away. There was too much glare on the windows for me to clearly see the driver, but I assumed this was the husband she'd bragged about. I guess vintage autos were another of his interests, along with golf and playing the stock market. Back inside, I walked over to Elsa as soon as she finished helping her current customer. "Was Carol leaving for the day?" I asked.
"No. She said something about going to the bank and... what else?"
Kylie piped up.
"Meeting her husband for lunch." "Thanks."
I realized this was one of the first times since I'd been working here that both Benny and Carol were gone at the same time. I wondered if she'd locked the office when she left. My head raced a little as I realized what I was about to do. I scanned the room, spotting 3 of the volunteers. Everyone seemed to be busy with their tasks. Elsa and Kylie, the only ones with a clear view of the office door, had their attention on a new customer. I walked purposefully toward the office door and tried the knob. It turned in my hand, and I slipped inside, closing it behind me. Most likely, both Carol and Benny would be gone an hour or more. But what if one of them had forgotten something and came back? I needed to hurry. Carol had left the duplicate copy of the bank deposit slip on her desk. I picked it up and memorized the 2 important numbers, the cash amount and the total of the whole deposit, including checks and credit card receipts. If this represented the income from yesterday, the cash was only about half the amount Elsa had recorded. I replaced the deposit slip exactly where I'd found it, slid open the lower desk drawer, and looked through the tabs on the hanging file folders. The bookkeeper seemed to be very organized. All her files were the very same type I kept in my own desk. There was one labeled bank deposits. I picked it up and flipped through the slips inside. Consistently, the cash was a very similar amount each day. Without proof to the contrary, that was about all the information I was going to get here. I closed the drawer and moved to Benny's desk. I'd been unable to find out much of anything about Carol Meyerson online, but surely the store manager would have employee records. While volunteering at a place like this didn't necessitate a paper trail, a regular employee was different. When Carol applied for the job, she would have needed to give an address, social security number, and all the other paperwork that goes along with holding a job and collecting a paycheck. A slender folder in his drawer seemed to hold the answer. There was an employment application for each of them. Disappointingly, Carol's address was only listed as a post office box. She'd checked her marital status as married, but only gave her husband's first name. So, if he had a different surname, I still didn't have it. And a P.O. box address wasn't going to do me any good. Then something caught my eye. The zip code for the postal box was the same as my own. That meant her mailbox was in the same neighborhood where I live. I know that post office. I've been going there my whole life. Maybe I could do something with that information. I'd need to give it some thought. Voices close by caught my attention. I had no business in the office without Benny or Carol. I needed to invent a quick story or get myself out of here. I heard the restroom door open and close. Pulling my camera out of my back pocket, I snapped a quick picture of the employment application and then stuck the file back in the drawer. Back at Carol's desk, I did the same with the slip showing today's deposit. Phone in back pocket, I slipped to the door and opened it a tiny crack. The woman who'd gone into the restroom came out and walked past the office door without glancing in my direction. I waited 5 beats and walked out, bold as you please, as if I'd been in there on business, which I suppose I had. At the sales desk, there seemed to be a lull, and I volunteered to take Kylie's place if she wanted a short break. She accepted with a smile and was already looking at her phone screen before she got to the alcove where the vending machines sat.
"I saw where you went,"
Elsa commented under her breath.
"Did anyone else notice?"
"I don't think so." Her eyes lit up.
"So, did you find anything juicy?"
"Maybe. I need to go over it again and also look at your notes from both yesterday and today." She held up the little notebook. "Keep writing down the cash transactions for the rest of today. I'll borrow that when we get home this afternoon." I paused while she accepted a $5 bill in payment for a book and watched the customer leave. "I have one question, and it's an important one."
"Sure."
"Who carries the cash from the register here to the office? Do you take it to them, or does either Benny or Carol come and get it and take it in the office?" I couldn't very well start pointing fingers until I had a chain of custody for the money. It would be simple enough for Benny to come out here and pick up the day's receipts, then pocket a random fistful of cash on the way to the office, well before Carol ever saw any of it. Or, I supposed, it would be easy for either of them to implicate Elsa or another volunteer if they were the ones with their hands on a wad of money that no one had counted yet. Elsa was giving it some thought.
"Mostly, I'd say it's Benny. He stops by the desk right before I leave most days. It's early afternoon then, and Carol likes to write up the deposit and get it to the bank before they close."
"Does Carol ever pick it up herself?" She nodded. "Sometimes. Do you or your helper ever carry it to the office?"
"No, we're usually too busy out here. Plus, we've been told that we aren't supposed to take the money anywhere away from the register."
"Okay, thanks." I glanced out the front window and saw a car pull up to an abrupt stop. Benny was back from his meeting, quick one, and from his body language it appeared he was in a pissy mood. Again. He stomped into the shop, past the desk, and closed the office door behind him with a snick. Would he notice that I'd been in there? I supposed we'd have the answers to that if he came storming back out. 5 minutes went by and all remained quiet. I thought about going in there and asking him straight out, but I simply didn't have enough evidence yet. Elsa's little notebook would help, but I needed more. "If no one needs me here, I'm going to run a little errand," I told Elsa once Kylie had returned to her post. There was a good electronics store a few blocks away, and I headed there. The clerk was a guy who looked about 15, with red hair and more pimples than freckles. Had I somehow slipped over that line where everyone was looking younger and younger? I'm not even close to 40 yet. Okay, closer than I'd like to be, but still. "Hi," I said. "I need to purchase a nanny cam."
"Good idea," he answered with a smile. "Can't be too careful about who you're leaving with your little ones."
I didn't bother to correct him on the purpose of the hidden camera. "I don't know much about them."
"Okay then, let's take a look at the basics," he said, leading me toward a shelf filled with boxes that depicted gadgets that looked like tiny one-eyed robots. "First off, is there an electric outlet near the spot where you're going to put it?"
"No clue."
Better go wireless then. Batteries will cost you more, but you have the flexibility of moving it around the house."
"Good idea."
As for features, I definitely recommend it have pan and tilt for a wide field of view, and you want to be able to zoom in and out. Gotta go HD. That just goes without saying. Night vision's a plus too, and you gotta be able to monitor it from an app on your phone.
I couldn't help but notice the most expensive camera on the shelf had all these features.
It's a plus to have both local storage, the more capacity the better, and you'll want cloud storage too. Can't have someone disable the camera or bust it up and you've got no cloud backup. The monthly fees for that can be quite a bit.
So point me to the one that's got most of those features and is still affordable. He plucked a small unit from the middle of the shelf, and 10 minutes later I walked out with the camera that would do the trick, having spent way more than I wanted to. I asked myself once again why I was doing all this, why it mattered. This wasn't my charity, wasn't my church to support, and I had no particular emotional connection to the place, other than Elsa and Dottie. Those two I care about. And I knew Elsa couldn't just sit back and watch someone get away with a crime. So that's what it boiled down to. Neither could I. I drove back to Heavenly Treasures, pondered how I was actually going to get the camera in place without any of the 20-some regulars or the numerous customers catching me setting it up. Dottie and Elsa's shift was officially over by the time I got there, and both were itching to get home. One look around the state of the store told me there was no way I could sneak a camera in, conceal and test it, and casually walk away without someone figuring out what I was doing. And the only way this was going to catch the thief in the act was for no one to know they were being watched. I would simply have to come back after hours and break in to do my dirty work. Chapter 17. I herded my little group out to my Jeep for the ride home.
"We could stop for ice cream,"
Elsa suggested.
"I do love that double brownie delight,"
added Dottie.
"Say, what's in the bag?"
She was sitting in the front seat, and I dropped the bag from A&B Electronics into the footwell there. I explained about the camera and how I hoped to catch someone slipping a few bills, or a bunch of them, into their pockets. If it's not happening at the time the sale is made, and that would have to be outside of your work hours, Elsa, it must be on the way from the register to the office. That's why I asked you who usually picks up the money.
"My money's on that Carol woman. Something strange about her," Dottie said.
I was looking around the sales area in front of the store, trying to figure out where I could place the camera so it catches activity at the register and would pick up anyone who might stick something in their pockets as they walked toward the office or restroom. Elsa pulled the little notebook from her purse and handed it up to the front seat.
"Today felt to me like sort of a slow day, but we still took in more than $800 cash during my shift. Hey, there's the ice cream place."
I made the last-minute turn, and I seconded Dottie's suggestion for the double brownie delight. We parked, and all three piled out and went into the store, where the scents of vanilla, chocolate, and peppermint swirled into my nostrils and filled my senses with happiness. Back out in the car, with the cones of our choice, we licked at them in silence for a couple minutes. My mind, however, was still working on what I'd seen earlier inside the office. "Today's bank deposit included about half the amount of cash you recorded yesterday, Elsa," I said, catching a drip that threatened to run down the side of my waffle cone. And that's not taking into account however much was sold during the late afternoon and evening. So no matter who is actually taking the money, only a fraction is making it into the shop's bank account. Elsa had chosen mint chocolate chip, which was also looking good to me. I don't see any choice but to set up the camera and find out who it is. I've decided to go back tonight after hours.
I'm going too,
Elsa declared, mumbling through a large bite of her cone. Oh, no, you're not. If someone were to see me moving around in there and call the cops, then you'd look far less guilty if you had an elderly woman with you, one who's a church member. I was shaking my head vigorously. No, no, no. You need the person with the key. How else are you getting in there? And by the way, I'm going along. No way Miss Elsa doing this thing without old Dottie. I had to imagine I hadn't got quite as far as figuring out how I would actually get inside, but I've been known to get into places where I shouldn't be. There's always a way. Wait a minute, key? You have a key to the thrift shop? I held my hand back toward Elsa. Hand it over. She clamped her lips together and shook her head, like a kid refusing to eat spinach. I looked over at Dottie, whose mouth was similarly tight, although there was a big smile tilting her lips upward. You two, you can't gang up on me like this. I'll go through your purse. I'll take your whole key ring. Won't do you any good, Elsa said with a smirk. Why not? I stuffed the last of my cone into my mouth and watched her in my rearview mirror. Because she don't actually have the key? Dottie supplied. But I do know where it is. Benny hid one outside after he accidentally locked himself out one time. I heard him telling a friend of his he didn't want that embarrassment ever again. Okay, so where's it hidden? I knew the moment I asked the question that I was fighting a losing battle. She wasn't going to give up this secret, or her chance at being in on the adventure. We resembled 3 chubby ninjas as we climbed out of my car, which I parked half a block away around the corner. All dressed in black, Elsa's puff of white hair and Dottie's luminously white teeth were the only things that showed up in the dark. I handed Graham a spare knitted cap I'd brought along and told Dottie not to smile so much. Nothing will go wrong, but if we should get separated, get yourselves back to the Jeep. I'm leaving it unlocked. Is that a good idea? This isn't the greatest neighborhood. Graham had a point. Okay, I'm locking the car, but the idea is the same. Get back here so we all go home together. Little dramatic, don't you think? Let's hurry up and get in there, Elsa said. I gotta pee. Really? You didn't think to go before leaving home? But I didn't say it. I aimed my phone's flashlight at the sidewalk. Heaven forbid someone trip on uneven concrete and we end up in a way worse place, the hospital. There was enough ambient light from the street lamps that it wasn't too difficult to make our way back to San Mateo, and Heavenly Treasures was only 3 doors to the south. Elsa pointed the way around the north side of the building, away from the driveway and halogen light that shone on it. He put the key under a fake rock by the back door. I aimed my light and spotted one of those hide-a-key devices made to look like a rock. Sure enough, 2 keys were inside. The first one I tried fit the back door, and just like that, we were in. 2 very tiny nightlights provided the only illumination at the back of the store, and we slowly edged through the clutter of space filled with tables of merchandise, racks of clothing, and the odd small furniture item. I know because my knee found one little end table. Once we walked into the front room, there was light from the street lights and another brighter lamp at the sales desk. Elsa seemed in a rush, and I remembered her bathroom request. Yes, but don't switch on the light until you've closed the door behind you. I had no idea how much light could be seen from the street, and I wondered how often, or if, the police patrolled these businesses. I sent out a little prayer that if they did, it would be later, like middle of the night. Heavenly Treasures was open until 6 p.m., and it was now approaching 9. Traffic out on the busy thoroughfare raced by without a pause, but I didn't want to take any chances. Luckily at home, I'd studied the instructions for how to mount the camera and activate it. I just needed to figure out the ideal location. Dottie and I conferred on that and decided there was a good spot at the top of a shelf of trinkets near the register. From that perch, the camera could point downward toward the sales desk, and the wide angle would still pick up people walking toward the office and restroom. I found a wooden chair, set it up in front of the shelf, and climbed up. I needed something in which to conceal the camera. There was a cute stuffed rabbit, but someone might decide to buy it, and there would go my spy gear. I could take an old book and hollow out the center, but that seemed like a lot of work, and we were trying to hurry. Dottie tapped my leg. "Think this'll work?" She handed me some crumpled material. "It's a dust cloth I used today. Just set the camera, dump this on top of it so only the lens peek out. Nobody gonna buy no dirty old rag." She had a point. What if Benny notices it, thinks it looks sloppy? He could pull it down to put in the laundry. She made a pff sound. "You ever see Benny clean up anything around here?" It was getting near my bedtime, and I didn't have the energy to think of all the reasons that might not work. If I thought too hard, I'd come up with a dozen ways in which this whole idea was dumb. "Where's Elsa? She's been in there a long time. Can you go check on her while I get this thing set up?" I got the device in place, set the dust cloth on it, and stepped off the chair. The rag was rumpled enough not to look important, flat enough not to show up well, except maybe to somebody 6.5 feet tall, and that was not Benny Stevens. With the wooden chair back in place on the other side of the room, no one would have a reason to poke around on top of the shelving unit. Elsa and Dottie returned just as I was opening the Nanny Cam app on my phone. I'd already synced it to the camera. Now I just needed to check and see how the picture was coming through. "I wish I could see how well this is going to work in daylight," I told them. With the room in darkness, all I could see were 3 gray blobs moving about. At least the angle looked decent. The lights from the street outside showed the outline of the sales desk and cash register. I could barely make out the shapes of the office and restroom doors against the white painted surrounding wall, but hopefully that was enough. I hoped I wouldn't regret passing up the night vision option. We 3 were on the work schedule again tomorrow, so I could check my setup, and if something wasn't quite right, I supposed I could always pretend to be cleaning on the top of the shelf and rearrange things slightly. Simple. Maybe. Chapter 18. The study was beginning to look like a postal service annex, Rodney thought as he pushed past the stack of boxes. He missed leaning back in his chair with his feet up on the desk, having a scotch and a cigar. Cece bustled down the hall, spotted him, and came to a halt in the doorway. She seemed agitated. "You're home early, darling. Errands completed?" His British accent softened her expression, and she walked into the study. "Yes, my salon appointment went fine. I kind of like the girl I found here. She knows exactly how to get my hair the right length, and she's an expert with the color." She ran her fingers through the feathery blonde cap on her head. "I sense something more. May I make you a drink?" She nodded. He pushed a carton aside and reached for the gin decanter on the bar cart. "I had an unsettling experience at the post office," she said, taking the G&T he handed her. "That woman who's been snooping around the thrift shop? She was there. I was standing in line and she was at the window. She asked about the post office box number, the address I gave on the application for Heavenly Treasures." He froze in place. "What else did she say?" "I didn't hear much at all, just the number. She's on to something. I can feel it." "Did she see you?" "No. Well, I'm fairly certain she didn't. I'd been standing in line, so her back was toward me. I ducked out of the line and pretended to be busy addressing an envelope at one of those little stations full of forms and such. She finished her business at the window and left." "Were you wearing your—" "No, I was dressed exactly like this." She pointed her free hand toward her jeans and tunic top.
She's never seen me in anything other than my frumpy outfits."
Rodney smiled. He wanted to assure Cece that she never looked frumpy at all, but this was not the time. "What about the car?"
"It was in the post office parking lot, of course, but she's never seen me coming or going from the thrift shop in the Cadillac."
She became pensive and then took a long swig of her drink.
"You can quit the charity shop job any time, you know,"
he said gently.
"Don't take unnecessary chances."
More than one of their con artist friends had gone to prison because they didn't let go and leave quickly enough.
"How much longer do we need to stay here, in Albuquerque?"
She set her empty glass on the desk.
"Donations are still rolling in. In fact, I'm supposed to give a keynote speech to the Rotary Club dinner tonight. Supporting the theater isn't quite their normal project, but I think I can make the case and gather some decent checks."
"We've definitely decided to pass on the children's hospital plan, right?"
He nodded.
"Several reasons, not the least of which is that it would entail staying here through the holidays. 2 more months, I believe, would be pushing our luck. The theater board has already begun asking for specific numbers, and they'll want to see an accounting of the money in the account very soon."
She visibly relaxed.
"I can mock up some statements that will keep them pacified for a little while."
"But the danger is in one of them knowing someone at the bank and asking to see the bank's actual records."
"Exactly."
"Cece, we need to be ready to move on short notice. Gather your most important items."
They each had a short list of non-negotiable things: the bag of loose gemstones, enough cash to get them established in a new locale, a few handy bits of disguise, the Picasso. It amounted to a small duffel bag for each of them. Everything else could be abandoned.
"So, how soon?"
she asked. She paced to the far end of the room and stared out into the backyard, where the sycamore trees were beginning to turn yellow.
"A week, maybe less."
He stepped up behind her and rubbed her shoulders. The muscles were taut as wire.
"It will help you relax if you abandon the shop gig."
"It's just so damn lucrative."
"Cece."
"I know. 1 or 2 more days. I need to make sure I didn't leave any personal things behind."
"Darling, you can accomplish that in an hour. Check your desk, plead a stomach ailment, and get out."
"I'll think about it."
"Does anyone at that shop know where we live?"
She shook her head.
"I don't see how. I never speak of our personal lives with any of them. Conversation revolves around the weather and whatever was on the news last night."
"Good."
But the question gave him reason to pause. There were others who did know where they lived and would be able to link the couple to some missing money. A lot of missing money. Unable to resist the temptation to show off their lifestyle, if only a little, they'd hosted a party of the top-level donors, board members, and a few celebrities connected with the theater guild. It was more than 4 weeks ago now, and those in that crowd had probably attended a dozen more posh events in the meantime. Would they remember the distinctive house in the older part of town, the original country club neighborhood? He couldn't rule it out. If Cece was insistent on going back to that shabby thrift shop another time or two, he would spend his days scouring the rental houses for any traces of them, any scrap of information that could tie into their past or future plans and allow the law to catch up with them. As a final act, he could arrange for a cleaning team to come in after they left the property. He would claim that one of them had contracted a bad viral infection, and the place should be sanitized thoroughly. That should take care of any fingerprints or bits of their DNA that might be left behind. At least he hoped so. He set his empty glass down and cleared his throat.
"Well, we'd best get moving. Dress ourselves up and put on our most winning faces for the new group of donors tonight."
Cece sighed and followed him to the bedroom. Chapter 19. I sneaked into the bathroom at the shop and locked myself in one of the 2 stalls, pulling my phone from my pocket. The nanny cam app opened, and for the fourth time that day, I played the footage. There was Elsa at the register. Today's other cashier was Nancy Pomeroy, the woman whom I'd met on my first day, the one with an affinity for art. I'd noticed that on the chillier autumn mornings, she was opting to work indoors more often. I'd had my eye on her, but it didn't seem that she felt the same entitlement toward the cash as she did with the donated items out back. Plus, as far as I knew, these past 2 days were the first time she'd worked at the sales desk. My guess at the camera angle had turned out right. The video showed both the pathway to the office and the desk transactions, and the electronics clerk's recommendation that I get the zoomable feature was paying off. I could home in and see the cash in their hands, right down to the denomination of the bills. It had turned out to be a very cool setup. Only problem was that I hadn't yet caught anyone snitching a single dollar. So, was it money well spent or a total waste? On the 2 days I'd been spying, Benny was the person who picked up the day's receipts and carried them into the office. Carol had taken yesterday afternoon off, and so far had not come in this morning. Until she filled out a new deposit slip with the current receipts, there wouldn't be anything to compare with. Unless something revealed itself in the next couple of days, I could only assume that either Benny or Carol was pocketing the cash after it was taken behind the closed door of the office. I could look for another opportunity to get in and move the camera there. That could be risky. They were both very familiar with everything in that room. I would have to choose my moment wisely. I let myself out of the bathroom stall and pocketed my phone again. Eugene Towner had replaced Nancy Pomeroy at the sales desk.
"Everything okay?"
Graham asked when I walked up to the desk.
"You were in there a long time."
Flashback to childhood when my mother monitored my digestion almost daily. I ignored the question.
"Are Benny or Carol in the office right now?"
I asked.
"Benny is. Carol has the morning off,"
Eugene supplied.
"Thanks."
Perfect chance to talk with him alone. I decided to bring up the personal question about his own financial situation. Venturing there would either reveal something or get me kicked out. I tapped on the door and decided to take the benevolent tactic.
"Hey, Benny, got a minute?"
As far as I could tell, he was doing nothing but staring at the wall. He nodded half-heartedly, and I sat down in front of his desk.
"Some of us have been a little concerned. You seem awfully tense this week. Everything going okay?"
He gave me a steady stare.
"I don't mean to pry, and I would certainly understand if there were, some kind of concerns at home, kids, finances, anything like that."
Something flickered across his face, but I couldn't exactly read it.
"Or maybe it's just the shop. Things have been pretty busy lately. Have you asked for some time off or something? It might help."
"I can't afford that."
"Surely you're due some paid vacation."
"Probably, but it's—"
He spun his chair around, his back to me. I wondered if I'd just opened the door to one of his recent tirades. But when he turned toward me, his expression was glum.
"I could be in danger of losing this job. The thrift shop isn't as profitable as it used to be, and the church treasurer has brought it up more than once. I'm worried that the deacons will vote me out, cut back the shop hours, and just run the place entirely by volunteers."
"When did this downturn start to happen?"
He seemed surprised that I took him seriously and didn't just blow it off by suggesting he could surely find another job elsewhere, which of course is precisely what I probably would have said.
"The last few months. I can't say exactly when."
"Has there been a big drop, like all at once, or has it been more gradual?"
"I'd have to go back through the treasurer's reports to be sure. I'd guess 4 or 5 months over the summer. I've had my hands full with scheduling and managing the people. Guess I haven't kept as close an eye on the income and expenses as I should have."
Maybe money management just was not his forte, judging by the personal lifestyle of the family. I'd definitely gotten the feeling that Bonnie didn't have a concern in the world and just bought whatever she and the kids needed. And maybe Benny couldn't add 2 and 2 to come up with 4. I studied his face for some sign his whole story was a cover, a way to steer me clear of asking directly about the missing cash, but I couldn't tell. He seemed genuinely worried about losing his job. Maybe it paid more than I guessed. Do you remember the day Elsa said a $100 bill was missing? He thought about it as he removed his glasses.
Oh, yes, a week or more ago that was.
Right. What if that wasn't the first time? What if it's been going on for a few months now? Still no sign that he might be the guilty party. His bald head wasn't sweaty, and he sat there polishing his lenses with steady hands. So maybe it truly was my other suspect, the mild-mannered, sweet old lady with the checkbook. Benny was saying something I'd missed.
Don't want them to know.
I nodded, but my brain had switched over to Carol. If the shop's profitability had indeed dipped within a couple months after she started working here, that seemed suspect. I thought about asking Benny if I could access Carol's computer and take a look at the accounting reports, but I didn't want to alert her too soon. Plus, if she hadn't shared the P&Ls with her manager already, there was a strong possibility that she was doctoring the records anyway. I could wait. When will Carol be back to work? He turned to look at the schedule on the wall.
She should have been in this morning.
I thanked him for his candor and assured him I wouldn't be reporting anything he told me to the church authorities. It wouldn't serve my cause, or I should say Elsa's, if they sent people storming in here looking for a scapegoat. I wanted to know the truth and have a case all laid out before we brought them in. Whether Benny Stevens would agree with my approach or not would depend on how well his story held up. I didn't like to think I'd just been played, but it was possible. Chapter 20. The Rotary dinner last night had been a big success, especially Cece in a chic business suit that managed to accentuate her shape and reveal a hint of cleavage. As soon as she passed from table to table after his keynote speech, the checks began rolling in. She had a way of leaning toward a man that made him want to part with some cash. Even the president of the local club seemed surprised at how much they'd raised for the theater. Rodney lingered over his lunch after his wife left for her day job. She had already used some gadget on her phone to electronically deposit last night's checks, and she knew of some way to process the credit card transactions, although she cautioned him that those were much more traceable. He felt as though he was keeping up a false image, a brave front, if you will, to appear more tech-savvy than he really was. He could toss around some of the terminology, but truthfully, didn't have a feel for it. The new ways of doing things were beyond him, and he hated it. Would Cece leave him behind in her ability to keep up with the new ways of doing things? What if she actually left him, moved on? He dreaded that thought.
I'm not ancient,
he shouted to the Picasso as he walked into the closet and stared at his prized possession. He realized he'd never be able to get away with a painting like this ever again. Museums and galleries had much more sophisticated security systems nowadays. It seemed the con games of today all involved knowing how to hack computer systems to get into large corporations and banks and such. It was a young man's game now. Back in the day, it was all about your story. Walking into a bank, talking to the manager, gaining trust, and then taking advantage of it. Fitting in with the right social set, getting invited to their homes, learning enough about them to figure out the combinations to their safes. Hell, even walking brazenly into the master bedroom while a party was going on downstairs and walking out with a diamond necklace in the pocket of your tux. He'd done it more than a few times. Walking into a man's study on the pretense of admiring his collection of photos of himself with important people. Those types of guys always had some of those. A quick peek into a desk drawer, ripping a couple of checks from the middle of a checkbook. He puffed up a little. With a short sample of someone's handwriting and a copy of their signature, he was an excellent forger. He could operate that way. With so few people wrote checks anymore, or even simple notes, it was getting harder and harder to locate a checkbook in their homes. And the crowd who flashed a lot of bling, as they called it, who spent money on ridiculous items like a diamond-encrusted high chair for their baby. They were young rap stars or sports figures. They weren't going to invite an old man like him to their parties. He could work up a story, become someone's manager or agent, he supposed. When you read stories of those instant success types, it always seems like it was someone in their inner circle who ripped them off for millions. It took time to work your way into those positions. The backstory of a con man no longer depended on a news clipping from a paper somewhere, or getting a couple of important people to introduce you around with their crowd. He would have to build a whole identity online, establish all those profiles and accounts and friends. He just didn't have the heart anymore to learn the jargon and pursue it. And those who might have helped him, his old-time buddies, they were all gone, either died or in prison or retired to a cabin in Montana or something. His shoulders slumped and he stared at the Picasso.
Well, old friend, it's time for us to move along again. Maybe a cabin in Montana wouldn't be so bad after all.
How long did they have before the Albuquerque gig would fold? A couple of days? A week at the outside, he imagined. Time to get moving. He lifted the framed painting down from the wall and carried it into his study. Very carefully, he began to pry out the pins that held it in the frame. Then came the staples which attached the canvas to the stretcher bars. From the bottom drawer of the desk, he fetched the metal tube in which the rolled-up painting had safely traveled around the world with him. With the end caps in place, Rodney carried the tube out to the Cadillac in the garage. He raised the trunk lid, and then the carpeted floor of the compartment. He'd constructed a little space where the tube fit exactly, where it couldn't roll around or get crushed by anything else. He sighed as he placed the piece into its hiding spot. They were nearly ready to hit the road. Back in the study, he disassembled the picture frame and stretcher. It wouldn't do to leave them behind, where the landlord or cleaner might question why an empty frame had been left. Those little details were the type of thing that tripped up too many great thieves. He would dump the pieces in various trash receptacles around the city. His gaze fell on the stacks of boxes Cece had packed. She'd left instructions for sending them out, and now it was up to him to start the process. He drummed his fingers on the desktop, planning his moves. He shouldn't drive around the city with the Picasso hidden in Pinky's trunk. First, he'd better bring the painting back inside and find a spot to keep it in the house until they were actually ready to drive away. That done, he returned to stare at the boxes once more. Chapter 21. My talk with Benny Stevens had revealed a lot about his money worries, but I wasn't yet convinced about his innocence. Before I could report anything about the money theft, either to the church officials or the police, I needed more than speculation. The hidden camera hadn't picked up anything out in the sales area, but what went on behind the closed door of the office was still suspect. In the guise of getting right back to work, I pulled my faithful old chair up to the display shelf, picked up the dust cloth, and with the camera concealed in its fold, I carried it around the shop with me. Dottie and I had worked out our maneuver. She would come up with something that demanded Benny's attention near the back of the shop. Once they were out of sight, I would slip into the office and find a spot for the camera. I'd done a little visual recon when I was in there earlier, and thought I had a good place for it, on top of a 4-drawer file cabinet that sat in the corner nearest Carol's desk. I needed to move fast. Benny had already told me he expected Carol to arrive for work at any minute. On that, I enlisted Elsa's help. She was to grab Carol, physically if necessary, and ask for help with something at the register. It helped that Carol was the main person who seemed to know much about it. It was 11:25 when the plan went into action. I watched Dottie as she led Benny into the second room. Her voice raised to draw attention. She seemed to have the situation in control. I caught Elsa's eye and then ducked into the office, my extra heavy dust cloth in hand. It took me less than a minute to set the camera in place, but then I had to look for some items to help conceal it. I settled on a couple of books and a black 3-hole punch that didn't seem as if it was used very often. I stacked the items and rechecked my camera angle using my phone. It would have helped to set the device higher, more than 6 feet above the floor, but there was simply nothing in the room to accommodate that without putting it out in plain sight. This would have to do. I heard voices just outside the door, too close. I backed away from the file cabinet and began dusting the top of Carol's desk.
"What are you doing in here?" Benny asked.
"Just thought I'd clean up a little."
"I'm going to lunch,"
he announced, picking up a lightweight jacket that hung over the back of his chair, and with that he was gone. Since he hadn't ordered me out of the office, I used the next few minutes to snoop while I dusted. Until I heard Carol's voice out front. Good old Elsa had done her part by detaining the woman. I made a show of dusting the woodwork on the office door as I exited, giving Elsa the all-clear to let the bookkeeper go. I'd hoped to speak with Carol today, to see if I could pry anything out of her that would implicate Benny in the money theft. But it was too soon for that. I should let the camera run inside the office for at least a couple of days, and then maybe I'd have more ammunition. I gave her a smile and stepped aside so she could get to her desk.
"I gave her this morning's receipts,"
Elsa said under her breath.
"Good idea."
If the thief actually was Carol, this would be her opportunity. Alone in the office, fresh cash in hand. I dropped the dusty cloth on the counter and walked into the bathroom. In the privacy of my favorite stall, I looked at the camera app on my phone. There was Carol on the live feed. She placed the money Elsa had given her in the center of the desk, then put her purse in the drawer. She wasted a little time fiddling with her hair, and then pulled a bottle of water from the tiny fridge on Benny's side of the room. Finally, she settled onto her chair. I felt a little impatient, hoping no one would come into the bathroom and need this stall. Carol took her sweet time, booting up her computer. No, I couldn't read anything on the screen. And pulling a pad of what appeared to be bank deposit slips from the desk's center drawer. She began counting the cash and writing numbers on the deposit slip. I didn't see her remove any of the bills or slip anything at all into a pocket or drawer, until she appeared to be nearly done with the task. As she reached for a paperclip to fasten the money and checks to the deposit slip, she very quickly slid the drawer open with her left hand and pulled some bills into the drawer. It was closed again in less than 2 seconds. I had her. I slid through the options on the app and made sure I'd saved the short video clip. Now, what to do with the information? Should I stomp in there and demand to look in the drawer? Or would it be better to gather more evidence first, to record multiple incidents so there was a clear pattern and no doubt as to what she was doing? A sound caught my attention. Back on the live camera feed, now I saw Benny Stevens enter the office. He wished Carol a good afternoon in a sarcastic tone and stalked over to his desk, pulling his jacket off. Then he looked at the top of the file cabinet.
"What the hell?"
He was staring directly into the camera. He reached for the books I'd set up there. Uh-oh, busted. I saw him look toward Carol, who now had a puzzled expression on her face. He walked to the office door and flung it open, camera in hand.
"Mrs. Higgins, please come in the office this minute."
I could not let this happen. I lurched out of the stall and came out of the bathroom at a run. "It's not her doing," I panted, trying to keep my voice down. He spun on me. I realized the entire shop had gone dead quiet and everyone in the place was staring at us. "Can we take this outside?" I asked, staring toward the front door. Graham came out from behind the counter and followed me, leaving Benny with no choice but to come along.
"What is this device? A camera?"
he demanded before the front door had even closed. "Let's not share this news with everyone," I said, stepping along the sidewalk to a spot where I hoped we would not be the main attraction for the volunteers and customers. We didn't get quite that far away.
"What are you up to?"
His face was livid, the top of his shiny head bright red. Elsa pushed forward and stood between us.
"We're just trying to find out."
"You are, as of this minute, off the volunteer schedule. Forever."
I gently took her shoulders and moved her aside.
Why? For trying to find out how much money is missing and where it's going? Which, if you're as completely innocent as you tried to convince me, might just save your job and your reputation? He settled down a little.
So what? Planting a camera in my office is the way to do that?
I lowered my voice even further, making him step closer. I saw Carol shove some cash into her desk drawer just a few minutes ago. Don't you think we should ask her about that?
Did it ever occur to you that we hold out a little money for office expenses and such? For the coffee fund?
Well, no, that actually hadn't occurred to me. I stammered slightly and was about to suggest we walk right back in there and ask Carol about it, but he'd already turned and stomped back inside. Eugene Towner was standing at the door and Benny bumped against his shoulder.
What are you staring at? Get out of the way, you useless!
Elsa and I exchanged a wide-eyed stare. Benny's reaction seemed way over the top. Through the front window, I watched as he slammed my camera down on the sales desk and proceeded through the store, berating a couple more volunteers. Psychologists say that all anger stems from fear, but Benny's rants recently seemed overkill for a guy who just didn't want to lose his job. What was he so afraid of? Chapter 22. Rodney's cell phone was ringing. He could hear it in the garage, but at the moment he was far too busy to drop everything and run back to the study. Most likely it was Dennis Sanchez from the Donner Hospital Board of Directors. The man had been most persistent about gaining Rodney's help, ever since he'd heard about the success of the Theater Guild's fundraiser. That was one of the downsides of working within a smaller city. All of these people knew each other and compared notes. He finished securing the false bottom in the trunk of the Cadillac and turned to pick up the 2 express mail boxes he'd carried out with him. Into the trunk they went. He had his list of errands for the afternoon, and then he would pick up Cece from the thrift shop. They'd carefully worked out their plan last night, mailing no more than 4 boxes a day, all from different post office branches within the city. It would take them 3 days to get all the cash on its way. Half of the boxes were addressed to the various branches of the post office in their first destination city. The others would be delivered 2 states away. General delivery, no questions asked. The 2 of them would take turns picking up the packages. One person, collecting multiple express mail boxes at once, could potentially attract attention. It would take time to locate each office, to time the pickups a few hours apart, and to nonchalantly walk away. But the precise execution of the plan was crucial to their success. They knew this from previous jobs, and it didn't do to deviate from the proven formula. He went back to the house to bring out 2 more boxes. Checking the door locks, picking up his cell phone and keys, he headed out for his errands. He drove out of the neighborhood and headed north on Rio Grande Boulevard. His first stop was across the river, a postal branch in the Northeast Heights. Carol slipped her cell phone into the side pocket of her purse, which sat near her feet at the desk. Why hadn't Rodney answered? Perhaps he was driving. She hoped her voice message conveyed just enough of the mild panic she was beginning to feel. A camera. Who would have thought the snoopy young woman would do such a thing? Benny had stormed out of the office 10 minutes ago, leaving the door standing open. She watched as he confronted the old lady volunteer at the sales desk, then as the young snooper came charging out of the restroom to the old woman's defense. The 3 had walked out the front door, where Carol caught a glimpse of them in a rather heated discussion out on the sidewalk. She'd eased the office door shut, folded the pilfered cash into 2 wads, and jammed them into the cups of her bra. With an eye on the door, she'd called Rodney, and then he didn't pick up. Her heart was pounding, and she could not let her nervousness show when the others came back inside. She pulled out a folder of invoices and turned on her computer. Her fingers jittered nervously over the keys. There was no way she could enter data accurately, but she could pretend to be busy. A glance at the clock told her it would be another 2 hours before Rodney came to pick her up, unless he checked his messages and heard the panic in her voice. She exhaled, releasing the pent-up breath. For now, all she could do was appear calm and address any questions with her usual wide-eyed innocence. Benny returned about 5 minutes later. It seemed much of his anger had dissipated, but she could tell he was still in a mood.
"What's this?"
he asked, picking up a small decorative box from his desk. She took a long breath before answering, taking her eyes reluctantly from her computer screen. "I don't know. Maybe one of the volunteers put it there." They did that sometimes. Ask the manager about an item they thought might be particularly valuable. Mariah Blinker knew how to price a lot of things, but even she didn't always seem to know what the value of an unusual item should be. Carol didn't remember anyone walking into the office since she'd arrived, but her mind hadn't exactly been on the movements of others today. The conversation with Rodney and the plans for leaving the city had dominated. Benny sat at his desk and she returned to her work, sneaking a peek at her phone screen to see whether Rodney had responded. Maybe a text? If so, it would be his first time. She had to admit that her partner was still pretty much a newbie at using the cell phone. He made and received calls. That was about it. She pocketed her phone and pretended she needed to use the restroom, but the snoopy one with the long auburn ponytail was at the sales desk, talking with the older woman. Somehow those two were related. Carol wasn't certain, but she'd observed that they came and went at the same time, along with a black woman in her early 60s. The three seemed very chummy, and that was the reason, Carol guessed, that Charlie, yes, that was her name, had leapt to the other woman's defense when Benny charged out there on a rant. She closed the office door and walked softly toward the sales room, intent on getting out the back door without Charlie seeing her. That one had far too many questions, and she seemed sharp enough to connect the dots and figure it out, maybe even back to the places where Carol had previously worked. Her pace picked up, and she dashed between two tall shelving units, forgetting for a moment that she was supposed to be acting 15 years older and slightly feeble. She immediately got back in character. Right now, she needed a private place to speak with Rodney. She needed him to come pick her up. Now. Or she would need to get a taxi and have it pick her up a few blocks away. But her purse was still in the office, and it contained too many things that could connect her to the fundraiser con. She couldn't simply walk away, not at this moment. She stepped out the back door, pausing to study the activity around her. Two of the volunteers were helping someone unload a bunch of boxes from the back of their SUV. A younger man, his name was Todd if she remembered correctly, had one end of a sofa, which he was lifting toward the tailgate of a pickup truck. No one glanced in her direction. She rounded the corner of the building and stood in a shaded spot, pulling her cell phone from the pocket of her slacks. Nothing from Rodney. She called him again.
"Cece, what a delightful surprise,"
he said. At least he knew how to read the caller ID on his phone screen. "You didn't get my earlier message?"
"Sorry, must have forgot to check."
"Where are you? Home?"
"No, darling. I'm at a post office in the Alameda area. Just going inside with 2 of your packages."
Great. He was at least 25 minutes away, if he started toward Heavenly Treasures right now. "I need to get out of here. I'll explain when I see you." There was a long pause at his end.
"Is it vital that I come directly there, or shall I mail the packages first?"
Both were important, but she could stall a while longer. Pull her wide-eyed, "I don't know what you're talking about" act. Surely no one would demand a strip search, even if they did have her on camera putting the money into the desk. At worst, they might ask that she empty her purse. In fact, it would be better if she continued to work at her desk as if nothing unusual had happened. She needed to calm down and stay in character. "Never mind, honey. I'll be fine here. Just continue with the mail and come pick me up at the regular time."
"If you're certain."
"Yes, I'm sure." She put the phone away and walked calmly toward the back door, retracing her steps. She'd no sooner walked into the front sales area than she heard an urgent shout. "Call 911!" Chapter 23. In the aftermath, I tried to remember where everyone had been. But the shop was as busy as usual, and keeping tabs on all the workers and the customers was like herding kittens. All I knew was that Elsa and Kylie were working behind the sales counter. I just asked Dottie if she could use some help folding a huge bedspread that someone had left draped over a table. Those were the only ones I could definitively pinpoint. Oh, and the body. Benny Stevens was dead at his desk. But I'm getting a little ahead of myself. Mariah Blinker was standing in the office doorway, less composed than I'd ever seen her. She was apparently the person who'd shrieked that we needed to call 911 because something was wrong with Mr. Stevens. Everyone else seemed frozen in place, so I pulled out my own phone and made the call. Then I walked over to Mariah, taking her by the shoulders, trying to get her to calm down enough to look directly at me. After a few seconds of watching her wag her head back and forth, I let go of her and walked into the office. Carol's chair was pushed up to her desk, and there was no sign of her. Benny was slumped over his desk, one hand in the center drawer. I felt a little creeped out, but edged over to him and touched the side of his neck. I couldn't feel a pulse, but then I'm not really the best at those kinds of things. His face looked sort of bluish, and there was a rash spreading on his hands and arms. An ambulance, a fire truck, and a police cruiser came rolling up to the front door about a minute later. I'd already snatched my hand away from Benny's neck and put a good safe distance between me and what was probably, no, I knew for sure, a dead guy. The EMTs brushed past me as I scooted out of the office doorway. Dottie was trying to get Mariah calmed down. Elsa had planted herself near the door, beside the police officer, and was announcing to everyone in the building that they needed to stay calm and not leave. The cop looked a little amused, since Elsa had to be his great-grandmother's age. What happened? I turned to see that it was Nancy Pomeroy who had spoken. I shrugged. If the volunteers out back had not already heard about Benny's outburst earlier, I wasn't going to be the one to tell them. He could have easily brought on a heart attack by the way he'd been acting. Word spread quickly, and I saw a half-dozen of the regular volunteers hovering near the back of the room, whispering among themselves. Carol Meyerson stood slightly apart from the rest, and I briefly wondered what she'd been doing in that part of the building instead of being at her desk. Mariah had detached herself from Dottie and edged into the office doorway, watching the EMTs at work. One of them asked her to step aside as he walked toward the exit and said a few words to the cop. Apparently it wasn't good news. He walked out to the back of the ambulance and retrieved a gurney. I noticed that he tossed a square of folded black plastic on top. A body bag. The cop went into action, speaking in his radio and then turning to the gathering.
Folks, I'm sorry to say there's been a death. We need everyone to stay here a little while and help us out by answering some questions. The medical investigator is on the way, and hopefully we'll be able to let everyone leave before too long.
He turned toward the fireman. After a brief confab, the fireman who'd driven their truck turned over the closed sign, went outside, and walked around to the side of the building where the rolling gate allowed access to the back building and parking area. With that closed off, no one would be able to make a run for the back exit. The fire truck left. A white SUV with the medical investigator's logo arrived, and the driver, wearing a white coat and carrying a little medical kit, came in and followed the cop's pointing finger to the office. The two EMTs stood aside and let the man do his job. Meanwhile, 2 more cars arrived and a pair of plainclothes cops came in. They were obviously more experienced at group questioning. They divided the small crowd and asked basic questions about who worked here and who was a customer. The customers got away with giving their contact details, and then were allowed to check out and leave the premises. Those who worked at the shop answered the basics. What area do you work in? When was the last time you saw Mr. Stevens? Can you provide any additional information? Then contact info and dismissal with the proviso that they might be back in touch if any further questions arose. I have to confess that I awaited my turn at the questions with a whole lot of trepidation. Here's why. I had seen and touched the body, and I'd bet more than a few bucks that it wasn't a simple heart attack or stroke that got Benny Stevens. I was one of the last people to speak to him, and it wasn't exactly a friendly little chit-chat. People would remember that. They would also remember that we'd gone outside, and the fact that people indoors couldn't overhear what was being said. They could put all kinds of words in my mouth, including threats. And okay, I had kind of threatened Benny, just a little, because he was picking on my gram. So, should I just be upfront with the cops and tell them all this? Probably. Should I admit that I'd kind of unofficially been investigating the fact that money had gone missing and Benny was my chief suspect? Maybe, maybe not. My investigation had nothing to do with Benny's death, but would the police believe that? My whole train of thought was interrupted when I overheard Mariah Blinker speaking in a low tone with Elsa. "I was a nurse's aide, before I retired," she said. "Of course, it was in a family practice, but we studied the symptoms of all kinds of things. Personally, I think Mr. Stevens might have been poisoned. His skin tone looked really bad." I edged over to the pair. "Is really bad a medical opinion?" Mariah pulled herself up to her full height and tried to stare me down. "I'm just saying, Mariah, that it's not good to voice an opinion like that. There will surely be an autopsy." But the damage had been done. Kylie, standing nearby, gasped loudly enough to get the attention of anyone within 20 feet. "Poison? Oh my God!" The word spread like a wildfire through the crowd, and all at once I thought of Bonnie Stevens. Would the police notify her officially before someone with a quick finger on their texting button got the news out first? That would be a horrible way to learn of your husband's death. But then I supposed there really was no good way to get that sort of news. The standard method where 2 cops show up at the front door surely isn't a whole lot better. The poor woman. At least with Benny as a provider, she and the 4 kids had a comfortable lifestyle. What would she do now? My train of thought was interrupted when one of the detectives approached.
"Ms. Parker?"
He was probably in his late 50s, with that worn expression that hinted he might soon be considering retirement. The knees of his brown slacks were stretched out of shape, his houndstooth jacket tied across a burgeoning belly. Other than the fact that his hair was still thick, he reminded me a lot of Kent Taylor, the homicide detective I'd come to know on previous cases. I nodded and sent him a smile. Cops often get a bad rep, but mostly they're just trying to do their jobs.
"I understand you had a conversation with the deceased shortly before his passing."
We stepped over to a quiet corner near the kitchen utensils, although the crowd in the shop had thinned considerably. "Yes, that's true."
"Can you tell me about that? What was the tone of the discussion?"
"I'm sure others have already told you it got pretty heated." He nodded slightly, studying my face. "Benny got upset with me because I'd planted a nanny cam in his office." I realized how that sounded. Okay, it really goes back further than that. He gave the 5-minute recap of how I'd been brought in to investigate the missing cash, the fact that I'd not had much success in catching the thief, and decided to hide a camera. Since nothing had shown up near the register, I felt the theft had to be taking place inside the office. I placed the camera there, and had actually spotted the bookkeeper slipping money into her desk drawer. My finding exonerated Benny from the crime, but he wouldn't listen to my explanation, and he didn't want to see the footage.
"And that's what the altercation was about?"
Well, I don't know that it exactly reached the altercation stage, but yeah, we had words.
"What was his objection regarding the camera?"
I suppose I should have told him I would be recording movements of those who handled the money. Just kept him in the loop. He seemed angry about that. The cop waited. Frankly, Benny Stevens was on my suspect list. He seemed to live beyond his means, and even admitted to me that he couldn't afford to lose his job here at the thrift shop. In recent days, he'd been in a foul temper. Other than me, he'd snapped at several people. I suspected money worries as the cause of that.
But you didn't catch him taking money, the cop reminded.
Can I show you the video I did get?
I reached for my phone only after he nodded. He watched the brief part where Carol slid the money into her drawer.
Wait right here,
he said, turning from me and heading into the office. He was back less than a minute later.
There's no cash in that drawer of the bookkeeper's desk. I glanced into each of the others and didn't spot it there either. But of course, we'll be doing a thorough forensic search of the room, and I'll keep an eye out for the money.
A forensic search? So it's possible Benny really was poisoned?
What makes you think that?
Ugh, I hate the way cops turn every question into one of their own, without revealing a damn thing.
Right after Mariah yelled that someone should call 911, I went into the office to get an idea what it was about, to see whether someone needed an ambulance or what. Benny was slumped over the desk and I checked for a pulse.
He was scribbling furiously in his little notebook, and now I was certainly down as having touched the body.
His skin had a bluish tint, and there was some kind of rash on his hands and arms, which I hadn't noticed a few minutes before when we were talking outside.
Still making notes, he asked,
Did anything else seem out of place?
Not really. I mean, the room wasn't trashed or anything. Frankly, I wasn't about to hang around with a dead body. I got out. Then the emergency team showed up.
Some bumping and shuffling noises caught our attention. The medical investigator was directing the EMTs to wheel their gurney outside. The black body bag on top was a sad reminder, and those people still in the room moved back respectfully. The man in the white jacket motioned to my questioner, and the two stepped into the office. I was not invited along, but I turned my hearing in that direction. Unfortunately, they kept their voices low. I caught occasional words, forensic team, evidence, and pollen? Maybe the man was just mumbling. I glanced over at Elsa. With no more customers in the shop, things were very quiet at the desk. Kylie had apparently been cleared to leave. Elsa and Dottie were waiting on me to drive them home. I sidled over to the desk and asked Elsa what had happened to the nanny cam.
I stuck it under the counter. I hope Mr. Stevens didn't break it, the way he slammed it down.
The police didn't ask about it?
Nope.
Interesting that the one who'd questioned me didn't pursue that aspect either. I supposed they were far more concerned with a dead guy who might have been poisoned than with the disappearance of a little cash from the till. I seemed to be the only one who'd worked out just how much money that might have amounted to. Chapter 24. In the way that humans always do, whenever there's been an upsetting event, we need to gather and rehash the details. This is why Elsa, Dottie, and I declared an early happy hour when we got home. Okay, well, happy might not exactly be the right term. And we certainly didn't imbibe in the traditional sense. Elsa and Dottie had big glasses of sweet tea, while I opted for a cup of cocoa. No particular reason for that choice. I just felt like I wanted chocolate. We settled on the cushioned furniture under the gazebo in my backyard. Little Freckles sprawled out asleep at my feet. From the conversation in the car, once we'd been dismissed by the police, I knew there was plenty being discussed that I hadn't heard about. For instance, Nancy had mentioned that Benny Stevens had some kind of allergies. He'd once had a severe reaction right after a Sunday school picnic. Dottie heard that he had a heart condition. Elsa said one of the teens, a kid who never failed to show up in complete goth attire, was certain a vampire had gotten to the manager. Those who'd been targets of Benny's temper the past couple of days had been somewhat subdued, Elsa told me, especially Eugene Towner.
That must feel pretty awful, Dottie said. Somebody make you mad, you kind of wish them dead, but then they are dead and you feel guilty somehow.
Even I'd felt that way a little. I'd been ready to accuse Benny of stealing money, but I certainly didn't wish him dead. What if the poisoning rumors were true, and he'd taken something to end his own life? I must have said it out loud because Elsa responded.
Honey, you didn't actually accuse him. If he took something bad, there was another reason behind it.
I could probably put my mind to it and think of a dozen ways a person could kill himself, but swallowing something so toxic that you died within minutes, face down on your desk, would go near the bottom of the list. How about a nice cocktail of pills one takes at bedtime, cozied up with a pile of fluffy pillows and wearing your favorite jammies? Just go to sleep and never wake up. That would be a lot more appealing way to go. What was I thinking? Sheesh. Maybe I should have opted for something stronger in my hot cocoa, something that put a giggle in my thoughts instead of this darker edge. But we were talking about the death of someone we all knew. What about Bonnie? I assume someone from the church would have gone over to their house by now, close friends to be with her? Oh, sure, Elsa said. That was the other big topic of discussion this afternoon. The ladies already have a whole casserole schedule. Who's bringing what, and which day each will take their turn. I've got green chili stew to make tomorrow. I figure that's always good for feeding a crowd. True, you couldn't go wrong with green chili stew. I can drive you to their house to deliver it, I told Graham. I didn't mention that I wanted the chance to ease a few questions toward Bonnie and see what I might learn. Not that I expected to spot a bag of money in the bathroom or anything like that, but I still had questions about the job I'd been asked to do. I sensed movement near the back door, and Freckles bounded out of a dead sleep to go racing toward Drake.
So this is where everyone is, he said, walking out to join us.
We're mourning, Elsa told him. Our store manager died this afternoon.
What? Seriously?
I assured him it was true, and that we all had to drown our sorrows in our own ways. He eyed the iced tea in my empty cocoa mug.
I can see that.
Freckles nudged up to him, depositing white hair on his flight suit. He tickled her behind the ears, looking up at me.
Would it help drown everyone's sorrows if I went out and picked up a pizza?
Charlie's right. You really are the best man in the world, Elsa said. He took that as a yes vote on the pizza and got out his phone to place the order. I shuffled the group indoors after he left to pick up our food. We gathered plates and napkins and decided a movie would go along nicely. I left the choice up to Dottie as she browsed through our video collection. While we all loaded our plates and settled in the living room, it occurred to me that I hadn't seen Carol at all after I discovered Benny's body. Surely she hadn't left. The police were making sure everyone stayed around for a while. Maybe she'd been one of those who was feeling a bit subdued and just didn't have a whole lot to say about what had happened. I wondered what would happen next at Heavenly Treasures. Would the Deacons decide to promote Carol or someone else to manager in Benny's place? Or would they, as Benny had feared, do away with the management position altogether and only rely on volunteers? He'd seemed to think those in charge might justify not keeping the paid position open. And what if the downturn in income had led someone to get rid of the present manager in a more permanent way? An unsettling thought. Chapter 25. Cece seemed shaken when she climbed into the Cadillac at the corner of Manzano and Haynes, 2 blocks from the thrift shop. I hope I pulled off the police interview, she said after telling Rodney that Benny Stevens was dead. I wasn't sure I should go back for my purse, but then figured it would look more suspicious if I left it behind.
You did the right thing,
he assured her. Can we leave tonight? Is the house cleared?
Almost, but now there's a new wrinkle.
She leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes. What's that?
Baxter and Company.
The megacorporation's pledge was nearly a quarter of the donation goal for the theater, and they'd already waited 2 weeks for the money to actually come through. They're not backing out, are they? Please say they aren't.
No, worse.
He brought the car to a stop, waiting on a red light.
Their publicity department got the brilliant idea that their donation should be presented at a press conference. The CEO is known for his big philanthropy gestures. He wants his smiling face on camera, handing over one of those gigantic pretend checks.
Impossible. We don't have the time to wait around for them to set up something.
And we certainly can't be seen on camera. Honey, you do know our policy about that.
I do, darling. But we don't have the real check yet. They promised to hand us an envelope just before the televised presentation. I've been thinking about it all afternoon, coming up with an answer so we still collect our money and get out of town quickly.
Traffic began to move, and he gave his wife a moment to digest what he'd said.
Her green eyes were focused sharply ahead, her thinking mode.
When I spoke to the publicist, I insisted that we do the presentation as quickly as possible.
You're going to do it? I can't believe this, Rodney. We're playing with fire, you know.
It's going to be tricky, love, yes. But I think I have a way.
He outlined his plan during the 10 minutes it took to arrive in their neighborhood. But best-laid plans and all that. The shock came when he turned the caddy onto their street and spotted 2 news vans in front of their house.
Oh, shit!
Carol slid down in the leather seat until her face was barely above the dashboard.
Hit the door opener. I can't let them see me like this.
As smoothly as if he'd planned it all along, Rodney pressed the button and steered Pinky into the garage just as the door reached its peak.
Now what?
Cece demanded.
Calm down. They must be here at the request of Roy Baxter. I spotted him standing at our front door. Change out of your Kara Myosin outfit and doll yourself up. I'll meet them at the front door and stall for a few minutes.
You have an interesting concept of the time it takes a gal to doll up. But at least she said it with a smile. He'd seen her make the switch between characters in under 5 minutes. She could handle it. While his wife raced toward their bedroom, Rodney smoothed back his hair and straightened his shoulders before he opened the front door.
Roy, great to see you again. Sorry we weren't ready when you arrived.
Not at all. My apologies that we've come a bit earlier than planned. It was the window of time when 2 of the stations could send someone and still get the story to their 6 p.m. newscast.
And were we not meant to meet at your offices? How did this lot happen to know about my house?
But he didn't voice any of this. When a man arrived to hand you $250,000, you accepted it, no matter when or where. His smile never faltered.
Well then, we shall give Cece a moment to freshen up. She will make much better eye candy for the cameras than this crusty old chap.
Baxter, bless him, didn't miss a beat.
My assistant has the display check.
He motioned to someone out near the curb.
And here is the real thing. I'm afraid I can't linger once we do the presentation. My jet is waiting and I'm due in Houston in less than 2 hours.
He reached into his jacket's inner pocket and pulled out a long envelope with the Baxter & Company logo, handing it to Rodney, who slipped it quickly into his own jacket. Cece emerged onto the front porch just as the assistant stepped closer with the awkward 3-foot-long cardboard rectangle. She wore a fitted green designer dress, her short blonde hair covered by a wide summer hat, and her makeup flawless.
If we're ready then?
Baxter asked. At Cece's nod, he turned to face the news crews. With a wink to his wife, Rodney stepped off the porch and edged away from the hungry lenses.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Baxter began,
I have a short prepared statement, and then Mrs. Rodney Day will be accepting our donation check on behalf of the Theater Guild.
He proceeded to read 2 paragraphs worth of hype about how much Baxter & Company enjoyed being of service to the arts and to the community. All the cameras and microphones were aimed in his direction as he talked about their many philanthropic causes. The reporters would, no doubt, condense everything he said into 1 or 2 sentences and let the video footage be worth the other 1,000 words. Rodney sidled around the edge of the media group, keeping one eye on the positions of the 2 cameramen, while appearing to be intensely interested in everything that was happening up on the porch. Cece's Carol persona was completely gone, but this was television. The wide-brimmed hat would only go so far to hide her face. If anyone from the thrift shop happened to record the Baxter story and pause their reception of the show, they might take a very close look and figure it out. And that could not happen. To prevent either the thrift shop folks or anyone from the Theater Guild or those they'd met from the Donner Hospital Foundation from making the connection, he could not allow his wife to be recognized. There must be a mishap. He stepped up behind the two cameramen who were practically shoulder to shoulder as they competed for the best angle and light. Edging his way, he stepped between them and the precise moment Baxter's assistant handed the cardboard mock-up to the boss.
And it's with great pleasure that we present this check for $250,000 to...
The crash shifted everyone's attention from the porch to the front sidewalk, where Rodney Day lay atop a pileup, and the two cameramen and all their gear sprawled awkwardly onto the lawn. Cece screamed, "Nice touch," and the female reporters fumbled for what to say next. "Did you get the shot?" seemed to be the prevailing worry. Both of the camera guys shook their heads. One of the cameras lay on the sidewalk, bits of it shattered. The other might be intact, but it was lying a good 10 feet from the photographer, whose skinned palms were of greater concern to him at the moment. "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God," Cece repeated. She'd stepped out of the shadows, and her hat was sitting askew on her head. "Rodney, are you okay?" It was his cue to take his time in getting up and dusting off his pant legs.
"I'll be fine, darling, but I'm afraid I've royally messed up things, haven't I?"
She dithered for at least another 2 minutes, watching Roy Baxter closely. "I suppose we could set everything up and do it again?"
Baxter looked toward the news crews. "Do you have enough footage to piece it together? I'm afraid I really do have a plane to catch."
No one seemed to have a ready answer. Without putting the cameras back together and looking over what video might be salvageable, no one knew the answer. "It's okay," said the reporter from Channel 7. "We'll use what we can." She gave Rodney one of those pitying looks reserved for those deemed too old and clumsy. Good. Let him be perceived that way. Baxter and his assistant bustled away to one of the cars and were gone in under a minute. Cece turned to the reporter. "If I could have a few minutes to fix my hair and makeup, I'm sure we could." "It's okay," the other reporter said. "You did fine. We'll manage." In other words, the teacher strike and the pileup on I-40 and a dozen other stories would top this one anyway. The news people packed themselves into their vans while Rodney and Cece watched from inside the house. "Good show, honey." She kissed his cheek. He pulled the real check from his jacket and handed it to her.
"Do whatever magic you have and get this into the bank right away. I don't want Baxter to rethink his donation just because he didn't get the press coverage he wanted."
They walked into the study as soon as the news vans drove away. She pulled out her cell phone and set to work while he stood and surveyed the express mailboxes, which still littered the top of his desk. He needed a drink. Chapter 26. Visiting the recently bereaved is tough. You never know what to say or what you might do to help. It's even trickier when you hardly know the family. But Dottie needed a day off to tend to some other things, so I agreed to drive Elsa and her gigantic pot of green chili stew over to the Stevens home. Bonnie answered the door, dressed in navy blue pants and a coordinated elbow-length sweater. Her face seemed wan, but her hair was clean and her clothing neat. She graciously thanked us for coming, while Elsa explained how she made her stew and that it would keep in either the fridge or freezer. It was even better when rewarmed, as the flavors fully blended on the second day after the stew was made. I wondered whether Bonnie was absorbing any of that, but she seemed attentive. We were walking toward the kitchen during all this, and I saw that the 4 children were gathered in the family room with a large jigsaw puzzle, and some kindly adult sat there with them, making suggestions. 2 other women were chatting quietly in the kitchen, where an array of coffee and tea options were set up to be offered. The house was even more spotless than the first time I'd been there, with no sign that a complete disruption to this family's life had just occurred. Maybe Bonnie was one of those women who, under extreme pressure, launches into cleaning mode. I know I do. A wall phone rang and the kitchen women sent glances toward Bonnie. She shook her head and excused herself to Elsa, stepping over to pick it up. We couldn't very well blatantly eavesdrop, so Elsa set the stew pot on the range top and introduced herself to the other women. I browsed the basket of tea bags, which one of the ladies took as an invitation to pick up the kettle and pour me a cup of hot water. I let her do it. The activity gave me a chance to keep one ear on Bonnie's conversation, which went something like this.
Yes, I see, but I don't understand. All right, thank you for calling.
She had carried the phone around the corner into the laundry room, so I couldn't watch her expression during the short call. When she returned to replace the handset on its cradle, she seemed to be making an effort to compose herself before she gave an abrupt exhale and looked up with a wan smile on her face.
Are you all right?
Elsa asked, approaching and setting a gentle hand on Bonnie's shoulder. She's so much better at this stuff than I am. Bonnie nodded.
That was a police officer, or detective, or someone. I'm not sure.
One of the kitchen ladies took the cue and carried a plate of cookies to the kids in the family room, distracting them.
We were at the shop yesterday when the police came. What are they saying about all this?
I asked, keeping my voice low. Bonnie glanced quickly around the room, as if the answer might be lurking behind the cookie jar or someplace.
The autopsy is done, and they're saying my Benny died from anaphylactic shock. A bee sting.
Must admit I did not see that coming. Her eyes welled up.
He was allergic, highly so, and we were always very aware. It's one reason why we have no fruit trees and very few flowers in our yard. We couldn't take the risk of attracting bees. I just don't understand. Benny always had his EpiPen with him, one in his pocket and usually another in his desk or the car. I don't know how this could have happened.
That's when the flood of tears started. I pictured Benny the way I'd last seen him. One hand was inside his desk drawer. Had he been reaching for the life-saving medical device at the time? The other women, Bonnie's friends or relatives, I wasn't sure which, all gathered around her and a series of long, comforting hugs began. I stepped aside, my mind churning. I guess I couldn't get the previous day's conversations out of my mind. When people were tossing out the word poison and speculating wildly. I'd seen the body, and Benny didn't look so good. Could the autopsy results be wrong? I edged my way out to the foyer and pulled out my phone. A quick online search might tell me something. I was well into learning the symptoms of anaphylactic shock when the doorbell rang. Since everyone else seemed distracted, I went to answer it. A man in razor-sharp khaki slacks, a white shirt unbuttoned at the collar, and a navy blazer stood there. He blinked twice and gave me a questioning look. Is Bonnie?
I'm here with some of the friends. Bonnie's in the kitchen.
I stood aside.
How's she doing?
I shrugged. Who was I to say? I barely knew her. He had one of those kindly faces, like a clergyman or a soft-sell car salesman. The family did have a new vehicle. Maybe this was the salesman. Nah, I seriously doubted it. He walked into the foyer, talking as I closed the door behind him.
Such a shock about Benny. Such a shock. At least she and the kids will be comfortable. I'm glad I convinced them to go to the max with that new policy.
Insurance salesman. That was it.
Do you or your husband have life insurance, Mrs.?
Observant, he'd noticed my wedding ring right away. I didn't take the bait.
It's very important, you know. We can never tell when tragedy might befall a loved one.
I nodded with an appropriately somber attitude.
We might think about that. How large a policy did Benny have?
The guy was going to poke into my life. I'd dig some info out of him. He lowered his voice to a whisper.
I'm not at liberty to say, specific details about someone else's financial situation. But I'd imagine a similar policy in the range of $1 million would suit your needs. Benny Stevens had $1 million policy?
I kept my voice low but couldn't hide my astonishment. This was clearly a man who was worth more dead than alive. And that put an even more interesting wrinkle on the situation. With money as a motive, people will go to drastic lengths.
But Bonnie? Mild-mannered, perfect wife and mom Bonnie?
And the kids seemed too young to be the murder-plotting types, so what more could be behind Benny Stevens' death? The visitor had thrust a business card into my hand and set off toward the kitchen. It must have been getting a little crowded in there because Elsa came out, obviously looking for me. "Ready to go?" I asked.
"Yep, all set."
She held up a key ring with 2 keys on it.
"I have a new job."
"What?"
"Until the Reverend Marshall and the deacons figure out what to do, Bonnie said I should take Benny's keys and keep the thrift shop open."
"Graham, are you sure you want that responsibility? Every single day?" We had reached the front door and I pulled my key fob from my purse.
"It won't be forever, and Dottie will help. I'd imagine the deacons will get someone else chosen pretty quickly. There are other volunteers who'd love to have the management job, since it comes with a paycheck."
More people with motives. I unlocked my Jeep and saw Elsa into her seat, chiding myself for this line of thinking. Not every death was a murder. The medical investigator apparently had no doubts when he called the bee sting an accidental death, and I had to admit the symptoms I'd spotted online did seem to match that verdict. I needed to drop the ideas about poison. Now. "So, do you need to go home first, or do you want me to head for the shop?"
"Heavenly treasures await me,"
she announced. Oh boy. Of course, there was no one at the shop when we arrived 15 minutes later. The staff had all been sent home yesterday, and the closed sign still showed in the front window.
"What do you think I should do first?"
Graham asked. "You're the shop manager now."
"I'll bet we can find records in the office, get numbers for the volunteers, and see who's available to work. That would be a good start."
It felt very strange to sit at Benny's desk and open the drawers, but I found the file marked volunteers quickly enough. I handed it over to Graham and suggested she use the phone at the front desk to round up some crew. Meanwhile, this was the first time I'd legitimately been alone in this office, and I intended to snoop to my heart's content. Out of habit, I found myself straightening the small items at Benny's desk. A stapler had fallen to the floor, a dish of paper clips had tipped into the center drawer. He must have been in the midst of preparing next week's work schedule. The calendar form was half filled out. I pushed that aside. Elsa would create a new one. What was I thinking? There was no way a woman in her 90s should be taking over management of a business as demanding as this one. The church would take over, and someone they hired would create the work schedule. I tossed the form into Benny's in-basket and pulled out the desk drawer as far as it would come. Benny's hand had been in this drawer. Yes, creepy. So what had he been reaching for? My guess was the EpiPen that would save his life, but it was not there. None of the other drawers in the desk revealed any sign of it. What had Bonnie said? He always kept the pen in his pocket or his desk. I'd gotten the impression he had more than one of the devices. And yet he couldn't put his hands on one at the crucial moment. What happened to them? I spotted the dust cloth I'd used yesterday and used it to pick up a bit of yellow dust from the bottom of the drawer. And then I set about straightening up the pens, notepads, postage stamps, and paper clips that had become a real hodgepodge. My mind kept whirling. The absence of EpiPen was suspicious, but more so, when and where did Benny encounter a bee? All my doubts returned. I'd laid my purse atop the file cabinet, so I reached for it and found the business card of the cop I'd talked to yesterday. Gary Broadman. "Did you receive a copy of the autopsy report on Benny Stevens?" I asked, once I reminded him of who I was. I explained that I'd been asked by the shop's new manager to go through Mr. Stevens' desk. Only semi-true, but Elsa would back me up. "Was an EpiPen found at the scene of the death?" He was apparently shuffling through some pages. I could hear noises in the background.
"No, we made note of that because it seemed unusual."
"I'm trying to figure out how Benny got a bee sting. He was working here in the office, which has one window, but it's tightly latched.
If he'd been out back in the open air and received the sting, could he have made it back inside and been sitting at his desk? Wouldn't he have collapsed outside?
I don't know. Don't have a lot of experience with that kind of thing.
More paper rustling.
Wait. There's something in the comments section here. The OMI's report notes the presence of a dead bee near the victim's hand. It's obviously how they quickly knew what to test for and narrowed it down to a bee sting. Too bad the guy didn't have that pen thingy near enough to reach it. Could have saved his life.
There were probably a dozen more questions I should be asking, but at the moment I couldn't think of them. A dead bee in the drawer. It resonated through my head well after we ended the phone call. How on earth did a bee get into a desk drawer? Not accidentally. Of that I could be fairly certain. Elsa showed up in front of the desk just then, a question on her mind. Chapter 27. Rodney sat at the breakfast bar, holding his head with both hands. Why had he taken the third scotch last night? He knew better. Yes, it felt as though things were closing in faster than he liked, but he prided himself on keeping a cool head and dealing with any setbacks on the jobs through his way. Look how well he'd handled the news presentation yesterday afternoon. How he'd neatly forestalled and prevented the chance that either of their faces would appear on a newscast, and had still pocketed the $250,000 donation. Celebratory drinking needed to wait until they were safely out of the state, several hundred miles away. The aspirin finally kicked in, and a cup of the M&S Extra Strong No. 3 tea set him on a path to action. He donned a sports coat and called out to Cece. "Any word on the deposit yet, love?" She bustled from the study, 2 express mail boxes in her arms. "Just checked it. Hasn't cleared yet. Honey, it's only been 18 hours. We need to give it a day." He grumbled a little, inwardly, but it wasn't as if they didn't have tasks to keep them busy a while longer.
"How many more boxes?"
he asked.
6. We can finish the drop-offs that got interrupted yesterday, and, if necessary, we can always leave these at the local branch.
He gave her a sideways glance.
"So close to home?"
We won't be using the P.O. Box address anymore. In fact, we'll drop off the keys and close that one out."
"Must we? I mean, surely people leave in the dead of the night. Not everyone makes a personal appearance to close down their address."
She gave that a moment's thought.
"You're right. Safer to skip. We can stick the keys in an envelope and mail them back."
"Or we simply disappear."
She gave him an indulgent smile and laid one hand gently against his cheek. They'd used false names and identities when opening the box, as well as in renting the house, so there really was no need to tie up loose ends. Last night he'd talked at great length about the lure of a remote cabin in Montana, and while she didn't believe he would ever turn into a mountain man hermit, the lure of city life and glittering events would pull him back. She could pander to the Scotch-induced fantasy for now. She changed the subject.
"What about the rest of our personal things? How much are we taking?"
"We've a big car with plenty of space. Don't need to fit it all in 2 carry-on bags, as we've done more than once."
At least he was smiling now.
"Take a look."
He opened the door to the laundry room, revealing several duffel bags and suitcases stacked on top of the washing machine. The metal tube containing his prized artwork lay on top.
"There's room for your fancy gowns if you'd like," he said.
"I'll think about that. Sometimes it's more fun to go shopping for new ones. Depends on where we find ourselves and what we decide to do next."
Despite the $1 million in the bank and more than $100,000 in cash going through the mail, neither of them would definitely say this was the final job. There was never a final job for a real con artist, not until they were caught or dead. Chapter 28. Elsa cleared her throat, drawing my attention away from the contents of Benny's desk. "Have you ever seen a bee inside this building?" I asked. She gave it a moment's serious thought.
I'm not sure I've ever seen a bee in this part of town. So many busy streets, freeways, businesses. Now out in my backyard, sure.
My thoughts exactly. There weren't many sources of pollen around here, not for at least 3 or 4 blocks in any direction. But then maybe bees traveled widely and 3 or 4 blocks was nothing to them. Maybe the bee had been carried here in someone's vehicle and flew out when the door or trunk was open to retrieve their donation. I'd have to go with that. Elsa handed me a sheet of paper, the list of volunteer phone numbers.
I've reached out to the ones with a check mark beside their name. Those with a little star say they can work this week.
That included nearly everyone, I noticed. Probably couldn't wait to get back together and learn the latest on what had happened.
So, what do you think? We keep the shop closed for another day or 2 out of respect, and then open up again?
She was watching me, as if I were the authority.
Do you know who was in charge of hiring Benny? Who was the final say on things? Probably Reverend Marshall, but I can find out.
She turned back toward the other room. I realized that if workers were to come back as soon as tomorrow, then right now was my perfect opportunity to go through the bookkeeper's desk without fear of being caught. I left Benny's desk as it was and walked over to Carol's. On my last visit here, I'd barely skimmed a couple of days' deposits, and I'd been looking only for discrepancies between the cash amounts Elsa had noted. Now I might be able to discover if Benny's fears were true and exactly when the shop had begun losing money. I pulled out her chair and sat down, opening the drawer with the files in it and pulling out several folders. Paging through the reports went fairly quickly. Each month's profit and loss statements was filed in reverse sequence, newest on top. The problem was the latest report Carol had printed out was 4 months old. Just about the time Benny had begun to notice the dip in revenues. Odd, too, because the quarterly gross receipts tax report would have been due in July, and she would have needed the information from the P&L in order to fill out that report. I flipped through the files in the drawer once again and found the one labeled tax reports. But there was no second quarter report in it. An envelope from the Taxation and Revenue Department was buried partway into the pages, and when I read the notification, it was a reminder that there were penalties and interest for not filing the report, even if no payment was due. Had Carol, the marvelous bookkeeper who said she had it all under control, been fudging her competence to fool her manager? Or had she been stalling while skimming as much as she could possibly take? When I first spoke with her, she'd presented herself as having lots of experience, but feeling a little befuddled by the computer. Those kinds of things eventually catch up. I turned on her computer. I needed proof, and I would look pretty foolish if it turned out she really had entered all the income data, but just failed to print the reports and add them to her files in the drawer. After all, she might plead, the printer had been on the fritz for months, and she hadn't been able to get anyone to fix it. But once I got into the accounting program, I discovered that no new entries had been made since early May. I seem to remember Benny saying something about how, before they hired Carol, the banking was handled sometimes by himself and sometimes by the church treasurer, who'd become overwhelmed with other duties. Hiring Carol had been the answer to several people's prayers. Yeah, well, faith is only a good thing when it's placed with the right people. Blind faith, especially when it comes to money? I was reminded of the saying some former president had used, trust but verify. It appeared to me that Carol had been pulling the wool over everyone's eyes, bustling about and looking efficient while failing to perform her actual duties. And worse, she'd been skimming money, underreporting the cash intake, and stalling to avoid being caught by either church or state. Her immediate supervisor, Benny. I froze with my fingers hovering over the keyboard. What if Benny had caught on, had believed what I told him about the cash going into her desk drawer and confronted her? This was a lot of money. A fresh urgency surged through me. Carol could be getting ready to vanish. I rushed into the sales area where Elsa seemed to be concentrating on the list of volunteers.
I talked with Reverend Marshall. He suggested we reopen the shop the day after Benny's funeral. He says the service will be tomorrow.
Okay, good. Listen, who's the church treasurer? I've run into some questions.
Let's see. That's Althea Benton. I've known her for ages.
I'd like to speak with her. Could you give her a call and ask if I could come by and see her? While Elsa did that and got the address for me, I went back to Carol's computer and brought up the latest accounting data that had been entered. Compared with the printed reports in the file, it looked as though I had everything. I gathered several file folders to show the treasurer.
Althea says come on over,
Elsa called from the other room.
She's going to be home all day.
What about the bank records, I wondered. There was a small key in Carol's desk drawer, and I discovered it fit the metal file cabinet. I found a large-sized checkbook with a handwritten register, a petty cash bag, and rubber-banded stacks of deposit slips and canceled checks that dated back several years. Well, they really had been going old school around here forever. Carol had even admitted that her accounting experience went back to the days of handwritten ledgers, and that was where she felt most comfortable. I packed everything into a banker's box, realizing that I didn't know whether Carol had an office key or not. If she truly was planning an escape, part of that plan could be to come back here and destroy any incriminating evidence. I'd feel much better if all this paperwork was safely in the hands of the church treasurer. I set the box aside and took one more look around the office space. Seeing Benny's desk again brought back everything the cop had said about the autopsy report and my ideas about the dead bee. Even if I went with the theory that a bee had somehow arrived at the shop, it still didn't explain how the insect had got inside the building and into Benny Stevens' desk drawer. That part seemed beyond accidental, which meant someone managed to carry it into the office, and then what? And why? Had someone with access to this office found the ideal murder weapon? An unsuspecting bee? Had I now found myself with two mysteries to solve? Chapter 29. The woman who met us at the door was a version of Elsa, 10 years younger. I was glad I'd brought the entire box of handwritten deposit slips and the full set of financial statements, even though they were outdated. Althea fluttered about, showing us into her living room, a collection of furnishings and fixtures straight out of the 80s. She offered tea or coffee, which we declined.
I'm not sure what I can tell you about any of this,
she said, staring at the profit and loss statement I deemed to be the most recent.
Carol was so efficient at Heavenly Treasures. We were so grateful to have her. Previously, we'd had a succession of volunteers who just did their best, but I never felt I had proper reports to show the deacons.
See, this is where I'm running into some problems, I told her. The financials are at least 4 months behind, and when I tried putting the deposit slips in sequence and matching them to the entries in the check register, well, it seems quite a few of them are not here.
And don't forget to tell her about the missing cash,
Elsa prompted. She then proceeded to relay her own observations and the fact that we'd tracked specific cash sales for several days.
Oh, dear.
Althea reached for a wrapped hard candy from a bowl on the end table near her chair.
I'm very much out of my depth with all this. The only reason I'm the church treasurer is because my late husband Archie was an accountant. He handled the church finances brilliantly until he passed away 10 years ago now. I inherited the job and no one ever questioned. I can balance a checkbook. It's tithes and offerings that cover the expenses of our worship center. The thrift shop began 8 years ago as an idea to help the less fortunate in the community. No one really ever saw it as a business. Which perfectly explained why it was prime pickings for the likes of Carol Meyerson. The trusting nature of people like Althea and Elsa made them easy marks. I thought of the younger people involved in running the church, the Reverend Marshall, deacons such as Eugene Towner, Benny Stevens, and Mike Weber. I supposed each had his own area of responsibility, and everyone trusted that the hired bookkeeper was doing everything just fine.
Althea's job basically boiled down to presenting a report at each deacon's meeting, giving them the church's current bank balance and a listing of expenses that needed their approval. She received the bank statements for both the church and the thrift shop in the mail and passed along the shop's business to the bookkeeper. No one seemed comfortable with online banking or electronic payments. Did the deacons question why there had been no financial reports from the shop for the last few months? I asked. Well, not really. I told them what Carol had told me. She was running a little behind because of some family difficulties. I got the impression there's a sister in Virginia or someplace like that. The ball of candy in the side of one cheek made her look like an off-balance squirrel. The church has a bigger project going on right now, Elsa said. Oh, yes, the Sunday school annex. Althea's face lit up. It's going to be so nice when it's finished. Going over the construction costs and dealing with the contractor has taken most of their attention. Going on 6 months now. It sounded like the perfect storm of inattention, meeting up with a crafty bookkeeper who knew exactly what to say in order to stall for time. Time. How much did I have to connect the dots in a way that would constitute enough proof for the law to take a look? Althea's face drooped. She spat the rest of the candy ball into a tissue, her expression beginning to look a little sickly. If it's true that money has gone missing from the shop, I wonder if the deacons can hold me responsible. She turned to Elsa. Can they, do you think? I can't decide what to do. I had that same worry, Elsa said. I was the one handling cash at the register every day. I got the feeling Mr. Stevens was eyeing me once I brought up the missing $100. Shifting the blame seemed to help Althea recover a little. Let's not worry about that just yet, I told them. I'm fairly certain all of this falls to Carol. It's just that we need to put together some proof. Which it now looked like was going to fall squarely in my lap. I couldn't see Althea being able to think straight, much less organize any of this material into something the police could use. And if I went to that effort, would the church officials actually go so far as to press charges? I should speak with Reverend Marshall before I put a lot more effort into this, find out how seriously he was willing to take it. As Elsa and I drove toward home with the box of paperwork in the back seat, I thought about all this, trying to envision how it would go when they pulled Carol in for questioning. The older woman with her pink complexion and matronly clothing, stodgy figure, and hint of developing a double chin. If she looked at the judge with the same guileless, wide eyes that she'd used on her employer, no court would convict a sweet old lady like that of being a criminal mastermind. Okay, Charlie, get real. You don't have to prove she's some master crook, just that she's figured out a way to rip off thousands of dollars from a religious organization and the poor people they serve. Can we stop at the post office on the way home? Elsa asked, breaking the loop of my thoughts. I need some stamps to mail out my bills next week. We were almost there, and I made the turn into the parking lot of our neighborhood branch office. I won't be a minute, she promised, opening the passenger side door. Judging from the number of cars in the lot, she would be a lot longer than a minute, but I could wait. I pulled out my phone and tapped the number I'd found earlier for Reverend Marshall. He answered on the first ring, and I briefly went over what I'd discovered so far at the thrift shop and how the visit had gone with Althea Benton.
How much did you say is missing?
He asked. That's the thing. I really don't know for sure. I tossed out a figure that was probably too low. I need to go back through the records from before the current bookkeeper started, and then compare the income at that time with what's been reported recently. Benny Stevens told me the shop's income had drastically slowed down, so much so that he was afraid he'd lose his job.
That wouldn't have happened, Marshall said. We need someone to be in charge, even if Heavenly Treasures doesn't show a profit. It's a community service as much as anything.
So my more basic question is whether you'd be willing to press charges, to follow this up with the law, if I do find that there has been outright theft. Or would your stance be to turn the other cheek, forgive and forget,
Something like that.
There's a time for forgiveness and a time for accountability. If someone has stolen as much as you are suggesting they have, my vote is that person needs to be held accountable.
Okay, just making sure we're on the same page.
We ended the call on that note. I'd been keeping an eye on the front door, watching for Elsa, but so far no sign of her. A classy woman of 60-ish held the door for a young mom with 2 kids. There was something vaguely familiar about her smile, but I couldn't place where I might have seen the Jamie Lee Curtis short hair. She bypassed the mom and strode toward the opposite end of the parking lot, her posture erect, her jeans perfectly fitted, and the bright teal sweater surely cashmere. It was when I saw her walk up to the driver's door of a vintage pink luxury car, complete with tail fins and plenty of chrome, that something clicked. Chapter 30.
That does it for the boxes I planned to mail,
Cece said, dropping her designer bag on one of the bar stools.
Glass of wine, love.
Rodney held up a new bottle of her favorite French Bordeaux. She nodded and kicked off her shoes.
You're not concerned about sending all that cash through the mail?
He uncorked the bottle and poured.
I've done it lots of times. You know, they're so worried about criminals laundering money by using money orders. But this is so much simpler. Do you know how often a package gets opened and inspected? Almost never.
He handed her a glass, one eyebrow raised.
Plus, I've used false names and addresses on the return labels. Even if someone tries to trace them back, it won't be to me, or to you, darling.
She raised her glass and clinked it to his.
Let's go out and enjoy the garden.
I must say, I will miss this home,
he said as they stepped out to the stone patio and surveyed the tall trees, lush lawn, and abundant flower beds.
It's been one of the nicer ones we've had over the years.
She agreed as she pulled out a chair at the wrought iron table and set her wine down.
Oh, there's the phone. I'll just...
Rodney turned back toward the open back door.
Expecting a call?
No, but it's no trouble to check.
He lifted the handset from the kitchen phone, setting his wine glass on the countertop.
I'm calling for Carol Meyerson,
said a female voice.
Is she there?
Rodney's stomach did a little lurch. No one except the thrift shop had been given this number for his wife, and everyone who was associated with their other charitable projects knew her as Cece.
Who's that you're asking for?
Buying himself an extra moment as the woman repeated the name.
No, sorry, you've dialed the wrong number.
He hung up before the caller could ask anything more, but his heart was thumping. Was it more than coincidence that someone who'd gotten this number would just happen to call as they were preparing their departure? Back outside, she looked up at him as he walked out and closed the glass door. She'd laid her hand over the top of her wine glass, and he tilted his head, questioning.
Another of those bees we've been seeing. This one wanted a taste of my wine.
She laughed and said she didn't plan on sharing.
Yes, there have been more than a few this summer.
Who was on the phone?
He debated.
No one. Wrong number.
She sipped her wine for another minute or two, and he could tell her mind was racing ahead. He had already accumulated a tidy stack of the items they would take. The Picasso and a duffel bag of cash would go into the hidden compartment in the trunk of the car. Larger luggage would be stacked on top, suitcases with their clothing and toiletries, baggage that would attract no attention in a routine traffic stop or overnight at a hotel.
Rodney, I do have one other thing that's weighing a little on my mind.
She had his attention. Cece was not a worrier.
The thrift shop. I have a feeling there's a loose end that could cause some trouble later.
Shall we go there now?
She gave that some thought.
No, someone could still be around. The police or that nosy investigator, and I'd rather not face any questions. Let's enjoy our wine and a nice dinner. I'll think about this other matter.
Don't forget, darling, you haven't packed your bag.
If there's clothing to be left behind, make certain to check the pockets and purses and such."
Her jaw tightened.
"I realize you know this, love. It's just a reminder."
She relaxed slightly.
"I've a nice chicken for our dinner. I'll just pop it in the oven now."
Chapter 31. Where had I seen that car? I stared after it as the slender woman backed out of her parking space and headed toward the exit. Something told me to follow it, and I chafed with impatience that I couldn't very well just drive off and leave Graham stuck at the post office. The pink Cadillac made a right turn out of the lot, but I lost sight of it as it passed behind an adjacent building. I closed my eyes for a second, thinking back. This very parking lot. I'd seen the car here before, but that wasn't in itself suspicious. It was a neighborhood post office. I saw the same cars here frequently. No, there was more. Recent. And the only place I'd spent a lot of time recently was the thrift shop. Did the pink car belong to a customer? Not likely. A volunteer. But I'd become familiar with most of their vehicles, too. No? My passenger door rattled and Elsa climbed in.
"Sorry, there was a line."
I yanked the gear shift before she'd hardly fastened her seatbelt. "Do you know anyone at Heavenly Treasures who drives an older model Cadillac? A bright pink one with fins?"
"Oh, goodness, let me think."
I didn't have time for that. My tires chirped as the Jeep bounced out of the exit and made the right turn. The street stretched ahead, empty. There was a stop sign at every other block, and I cruised by all of them, scanning the side streets, left and right, for any sign of the pink car.
"I think I know the car you mean,"
Elsa said once she'd got her balance back.
"I have seen one like that near the shop, but I don't remember who it was. Not someone who parks it there all the time. I would remember that. My uncle's second wife had a car like that, only I'm pretty sure hers was white."
I tuned out the reminiscences and kept my eyes on the side streets. The car didn't have enough of a lead to be miles away. And this was a residential area. Chances were the driver lived nearby if they used the same post office regularly.
"Carol Meyerson, the bookkeeper."
Elsa's face broke into a grin when she said it.
"She's always dropped off and picked up by her husband, and it's in a big pink car."
Yes, it was someone picking up someone else that I'd seen. But the woman I knew to be driving the car now looked nothing like Carol, and I could be pretty certain this was no one's husband either. Maybe there was another family member, a sister or friend who occasionally drove the distinctive car. "Did you bring that volunteer schedule home with you? And is Carol Meyerson's phone number on it, along with all the others?"
"Yes and yes,"
Elsa said, rummaging in her purse. I pulled to the curb and called. A man answered, British accent, which was kind of sexy, but his wasn't a friendly tone when he said he'd never heard of Carol, and I had the wrong number. I rechecked the number from Elsa's list against what showed on my phone as my most recent call. It was a match. So Carol had either given a false number or it had been incorrectly written on the volunteer list. Either way, I had hit a dead end. We drove on home. The day's conversations kept rattling around in my head as I searched for answers to Benny Stevens' death. The police had officially closed their investigation, with the ruling that it was accidental. But I couldn't see anything accidental at all about a bee finding its way into the man's desk drawer at the very same time that his EpiPen had disappeared. Still, the cop hadn't seemed concerned.
"We've seen stranger things happen."
Didn't sit well with me, but that was his official stance. And then there was the missing money. Coincidence? Lots of cash disappears and a man dies? That didn't fit the category of strange at all. I'd call it motive. Well, somehow. I couldn't quite piece it together, and I couldn't get the pink Cadillac out of my mind. By 8 p.m., Drake had noticed how restless I was.
"Shall we turn off the TV? The show doesn't seem to have your attention."
"No, it's fine. Keep watching. I'm just going to give Ron a call and see if he can track something for me." Victoria answered, and after the initial pleasantries, including my asking how Jason was adapting to his new school, "Just fine, thanks," she handed over the phone to Ron. "I'm trying to track down a particular vehicle that I think is related to this case of missing money I've been investigating. Can you do that?"
"With some limitations. You know I only have access to certain info in the DMV database. What's the make, model, and year of the car?"
I've always taken some kind of an interest in cars, but not so much that I'd know that level of detail on a car I'd only seen a couple of times at a distance. I'll have to get back to you. So where does one go for details about something one knows very little about? The internet. I got online and searched Cadillacs with fins. Okay, it's not much, and it did take me a little while to narrow it down, but I came up with the Eldorado Biarritz. Couldn't find anything stating that pink was a standard color, and I passed all that along to Ron when I called him back.
"Okay, I'll see what I can come up with tomorrow at the office. You do still work at our office, don't you?"
Smarty. Chapter 32. Cece had a difficult time settling down at the dinner table. She hardly touched a bite of her chicken and roasted veggies.
"Darling, this isn't like you,"
Rodney finally said, after trying to keep up a conversation.
"Tell me what's bothering you."
She picked up the dinner plates and carried them to the kitchen sink. "I have a terrible feeling I've forgotten something." He chuckled.
"We all do that, walking into a room and not remembering why we're there."
"No, this is more. I should have stayed at the thrift shop and gone completely through my desk."
"For personal items?"
"I'm more worried about the paperwork I left behind. It's evidence, and I always try to wipe down my work area, remove fingerprints before my last departure. If they're really onto what I was doing there, I don't know, honey. There are times I feel like I'm losing my touch."
"The authorities are far more concerned with the death of that manager chap."
She stopped in the middle of scraping the chicken bones into the trash. "Yes, and what if they tie—" She set a plate into the dishwasher. "What if they can tie me to that?" He went still.
"Can they?"
"I've told you about my past, Rod. I've never killed anyone."
"But there was the one woman who died."
"Which no one ever connected to me." She paced to the far end of the room and back. The connection was sketchy, way back then, but eerily similar. Her supervisor at a convenience store had fallen off a ladder while changing light bulbs, a task she'd performed many times without a mishap. But this time they'd been the only two in the store, and the supervisor had just accused Carol of dipping into the cash. Then, as now, she wondered how many others the supervisor had expressed her suspicions to. Then, too, she had packed up and left that Midwestern city on a moment's notice. Rodney pushed back from the table and walked toward her, placing his hands on her shoulders, looking into her eyes.
"Would it make you feel better if we go and check? Do a thorough little mop-up?"
She relaxed into his embrace. "Yes, it really would."
"Then we shall. Leave the dishes, change into something appropriate, and we'll go."
She looked up with a loving gaze. "You don't think I'm getting a little too old for this life?"
"Not a bit. You're a far younger spring chicken than I am."
Which didn't exactly answer her concern. Maybe they were both at the point where they would begin making errors. They needed to look out for each other. 40 minutes later, he'd parked the car down the street from Heavenly Treasures, and they walked back, checking for passing traffic before edging around to the side door where Benny had kept a hidden key. By the light of Rodney's small penlight, she opened the door and they made their way carefully through the maze of junk-filled tables and shelves.
"How could you possibly work amongst all this clutter?"
he muttered, nicking his shin against a tricycle. "I didn't. Thank goodness there were others willing to get their hands grubby." She led the way, keeping her small flashlight aimed at the floor and her eyes peeled toward the windows that faced the street. Traffic moved at a steady pace, and there were no pedestrians in sight. Rodney stepped ahead and held the door to the office open. Cece paused and looked toward the manager's desk.
"Looks like they've at least tidied up his work area,"
she said, staring around the office.
"Things were really crazy right after the EMTs were here."
"You didn't keep your own paperwork at his desk, did you? What about that large file cabinet?"
"No, everything I generated is right here."
She unfolded the dark tote bag she'd brought along and stepped toward her own desk. But when she pulled out the drawer and aimed her light into it, she froze in place.
"Oh no! Oh crap!"
He peered over her shoulder. The drawer contained 2 slender hanging file folders, nothing more.
"Everything's gone."
Cece sounded like she was going to be sick.
"Someone's been here. They went through everything."
Her eyes were frantic as she shone the light around the surfaces in the room.
"And the other thing."
The erratic moves with the flashlight were making him dizzy. He stepped over to the north-facing window and twisted the wand to close the mini blinds. They could risk the light for a few minutes, surely. When he flipped on the overhead lights, his wife's pacing jolted to a stop.
"Let's calm down and think rationally for a moment, shall we?"
"You don't understand. What reason would they have for clearing out my desk?"
There was an edge to her voice he'd never heard before, as if she might be about to cry.
"The cops were all over this place yesterday, questioning everyone. What if something that somebody told them is what led them to taking all the financial records?"
"They were here to investigate what happened to Stevens, weren't they? That seems unrelated to the financial records in your desk."
"We can't take the chance. They could be going through everything right now, closing in on me."
He raised his wrist.
"It's nearly 10 o'clock. The police most likely aren't."
She grabbed his arm.
"We have to get out. Now. Tonight."
Chapter 33. The day of Benny Stevens' funeral arrived. Elsa and Dottie would attend. I made other excuses, largely because I hate funerals. After a hearty breakfast, I saw my husband off to finish the job he'd started with that movie producer, whose name I couldn't even remember. Then Freckles and I headed for our RJP Investigations office, about 10 minutes from home. The poor dog had been feeling neglected after I'd abandoned her for my thrift shop gig more than a week now. By this morning, I'd lost some of my fervor about the pink Cadillac. Spotting the car twice at the post office could be purely coincidental, although if it was the same car that had picked up Carol Meyerson from the thrift shop, I did need to pursue all leads on the missing cash. And I had started Ron on the path of trying to find out more about it, so I would spend a little time here and see what he'd learned. Plus, it was probably high time I caught up on my own work. I parked behind the converted Victorian and saw that both Ron and Sally, our part-time receptionist, were already here. I grabbed a mug of coffee in the kitchen and paused at Sally's desk for a quick catch-up. She ruffled the dog's ears and handed her a biscuit. Her hubby and kids were doing great, and there was no urgent office-related messages from me, so I headed upstairs. Ron was behind his desk, phone to his ear as usual. He saw me and handed over a single sheet of paper, which I carried to my desk. At the top it said, MVD search results. Cadillac Eldorado Biarritz, 1959. There were only 2 entries. One of the vehicles was registered to the Route 66 Historic Auto Museum. I knew of that place, although I'd never actually walked in and checked out the exhibits. One thing for sure, if the car was on display there, it was not being driven out and about town, although I supposed that couldn't be stated definitively. I could give them a quick call and check. The second 1959 Caddy was registered to a C.M. Day. The address was a post office box, which, eureka, was the branch office where I had spotted the car. Maybe this C.M. Day was the woman I'd seen driving it. And, the best luck I'd had so far, the registration included a street address. I was familiar with the street, which is only 5 or 6 blocks from my own. I was ready to drop everything and head over there, but when I rushed toward my office door, I nearly crashed into Ron.
I may have a good lead on the thrift shop thief.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I meant to say that.
Just curious. Once you have all this evidence that someone's been stealing, and you have the person in your hot little hands, are you sure the church is willing to press charges against them? They would need to do that, you know.
I know. I talked with the minister.
Just saying. You could find out they don't want the publicity or the scandal. They could choose to ignore it.
They might also be so thrilled with me they'd reserve me a place in heaven or something if I were to recover a bunch of missing money that they never knew they had. I mean, the mission work and all that. But I didn't bring it up to Ron. He's such a skeptic. Mainly, I just wanted to make sure Graham was completely in the clear regarding the money, and I couldn't let go of the idea that the missing money could be connected somehow to Benny Stevens' death. Part of the reason I'd encouraged Elsa and Dottie to go to his funeral this morning was to have them keep an ear open for gossip about Bonnie and the big life insurance policy. I pondered all the various implications as I called to Freckles, picked up my purse, and we headed out to the Jeep. It's amazing how you can live in the same neighborhood your entire life and still find something new. I'd explored all over the place as a kid on my bike, but in recent years I'd fallen into the habit of using the same routes to come and go. Things change in subtle ways. Trees get taller, landscaping is replanted, a house gets a new paint scheme, places that had toys all over the yard now do not. So when I located San Carlton Avenue and began watching the addresses, I was surprised to come upon a gorgeous home with clean lines and lots of windows. It must have been built in the 50s. Nearly everything in the neighborhood was completed in that era. But this one had been beautifully maintained, with fresh paint and neatly trimmed shrubbery. I couldn't see movement at any of the windows, and the double-car garage door was closed, but I parked at the curb and walked up to ring the bell. No response, even when I rang again. I decided to walk around and see if the side gate was unlatched. "They're not home." The woman's voice coming from the driveway next door startled me. "Packed up. Vacation, maybe? But it was a strange time to leave." I stepped over a little closer to the hedge that divided the two properties. The neighbor was probably in her 70s with beautiful salt and pepper hair. She carried a shoulder bag and had car keys out. I introduced myself and offered my business card. "What do you mean, strange time to leave?" She sighed. "I have terrible insomnia, up half the night, so I sit by my bedroom window and read." She nodded upward toward her second story. "About midnight, there was a bunch of activity over here. Lights on all over the house, 2 of them putting stuff in the car." Had they talked about a vacation trip? She shook her head. "We weren't really neighborly, kept to themselves. We actually never spoke other than to say hello or remark about the weather. Nice enough, but other than having some kind of party one time, they didn't socialize. Not with us neighbors, anyway. I'd see them all dressed up and going out." "A couple, right? The woman is slim and very fit-looking?" "Yeah. He's older, kind of, gentlemanly. Has a British accent." That sounds like the people I'm looking for. I wonder how I might get in touch. "I can give you the landlord's name. He lived in the house for a while before he moved up to Sandia Heights. Told me the rental market was so good he'd just hang on to the place and rent it. See how that went." She was rummaging in her purse while she talked, coming up with a slip of paper and pen and scrawling a note. "Talk to him. Could be these people will be back in a day or so. Sorry I don't know much more than that, and I really do need to get going to watch my grandkids. My daughter's in some kind of seminar this week." I wished her luck. With no sleep the night before, she seemed a little weary to be dealing with young children. As the neighbor drove away, I climbed into my Jeep and phoned the landlord's number she'd given me. "Gerald Cordova," came the answer. How much detail to cover on the phone. I realized I hadn't quite thought through my story here. "I'm interested in your rental property on San Carlton Avenue."
"On the way there now. I'm about 10 minutes away. Can you meet me there?" Okay, that was easy enough. I worked on my cover story.
which was that I worked with Carol and she'd left early this morning and we needed something for the office. It had enough little scraps of truth to ring true. I just wasn't sure if a landlord would let me inside on that info alone. A late model blue pickup truck arrived, right on time. The man who got out was about 40, with curly dark hair and a muscular build. As he began pulling hoses and buckets out of the truck, I thought he looked more like a pool guy than a landlord. He caught me staring at the conglomeration. I never trust my tenants to do pool maintenance. They'll remember to check the chemicals, sometimes. Mostly they just let it go, and by then the pH is a mess and leaves have clogged the filters. Easier to drop by every week and do it myself. He hefted a long coiled hose over one shoulder and headed for the backyard. I tagged along. So, what was it you wanted to ask me? You interested in leasing the place? 'Cause the current tenants have already prepaid. Oh, no. I already have a home. Not far away, actually. I launched into the story about working with Carol. It's her day off, and I thought I'd drop by on my way to the shop and pick up the files she brought home with her yesterday. Now it looks like she's not home, and the neighbor said she saw them packing and leaving last night. His brow wrinkled as he uncoiled the hose and set up the vacuuming apparatus. It's just that this file has to do with the store's finances, and it's something we really need. If they've left, it puts us in a real bind. I'd recognize the folder if you could just let me in the house. This was so outside the realm of what a landlord should do, I fully expected him to deny the request flat out. I sent him the most winning smile I could come up with. He set the pool vacuum to work and dipped a chemical test strip. Tell you what, you describe the folder to me and I'll go inside and look for it. Well, it was something. I described with great precision one of the folders I'd taken from Carol's desk at Heavenly Treasures. He wouldn't find it in here, but it might give me a way in the door while he looked. He pulled out a ring of keys and let himself in the back French doors. I saw him walk through a dining room, into the kitchen, and disappear through a doorway. He was back less than a minute later. Their stuff is all gone. He seemed more than a little surprised. Yeah, I forgot to mention. When the neighbor said they were packing, she said it was a lot of stuff. Gerald scratched his head and glanced back at the pool where everything seemed to be running okay on its own. The Days rented the house furnished, but it looks like all their personal things are cleared out. Damn, I really, really hope she didn't take that office folder with her. I'm in a pickle for letting her bring it home. He shrugged. I suppose there's no harm in letting you go in, take a look around. Thanks, you saved my life. Men love it when you say things like that. Look, I don't want to disrupt your work. I know exactly what I'm looking for. Which was not at all true. Chapter 34. I can't believe we only made it to Santa Fe, 1 hour into our trip. Their escape, he meant. Cece sat up in bed and rubbed his shoulders. It's all right, honey. We've known for some time that your night vision isn't what it used to be. And I'm sorry I was getting too sleepy to help with the driving. It's those god-awful headlights. When did they start putting those horridly bright ones on cars? He stood up and adjusted his pajama top. And why didn't I press on, get us downtown so we could stay at the La Fonda? Room service would help make the whole experience less insulting. We'll find a nice little cafe somewhere. Why don't you go ahead and get your bath first? I'll brew some coffee in that tiny machine over there. Bring me a foam cup while I lounge in that plastic, or whatever it is, bathtub. He pulled the curtain aside and looked out to the parking lot, making sure the Cadillac was still there. They'd left far too many valuable items in it, and the knowledge interrupted his sleep repeatedly through the night. At one time in his life, this would have been an adventure. A lark as they raced out of a city just ahead of the law, a vehicle full of loot, hiding out in a small motel off the beaten path, where the two of them would make love on a lumpy bed and giggle over their situation. But now all he could think about was the comfort of the lovely house they'd just left behind. Its clawfoot porcelain tub in the bathroom, upscale espresso machine in the kitchen. the kidney-shaped pool in the backyard. Was Rodney Day growing soft? He chided himself as he adjusted the water temperature in the bathtub. Cece came into the room, setting a small cup of very ordinary coffee on the Formica vanity top, poking about in their travel kit. She pulled out her toothbrush and paste and began scrubbing at her teeth, staring fiercely into the mirror.
Still stressing over those documents?
She nodded and spat out the toothpaste. I suppose.
Nothing to be done about it now. Someone took them, and we have no way of knowing who it was.
But she had a suspicion. He knew she'd been watching that private investigator for days ahead of time, and the young woman had been watching Cece, or Carol, and his poor wife had nearly bolted when the police showed up, even though their interest was in the sudden death of the shop's manager. Nothing to do with them. Or was it? He'd never actually come out and asked Cece if she had anything to do with the arrival of a solitary bee in the office, or the missing EpiPen that could have saved the man's life. She closed the bathroom door behind her, leaving him to undress and have his first cup of coffee in the tub. Just like home. Except there was no home right now. They would have to follow the trail of their cash stash and put down roots somewhere new. He settled into steaming water and imagined where that might be. For now, somewhere in the American West, although he wouldn't mind if they made their way to England again. He had loved being part of London society. Maybe it wasn't too late to recapture that lifestyle. Rodney was out of the bath, standing at the mirror and trimming his mustache when Cece tapped at the door. "Good news," she called out. "Our $250,000 is safely in the bank." His mood immediately lifted. He could tell hers had too, just by the tone of her voice. "I've already transferred it around to the other accounts." He opened the door a crack and smiled at her.
That's the kind of news we wanted. Well done.
She blew him a kiss and walked away, her attention on her phone screen.
I'm so lucky,
he thought, having a wife and partner who knows how these things work.
Find an excellent restaurant for breakfast, he called out. No holds barred. We have all day to get to Denver.
Chapter 35. I didn't dare spend more than a few minutes inside the home. Gerald had been gracious enough, but I couldn't afford to have him thinking I was there to rip off the furnishings or anything. I walked through, getting the lay of the house, discovering there was a study. That's where I concentrated my efforts. The desk didn't contain much. Either the days had cleared out their things really well, or they'd never thoroughly settled in. I did find an empty file folder and half a pack of copy paper. I stuck a few sheets of the blank paper into the folder, the necessary prop I would use when I said goodbye to the landlord. The next step was to find a window appropriate to my plan to twist the latch open. The guest bedroom had 2 windows that served this purpose nicely, and I pulled the drapes closed when I'd finished. Although I felt myself itching to delve into the closets and drawers, for now I needed to stick with my story. Gerald Cordova was measuring some kind of powdered chemical for the pool when I walked out the back door. I held up my file of papers and put a song in my voice. Found it! Thanks so much! He gave a nod, seemingly happy to have helped me. Such a nice guy. I walked around to the front of the house and got in my Jeep, started it, and drove to the end of the block. At the corner, I parked where I could still see his truck, which was facing away from me. This should be ideal. I kept one eye on the truck while scrolling back through my emails. Nothing really new. Ron had probably given up on me as a business partner, and Elsa and Dottie were at Benny Stevens' funeral this morning. I came to the document from Ron with the name of the Cadillac's registered owner, C.M. Day. It would have been nice to take a peek in the garage and see if the vintage car was in there. It was possible that the couple owned another vehicle and had abandoned the Caddy in the same way they left the house behind. Movement near Cordova's truck caught my attention. He was loading the pool equipment into the back, a reverse of when he'd taken it out. Within a minute, he'd climbed inside and driven away. Now it was my turn. I timed a wait of 5 minutes. By now, he would be far enough away that he wouldn't come back. I left my Jeep parked there and walked back to the house. Didn't want to take a chance that the neighbor I'd spoken with would come home early and see it. But the street was quiet, that midday lull when people were either away at work, out to do their daily activities, or whatever it was stay-at-home people did in the mornings. I carried the file folder with me. That type of thing can make a fantastic disguise. I could be a census taker, an insurance salesperson, or somebody handing out religious pamphlets, just in case someone happened along and questioned me. Fortunately, no one did. With an eye peeled toward the windows across the street, I saw no activity, so I walked around back and closed the side gate, then let myself in through my unlatched window into the guest room. Only after I had the window fully open and a leg inside did it occur to me that there could be an alarm system. But no whistles, buzzes, or shrill electronics interrupted the quiet of the house, and I remembered that the landlord had simply unlocked the door and walked in, so I felt better about that. I gave a quick perusal of every drawer in the room and the closet, then moved on to the master bedroom. I had to give credit for the quality of the furnishings. This was no typical rental, and I wondered how much the day couple had been paying. No matter. The bedroom drawers were all empty. In the closet hung a couple of expensive dresses, size 6. I was surprised a woman would leave these behind. Maybe they would fit me.
Quit it, Charlie. You don't go anywhere fancy enough to wear them anyway.
I moved the dresses aside, studying the floor and walls for any hidden compartment. Nothing. Down the hall, I went back into the study and gave it a thorough check. Zilch there, too. And the living room yielded nothing. In fact, it was almost pristine enough to suggest that the couple had never spent any time there. Next to the kitchen was a laundry room. I went so far as to peek inside both the washer and dryer, where I found a man's lone sock, black. A box of soap powder and a packet of fabric softener sheets sat on a shelf. But nothing seemed to be concealed in either of those. A door out of the room led into the garage, and, no real surprise, the pink Cadillac was gone. As there didn't appear to be any storage boxes, hidden cubbies, or toolboxes in the garage, I shut the door and went back. Kitchen and dining room were the only places I hadn't yet searched. The kitchen was furnished with the basics, much more like a vacation rental than a long-term place. The espresso machine was a nice one, and I wondered whether it had come with the house or, like the dresses in the bedroom, had been left behind by the renters. I poked my way through cabinets and drawers, finding a set of decent dishes and serving pieces, flatware that was nice but nothing a renter would want to steal, very basic skillets and saucepans, a block of knives, and a tub of spatulas and whisks and such. One cupboard contained glassware, and tucked in beside a set of champagne flutes was a metal box. It caught my eye because it seemed somewhat utilitarian for its surroundings. Here was beautiful crystal and a gray clunker about the size of a shoebox. Gingerly, I edged the box past the delicate glasses and pulled it from the cupboard. Something inside rattled a little. I carried it to the countertop. A bright space filled with sunlight from the window above. The latch had a tiny combination lock, the kind where you roll the little wheels until the correct 3 digits line up. Not exactly Fort Knox, but strong enough I would need a tool to get into it. My heart rate picked up a little. Surely this was not standard rental furnishing, so it had to have been left behind by the days. I couldn't wait to get into it. Unfortunately, I would have to. There were no reasonable tools in any of the kitchen drawers, and I was becoming uncomfortably aware of how long I'd already been inside the house. I tucked the box under my arm and carried along my ruse of a file folder, while I went back and relocked the guest room window. Through the front windows, I checked the street again. Still no car at the next-door neighbor's place. She must have been having a great time with those grandkids. Okay, deep breath. Walk out the front door. I locked it with the little twist mechanism, then put on my act as though I'd just been chatting away with someone inside the house. Lots of smiles, a wave goodbye, holding the metal box to my chest with the file folder for cover. And I could only hope that anyone observing would think I'd just paid a visit and was innocently leaving. I don't think my heartbeat returned to normal until I was safely locked inside my Jeep, unaccosted by a soul. I set the metal box on the floor of the passenger side and pulled away from the curb. Suddenly, it felt like Christmas. What was in the box? I couldn't wait to get home and figure out how to break into the little sucker. Chapter 36. Dottie's car sat in Graham's driveway when I pulled up to my house. The two ladies were just getting out, still wearing their dark dresses from the funeral. I realized they must have also gone to the reception afterward at the Stevens home. Graham motioned me over.
"As soon as I get out of these shoes, I'll give you the rundown,"
she said, that conspirator look in her eye.
"And I'll make us all some lunch,"
Dottie said. All they served at that party was cookies and punch. Since I was getting kind of hungry anyway, I carried the metal box into my house and stowed it in my t-shirt drawer. Then Freckles and I walked over next door. Dottie had added a bibbed apron over her good dress, substituting fuzzy house slippers for her dressy shoes. Graham came into the kitchen a